Hi guys, morning. If you can, let me know if you can see and hear me okay. I know there's already a few of you here, which is amazing. Thank you so much for joining me this morning. I hope you guys are having a lovely bank holiday. I think it's a bank holiday everywhere. I feel like the Americans are also on a 3-day weekend this weekend. But anyway, wherever you are and whatever you're doing, I hope you're having a lovely morning and thank you for joining me. Like I said, if you can let me know in the comments if you can see and hear me okay, because I just want to check before I start chatting away that you guys can actually see me and hear me and stuff. I'm so excited to be doing this live show. 12 hours seems a bit mad, but we'll give it a go. I've done like 7 hours before when I've been marking, so I was like, how much harder can 12 hours be? So I guess we'll find that out today. I have got my trusty love mug with my morning Barocca in it to help power me through. Oh, thank you. Debbie just said, yes, we can see and hear you just fine. That's good. Thank you. That's really helpful to help power me through this first bit. So what will happen today, the rough format, I have got like a rough idea of a plan for the day. The first hour or so will just be me. I'm going to do my YouTube Q&A first. So I put up on the community tab a few weeks ago now a thing that said thank you for 3,000 subscribers, and I give you the details of the giveaway that I've been running. And I asked you to enter that giveaway to ask me a question. So we'll do the Q&A for that bit first. Then I've got my notes down here. I've got Charlie coming in at about 11 o'clock. She'll be with me for about an hour, which is really lovely. Followed by Charlotte from Books and Bargains at 12. Then I'm going to have some lunch. So I will disappear off screen for a bit because for some reason, I'm quite happy chatting on the internet and hanging out with you guys all day, but like eating online feels a bit weird. I feel like you guys don't need to watch that. So we'll definitely have a productivity sprint whilst I do that. And then I got a few other people popping in through the day. So yeah, it's going to be a mix of just me chatting to you, doing Q&As. Some people we've got, like I said, I've got some lovely people joining me for chats and to read. I'm calling them productivity sprints because I feel like reading sprints makes it sound like you can only read, whereas like if you want to knit or paint or clean or work, if you're working today or studying or whatever, just do whatever you like in that, and then we'll come back and chat afterwards. So yeah, it's going to be just an extension of live shows that I've done before. I'm home alone today. The boys are off adventuring. I do have obviously all 3 cats in with me. They are sleeping at the moment because it's that time of the day, but you guys will definitely see them, and I'll show you what it's like when I feed them their dinner later on as well, and that kind of stuff. I also need to remember, if someone can remind me at some point, I need to put my dinner in the slow cooker today. I'm going to try out a slow cooker macaroni cheese recipe. Gary doesn't really like macaroni cheese. And yeah, I still married him. So I thought I would try this recipe out whilst he's not here. So I need to put that in the slow cooker at some point this morning. Sorry, my phone's pinging as well. So yeah, that's the plan. So I've already got comments and stuff coming in, which is so nice. This is the bit I like most about live shows. It's just chatting to you guys. Crazy Mel was here like a good 45 minutes before the live show. So thank you, Mel. She said hello, all set up and ready to read, which is really lovely. So thank you. It was really nice to log into StreamYard and already see a message that there was somebody there. So thank you, because one of the scariest things about live shows is I've always got that thought of what if nobody turns up. So that's really nice. So that was nice to see first thing. And she also said congrats on 3K. Thank you. It is genuinely completely wild. Yeah, it's not a milestone I ever thought my channel would reach. I'm coming up for 5 years in November, and I cannot believe that there are more than 3,000 now. We're almost at 3,500 people who subscribe to my nonsense. So yeah, thank you. It's very exciting, and like I said, not something I ever really expected to happen. Debbie said, Debbie was also here early. She said, good morning, really looking forward to this. Thank you, it's so nice. It's just nice to kind of hang out with bookish people and spend some time. Marlene's here as well. Good morning, everyone. I've been looking forward to this. It's just really nice. Oh, Nadim's here as well, came on time. Ellie's here. Good morning, everyone, and congrats on 3K. Thank you. Like I said, just did not expect that to ever happen. Michelle is going to be joining me on screen later on today at about 3ish. Again, I'm just looking at my schedule. But she said Tesco shop is late. That's always so annoying. So just sorting that whilst tuned in. Morning, good to see you. Beth's here as well. Morning. And Emily Kathleen reads. Hello, hello, hello. Every time anyone says hello, hello now, all I can hear is Chloe from Chloe Reads Books, because that's how she opens her clips. She'll be here as well later on, much later on. She's very kindly agreed to do the 9 o'clock shift, basically. She might be here a bit before that, but as you guys will know, especially if you follow me on Instagram, I tend to go to bed at like 8:30, so staying up until 10 live on the internet is going to be a challenge. So I've got Aoife from Pretty Purple Polka Dots coming in at about 8ish and Chloe coming in at 9ish, and they're going to keep me awake through the end of this live show. Crazy Mouse said, yeah, we can see you, that's good. Debbie also said the same thing, which was lovely. Oh, Jenny's here as well with her sunrise emoji. She's about to have a baby. It's very exciting. Unless I got my Jenny's mixed up. If it's the wrong Jenny, I apologise. Ellie was saying that they could see and hear me. That's good. So could Marlene. Oh, Anne's here as well. Morning, Anne. Emma's here. Oh, hi. Oh, there's so many people. This is so nice. This is the lovely thing about live shows. And obviously I don't have a Patreon. So I know a lot of my friends who have Patreons have like people that they chat to regularly. Whereas because I'm so sporadic with live shows, because I don't have enough time to do them regularly, it's always nice when you like, obviously it's lovely to have new people as well, and if you're here and new, hello, welcome, come on in, you are definitely welcome. But it's always nice, it's kind of reassuring when you're doing a live show, especially when you're by yourself, when there's like familiar names popping up. Lindsay said, morning, just popping in to say hi, going out shortly, but we'll be back this afternoon. That is absolutely fine. I think most people will be doing that through the day, so that's absolutely fine. Thank you for coming at all and spending any of your Monday with me. Anne says she can see and hear, which is great. Oh, Laura's here as well. Good morning. We're popping in and out throughout the day. That's lovely. Don't work too hard. Laura's a fellow teacher. I know she's doing some work today. I'm going to be doing mine on tomorrow and Thursday, and possibly Saturday if I don't get it done Tuesday and Thursday. Anyway, Nikki's here. Morning. Emma said morning today sounds fun. Yeah, it should just be really chill and just hang out and chat with me and read a bit. I'm going to be starting Yellowface by R.F. Kuang, although I think she's published it under, it's over there, Rebecca F. Kuang. And I have Bookshops and Bone Dust, which I'm like so excited to read, by Travis Baldry. I was lucky enough to get sent an ARC by Book Break, and I was really, really excited to read that, and I was like, that's what I'm definitely going to read on the live show. And then Yellowface arrived end of last week, and I was like, oh, I think I'm going to go for Yellowface, because I think Bookshops and Bone Dust is one I want to read a bit slower, whereas I feel like I could probably fly through Yellowface today. Plus, everyone's talking about it, and it's rare that I get caught up in the hype, like when a book is really hyped, but I'm just really in the mood for it today, so I think I am going to read that. I might also start Bookshops and Bone Dust. I'm not sure. I'm feeling very tired. I'm very fatigued after the end of this term. And I'm definitely, I've also got hay fever, so I apologise in advance if I'm sneezing. I've definitely got decision fatigue, which I think happens to a lot of people who work in schools, because there was some statistic that I was told when I was training was that the average classroom teacher, which I am, makes more decisions in a day than a brain surgeon. And I can see how that's the case, because I definitely get to a point where I'm like, I can't decide anything else anymore. And deciding which book to read is also one of those things. So yeah, I think I'm going to go with Yellowface. That's my instinct right now, but we'll see if that changes through the day. Beth said, how do you not like macaroni cheese? Well, I don't think I think he does like it. It can just make him feel a bit poorly, I think is what it is. So he never picks it. Whenever I say, what should you have for dinner? He never ever picks it. I quite often have it when we go out, because obviously then he's having whatever he's having. But yeah, I never cook it. So I thought I would give it a try whilst he's elsewhere. Emma says, yum, sound good. Yeah, it's also a recipe that my friend Steph gave me, and she is not on the internet, but she's basically a cross of like Nigella Lawson and Mary Berry. So whenever she gives me recipes, I'm like, yes, let's do that. So we'll give that a try today. Elle said, what are you currently reading? Oh, Ellie, sorry. I'm currently reading, I should have bought the books over here. That would have been better planning. The only book I'm reading 2 books currently. I'm reading The Stranger Beside Me by Anne Rule, which I'm reading on audio, which is very dense. And it's a really long audiobook. It's like 20 hours. I don't usually read audiobooks, like 15 hours is usually my limit. Now I've got hiccups. But this one came recommended by Amelia Barlow Books, who will also be on later. And it's about Ted Bundy. So Anne Rule knew Ted Bundy. She was his friend. They worked together for quite a while. They're both working on a crisis line, a bit like the Samaritans. And it's about her. She's a journalist by trade, or she was. I think she passed away a few years ago. Journalist by trade, so she can really write. And she's talking about, the first part of the book is kind of about her life and what she's been up to and how she ends up working on this crisis line. And then this young guy that is sat next to her, at the next desk, called Theodore. And then gradually the realization that he is the serial killer Ted Bundy. And at the bit that I'm about halfway through. He's in prison the second or third time, and she remains his friend. And it's about her grappling with that, and about her trying to work out what she thinks at the time, whether she thought, if she believed the police or she believed him, because he's obviously telling her that, he's not committed any crime and he's not done this. So it's really interesting. It was written in 1980. He was executed in 85, I think. So I'm intrigued to see how it ends. It's very much of its time. It feels a little bit victim blamey at the moment. So I'm kind of withholding judgment, but I'm enjoying the audiobook narrator and I'm gradually working my way through that. So I'm reading that one. And then the other one I'm reading at the moment is also nonfiction, which hardly ever happens, but it's just happened to work out this way. And that is Hidden Valley Road by Robert Colker, which weirdly was gifted to me by Amelia last June. And that is about this family who had 12 kids. And the kids span the baby boom era. So from 1945 to 1965, I think they had 12 kids. They had 10 boys and 2 girls. And of the 10 boys, 6 of them ended up being diagnosed with schizophrenia. And so what Robert Colker is doing is looking at this family and their story, their biography, but at the same time also looking at what mental health care was like, particularly in America at this time, advances that were made, theories that were put forward, different case studies. It's really interesting, but it is also quite dense. So yeah, I definitely need some fiction. So I think I'm going to start Yellowface. I may also start Bookshops, and Bone Dust. So we will see. Okay, Marlene's here. Hello, love watching you. That's so nice. Oh, Amelia's here. Hey, just talked about 2 books that weirdly I'm reading at the moment that are linked to you. Amy's also here. There's Chloe with her hello. Only 6 minutes late. Look at me going. You're not late. It's fine. Keeping people awake and chatty is my specialty, you see, and also Chloe is the queen of the live show, so I knew she would be the person to help me towards the end of this. Laban, hopefully I've said that correctly. Sorry if I haven't, please correct me in the chat. Good morning from Norway. It's such a fun idea. Will there be some reading sprints also during the day? Yes. I don't want to say I haven't said what time and stuff, because it'll just be kind of as we feel like it, but there will definitely be some reading / productivity sprints for sure. I cannot talk for 12 hours straight. My husband will probably disagree with that, but yeah, there will definitely be some sprints. Oh, Danny's here as well, saying hi quickly whilst I'm rotting at work. I'm sorry you're working today. That sucks, but thank you for popping in. Emma's going to do laundry today. Eat and read HOSAB. I feel like that's an acronym. House of something. I don't know. And Like a Charm by Ellie McNichol. I have that on my shelves. That is going to come up soon for me for sure. So I hope you enjoy all of that. Melina's here as well. Hello. Beth said, I want to read both of those. I know, me too. Oh, and Marlene said, I saw a lovely picture of your gran. Thank you for letting us see her. I think she's the same age of my 90 dot as my auntie dot 92. Yeah, I posted on Saturday. We took grandma to the Pig, which is where I stayed the night before our wedding, and where Gary and I stayed the night of our wedding. So we went to one of the places that I was photographed the morning of our wedding, and I took a picture there with Grandma Joyce, and she's a total queen. And yeah, she's very similar. She's not, my grandma is 93. So yeah. Oh, Charlotte's here as well. Morning. Marlene's reading Daisy Darker. Rosie said, I was awoken by a ferocious knock at the door by the Amazon man. Why, I find that as well. It sounds like they're trying to get into the house. But it was in time for the start of your life show. Well, that's an upside. I should get an Amazon delivery today, and we'll see what I ordered, because I do this thing when I'm exhausted and stressed, is I just put stuff in my Amazon basket, and then on payday, I have a quick scan through, but I tend to just click buy now. It's not a great habit that I have. I think it's arriving today, and I know I ordered some pink stuff, a tub of pink stuff, because I'm going to do a deep clean of the house tomorrow, in between marking and having my haircut. But I can't remember what else I ordered, so we'll see what turns up today. Charlotte's going to try and finish a couple of my lingering books today, so I can pick up something new new up. So that's good. Maybe HMRC. Yes, I've been saying to her for ages that she needs to read Her Majesty's Royal Coven, because I need to talk to people who have read the end of that book, because I'm still not okay. Like, ooh. So yes, please. I need you to read that one, please, Charlotte. I tell you what, if you pick up HMRC, I will pick up. What was the Janice Hallett that you liked that nearly everybody else has hated? Tiverton something? That one, her second one. I'll pick that one up if you pick up HMRC. How's that for a deal? Ellie said, during one of the sprints, I think I'll go for a walk to the shop. Good for you. I'm currently reading The Adventures of Amina al-Sirafi. I've heard so many good things about that book. It's not for me, but I know other people have enjoyed it. And a walk to the shop's always a good plan. Rosie said, not sure what I'm going to do today, but first, before any decisions made, coffee. Yes, I don't drink coffee because I can't have caffeine. But I'm like, first, I must have Barocca. Otherwise, I cannot function. Joe's here. Hello. Yeah, Charlotte. I know, it was not deliberate. The non-fiction, I'll show it later. It's called apparently I can't say the name again. Hidden Valley Road by Robert Colker, but I'll show it later on. It's really good. It is quite dense, but it's fascinating. Joe's reading House in Swillian Sea, about 220 pages in. Lovely. Hidden Valley Road is waiting patiently for me to finally get around to it. Yeah, Beth, it's the oldest book on my TBR currently, and I realise there'll be people that throw things at me because it's only from last June, but that's why I'm reading it at the moment, because I'm trying not to have books on my TBR older than a year, and obviously it turns a year old on Thursday, so we're going to finish it before then. And yes, Chloe, you should definitely take that title, because you definitely are. Okay, gosh, there's loads of comments. You guys are chatty today. Yeah, I'm so bad for this, ordering stuff and forgetting what I ordered. I mean, it does make it a bit of a surprise. It kind of feels more like a gift. So we'll see what rocks up later. So she's reading, I'm reading The Good Life Elsewhere by Vladimir Lorchenkov. I'm sorry, I definitely said that wrong. My first novel from Moldova about a group of people trying to get to Italy illegally, both dark and funny. That sounds really interesting. That sounds very topical as well. Katie's here. Hi, Victoria. Sorry I'm a little late. You're not late. I'm going to be here literally till 10 o'clock. Congrats on 3,000 subscribers. Thank you. It's very exciting. Laura is reading Mary Quant's autobiography, Love Being Nosy About Other People's Lives. Nice. I haven't read an autobiography for a while. I feel like I should do that soon. Yeah, sorry, Beth. Also, sorry, not sorry. I feel like all of our TBRs might grow today. Emma, thank you. House of Sky and Breath. And my sister's reading House of Earth and Blood, Sarah J. Maas. That's why I didn't know the acronym, because I'm not a Sarah J. Maas reader, but I know lots of people are very excited about this book, so I hope you and your sister are enjoying them. Oh yeah, that was it. Twyford Code and Deal. Okay, fine. I'm going to Bristol on Wednesday, and I'm going to be doing a whole vlog. If you follow me on Instagram, if you don't, what Victoria read over there as well. Tiny plug. I am very active there. Tomorrow on Instagram, I'll be putting up a whole load of polls so you guys can control my whole day on Wednesday. But one of the things we're doing is book buying, so I will pick up Twyford Code. Hopefully I can get it in like a 2-for-1 type deal, maybe at Waterstones. I'm reading A Slow Fire Burning by Paula Hawkins and listening to The Roommate Situation by Katie Bailey. I hope you're enjoying those, Katie. Charlie's here. Hello, morning. Just grabbing a cuppa. Yeah, good for you. I think that's what we're all doing. Crazy Mel is hoping to make a good start on my dystopian readathon TBR. That readathon looks so fun. I don't have any dystopian on my shelves at the moment, which is weird for me, because I'm a big dystopian reader. I decided to start down on the floor like it's a normal video. Yeah, I don't have any dystopian on my TBR at the moment, which I feel like is an oversight. So yeah, I might pick up some dystopian when I go in on Wednesday as well. But I hope you're enjoying whatever you are reading. She also said, only a year on TBR, what magic is this? I have a very short attention span for books. And I know that if a book stays on my TBR for longer than a year, I probably won't read it. So yeah, I try and keep it as short as possible. Sorry, Molly's on her chair over there. I'll show you her later. And she's so freaking cute at the moment. Although Chloe will tell you this, because I sent Chloe a voice note shortly afterwards. Molly did casually stroll in with a dead mouse in her mouth for me this morning. So she looks cute, but she is also a murderer. Chloe's going to pop off already and have my post-gym shower, but I'll be lurking around as much as I can today. Thank you, lovely, and I will see you later. And yes, she went to the gym this morning, so we need to all give her a massive round of applause because I think that's amazing. Rosie said, I would read Janice Hallett's shopping list at this point. I've loved the appeal. I really enjoyed Appleton Angels. I've only heard mostly negative things about the Twyford Code, but Charlotte loved it. Chloe hated it. So I'm kind of intrigued to see where I fall. Yeah, she's saying yes, Rosie. That's me. Okay, so I think what we will do is I will answer the Q&A. What do we want to do? Do we want to do a sprint or do we want to do YouTube Q&A first? Because I have quite a few questions from YouTube. Let's just take a pause for a breath because I feel like that was quite a busy opening. Yeah, do we want to do, shall I do my Q&A or, oh, Gavin's here. He said hi, Q&A. That's nice. Hello, Gavin. Good morning. Because that was my original plan, basically, was to do the YouTube Q&A. That's the far longer of the two. The Instagram one I did, I think I only got 4 questions. I had lots of you lovely people leaving messages being like, congratulations on 3K, which was so nice. But I only had like 4 actual questions. And then this morning on Instagram, I've put up the anonymous thing where you can ask me anything. So I haven't opened that yet. So hopefully I've got some questions there. So I figure I'll put those 2 together and do that later in the day. But I thought to like warm up and relax a bit because, not gonna lie, I mean, you guys are always super lovely, but I always get nervous before I go live, especially when I'm by myself. So I thought we'd do that. And then probably by the time we've done that, like Charlie should be ish coming in. And then we could do obviously have a chat with her, not just like silently straight into a sprint, but have a little chat with her and then sprint for like 45 minutes. Does that sound okay? Yes, it is, according to the comments. Also, lots of people talking about The Appeal. If you haven't read it, just read it. It's one of my favorite books ever. Okay, let's do the Q&A then. So I have got questions on my phone. So I had such a massive response. Rosie said, I'm not going to put all the comments up on the screen as we go, but that made me laugh. Fair enough. Let's do that then. Okay. Where is it? Hang on, let me find my community tab. Yeah, I was absolutely blown away. Firstly, for 3,000 subscribers. I've already said this, but thank you so much. I'm going to say it periodically throughout the day because I know people will be coming and going. I was genuinely shocked and blown away that it happened. And thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it massively. And then I got a huge response to, it was this one. It's this bit here. It's not the best way to show you. Also, lighting's going to be a bit sporadic today because I don't have lights. I should really probably do that. Newest first, yes. Yeah, now I got a massive response. I've got 45 comments on this image. I think half of those are me responding, so I don't think it's that many. But let's do some and see how we go. We can always come back to it later on. Let's load more comments. Oh, Sarah, hello. Just popping on to say congrats on 3,000 subscribers. Thank you. I've got my brother, sister-in-law and nephew staying for the week with my mum, so I can't stay. Wow, that sounds busy. I hope you enjoy it though. Finished Yellowface last night and it's fantastic. Yeah, I'm definitely going to start with that today. Okay, so let's do this Q&A. So Lisa in her books said, what book would you take with you on a desert island? That's really hard because is that one book? Am I allowed to take a series? I mean, I'm just looking at my shelves now. I feel like I might take something like Nevermore. Sorry, I'm also reading comments at the same time. This is slightly distracting if you can't tell. Yeah, I think I might take something like Nevermore. Like if you're going to be on a desert island, is it a desert island? Yeah, desert island. Like, are you there? Am I there alone? I have too many questions to answer this in a succinct way. I feel like I would take something comforting I've already read. So like Nevermore or what else have I got up there? Oh, Her Majesty's Royal Coven might be fun. Yeah, I feel like something like that I've like read before and would be comforting. Mary Ann Stoner said, what book character has stuck with you? Loads of book characters. Well, I say that. I'm really good at remembering plots. I'm terrible at remembering character names. I would say like the main... I'm going to give this answer and I can't remember what the character's name is, which is pretty much classic. me, I think. I'm just scanning my shelves. I mean, character who stuck with me the most has got to be the main character from The Pull of the Stars, and I can't remember what her name is. Hang on, I'm going to have to get the book. 1 second. Oh. Also, just because I'll take any excuse to get this cover out because it's so beautiful. Also, yes, I'm turning 36 this summer and I make little noises when I stand up. So yeah, the main character from this, whose name is what? Julia. I think it's because it's first person. So I very rarely remember character names when it's first person. But she stuck with me because she's brave and loving, and she's in this situation where she's terrified all the time, but she still does she's still doing the right thing. And I love the love story in this, and this is making me want to pick it up and reread, and I do not have time to reread right now. So yeah, definitely Julia, even though I couldn't remember her name, has definitely stuck with me. Okay, next question. So a few people asked this question, or like variations of this question. This is one that Marlene left. Said, do your pupils watch your YouTube video, and what kind of feedback have you had from them? They might. I don't talk about YouTube at work or the Booktube at work. It's not a secret, and we are allowed to have a life outside teaching. Oh, here comes Molly. She's looking very sleepy, like she's just waking up. She's a bit dazed. She looks a bit shocked to be awake, which I think we can all relate to. So yes, YouTube. It's not a secret. I feel like everyone that works in a school is entitled to have a life outside of school and to have a private life. I was doing YouTube well before I became a teacher. And I read my contract very carefully. There is nothing in there to say that I can't have an online presence. I think it's just important to be, I'm always really aware of what I put on the internet. So I've said before in videos, like I don't swear on the internet. People that have met me in real life, like Charlotte and Chloe, can definitely attest to this, that when I'm not online and I'm not at work, I have a mouth like a sailor. I enjoy a good swear word. But I don't swear, and I'm very conscious of what I put out in that way. I'm very much myself online. But yeah, I don't talk about YouTube at work. It's just nice to have something separate. As far as I know, the kids don't watch. As far as I know, they don't know my first name. Most of them think my first name is Velma, because they know my first initial, because my teacher code is my first initial of my first name and then the first 2 letters of my surname. So they know that my first initial is V. And last year, my year 10s, who are now my year 11s, were trying to guess my first name, and they actually said Victoria a couple of times, and I managed to keep a straight face. And then they said Velma, and I started laughing, and they took that to mean that that was my first name. So I think a lot of them think my first name's Velma. So I doubt they won't find me using that name. So I don't think anyone watches from school, but if they did, it wouldn't bother me at all, because like I said, I stand by my content. I don't talk directly about kids that I work with. I don't, obviously, I'm really conscious of data protection and all of that stuff. I don't talk about, the school that I teach in directly. I might mention that I've had a busy day at work or whatever, but yeah, I don't know that they do, but it would be fine if they did. Yes, so yeah, Rosie saying that her Desert Island book will be Pages and Co, which has Nevermore vibes, definitely. And Gavin, I'd have to delete my channel if I wanted to go into teaching, or delete the majority of my videos. Yes, probably. You probably would, which would be such a shame. The internet would be a far sadder place without your content. But yeah, it's definitely, a consideration. He also said what Velma read has a good ring to it. I think so, yeah. I think also it's partly because I look like Velma, a bit like Velma from Scooby-Doo, with the short hair and the glasses. I'm going to dress up as her for World Book Day probably next year, to reinforce the idea that my first name is Velma, because then they will never find me on the internet. So yes, so yeah, as far as I know, nobody from school watches, but it'd be fine if they did. Okay, Alice and the Giant Bookshelf, still one of my favorite channel names and one of my favorite channels in general, said, if you could choose one book series or character to receive another book about, who or what series would it be in and why? I mean, we're still waiting for book 4 of Nevermore, and it's been pushed back another year. It's coming out September of next year now. I'm still not sure why. I don't know if anyone who's watching has heard anything online. I know that the author, Jessica Townsend, was unfortunately really poorly with long COVID, so I don't know if it's that. But yeah, that's been pushed back, so I would really love that story. But completed series, I haven't read loads of series. I mean, I would always be happy for another CJ Sampson book. This is the Matthew Shardlake series. Definitely another character as well that stuck with me, in Matthew Shardlake by CJ Sampson. He also is very poorly, so we probably aren't getting any more in this series, but I would always love another one of those. I mean, I haven't read loads. Like I said, I'm not massive on completing series. I'm not a big series reader. I was going to say Hunger Games, but then we had Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes, which I haven't read and wasn't bothered about until Kat from Brews and Reviews gave it a rave review recently. I was like, oh, maybe. I don't know if I care about President Snow's point of view, is the only thing. So yeah, I would really like another Matthew Shardlake book, and eventually, hopefully, we will get another Nevermore book. Then I had lots of people being lovely and just saying congratulations, which is very nice. And then Emma, your question. Not sure how. Oh, that's part of the other message. My question is, have you always been such a voracious reader? Yes, is the answer to that, pretty much. All of my early memories involve reading. Both of my grandmothers, so my mum's mum and my dad's mum, are both huge readers. And so whenever my brother and I went for like summer holidays or whatever, reading was always part of the agenda. My mum's a big reader as well. My dad, not so much. My dad's dyslexic, so which he didn't find out until he was much older. So he isn't a big reader, but my mum is. And it's just something I've always loved. Like I said, like all of my early memories are to do with reading and books. I read things like everything that Enid Blyton wrote at the time. I definitely wouldn't go back to those books because I feel like they will not have aged well. I read all of Roald Dahl's books. I also read a lot of the classics. So my Grandma Joyce, my dad's mum, was very much of the opinion that I should read the classics first. So at the age of like 10, 11, 12, I was reading Jane Austen, and I read War and Peace, and I read Dickens, and I was reading Hardy and all of that kind of stuff. I also loved the Borrowers series. It's one of my favourite series. I've only got the first one here, but by Mary Norton. So yeah, I've always been a big reader. It's always been a big part of my life and obviously my personality. And a lot of the stories, like family stories about me, are to do with reading. So yes, I always have been, and hopefully I always will be. And I feel like joining Booktube, a lot of people find when they join Booktube or start a channel that their reading increases. And I don't think mine has, particularly because I was already a big reader, but it's so nice having somewhere to talk about books with other bookish people, because my husband's a lovely man, but he's not a big reader. And so he doesn't quite get it when I get super excited about a book arriving. So it's nice to have like people that get it. Okay. So lovely Olivia from Olivia Savannah, even from Olivia's Catastrophe. She said, my question would be, what was your favourite video ever to make? And what have you learned since joining Booktube? My favourite video, this is difficult because I think I'm approaching 300 videos on my channel. Yeah, I think we're coming up to 300 videos. I'm on like 298, I think. So that's a lot of content. I think, weirdly, I mean, maybe not weirdly, I think some of my favourite videos to make have been some of the vlogs that I've put together. So I did one I did a silent vlog of Bath last year that I was really proud of. I did the same thing when I went to Edinburgh, which was this time last year. It's been exactly a year since I flew out there as if it's like really far away. I flew up north to see Leanne and Harry and Jean. I loved that vlog. There was also a video that Charlotte and I made when we went to Oxford, which was the first time that I'd done a sit down film with somebody else. And it was just us chatting complete nonsense for an hour, but it was really fun. And I loved like how chaotic and silly that was. So yeah, I think probably those are my favorite videos that I've made. I really like, over the last 2 years, I feel like I'm definitely getting a lot more creative with the vlogs, and I really enjoy putting vlogs together. They're definitely my favorite videos to make, even though they involve a lot more editing than my normal videos, my sit down videos would. So yeah. Oh, Joe's here. Morning. Congratulations on 3,000 subscribers. Thank you. A lovely way to celebrate. Thank you very much. Yeah, Katie, I love The Worst Witch. I can't believe I left that off the list. Worst Witch was my jam as a child. I had the cassette tape of Miriam Margolyes. Me too. I had that narrating and fell asleep to it most nights. I definitely aged myself by saying it was on cassette. Don't worry. There is no judgment here. I also had it on cassette. So, I mean, horrifically, I had to show some of the kids that I was teaching a picture of a cassette the other day because I made some reference and they were like, what are you talking about? So I had to literally Google a picture of a cassette. So, if you want to feel old, I would suggest teaching teenagers because they will put you right in your place. But yeah, I loved that series and that cassette. Oh, Gavin, that's nice. I love your monthly reading vlogs. The length of them are perfect for me to sit down and watch and not have to worry about picking something to watch when I just want to chill. That's so nice because I always worry slightly because they are always epic in their length. Like my April one was 2 hours. May so far is shaping up to be about an hour and a half, even though I've barely read anything this month because clearly I had too much to say. So it's really nice when I get messages like that from people saying that either they're looking forward to it or they've enjoyed it or they've had it on whilst they were pottering around, because that's what I do with other people's vlogs. Gavin, I've done that with your last couple of vlogs, had that on whilst I'm marking or whatever. And it's just really nice to listen to. So it's nice that I can do that for other people. So thank you. That's very lovely. Okay, so and then Olivia's other question was, what have you learned since joining Booktube? Lots of things. Yeah, lots of things. I've learned patience because like I said, I've been on the platform 4.5 years, 5 years in November, and my channel growth has been steady but slow, which I've been absolutely fine with. I'm well aware that I post one video a week and what I'm talking about is fairly niche and all of that stuff, and I'm more the nice thing is that I feel like I've got to know quite a lot of the people that subscribe, which I love, is one of my favorite things. So definitely patience, because sometimes, especially in the beginning, it can be a bit heartbreaking when you put a video out and then barely anybody watches it. But what I would say is if you're in that place right now, it will come eventually. Just keep making content that you want to watch and the right people will find you. So I've definitely learned patience. I've learned not to take things at face value. I think there have been lots of things that have happened in this community over the last 5 years or so I've been here, where people have knee-jerk reacted to things and then more information has come to light. So I feel like checking people's sources, I mean, that's always what I do now. If something happens, I kind of wait before I react. It's the first thing. And secondly, check where the information is coming from. And I've also learned, actually, I'm a lot more creative than I thought, because like I said, I really enjoy vlog making, and I've watched so much content. I've watched so many people, like Gavin, for example, Shannon from 155 Books, Hillary from Melted Books, Jessie on Booktube, on YouTube, loads of people who like really put the work into their vlogs, and I've kind of watched how they put things together and how they edit. I still can't really edit, but I feel like I'm getting much better at it. So yeah, I feel like I've learnt patience and that I'm more creative than I think. And actually, I've also learned that there are so many lovely bookish people around. It's just such a lovely part of the internet. It's, really my favorite corner of it. I'm talking way too much. Okay, let's skim through some of these. Trying to look for people who I know are in the chat. Okay, so Nadeem asked 4 questions. One of the questions that they asked was, which book made you cry a lot? And I've actually already pulled this off my shelf. The Pull of the Stars makes me sob every time. Like, the ending, even thinking about it now is making me feel sad, but it's still absolutely gorgeous. Still one of my favourite books of all time. But yes, this is a book that makes me ugly cry every single time I read it. And I think I've read it like 3 or 4 times now. And it doesn't seem to lessen the pain that it inflicts every time I read it. Let's see, who else? I've got some of like repeat questions. So really interesting question from Oz, who said, my question would be, what's your favourite and least favourite books on the curriculum? Which I think is a really great question. So for anyone that's not aware, I teach secondary school English. So I teach years 7 to 11, so ages 11 to 16. And here in the UK, that's split into 2 key stages, it's called. Basically, years 7 to 9 is key stage 3, and then years 10 and 11 are the exam years. And in key stage 3, we have as teachers, we actually have quite a lot of choice in what we teach. I don't personally. I have a head of department, head of faculty even, who decides. She's absolutely lovely though, and she very much runs the department as a democracy, which is appreciated. And as long as the kids get one novel, one poetry unit, one nonfiction, one play each year, then the rest is kind of like what we choose is kind of up to us. And we tend to teach the same text over and over because obviously the more we teach them, the better we get at them. There's 6 terms in a year. And for me, I much prefer Key Stage 3 teaching because it's a lot more fluid. And we teach Lark by, oh my gosh, who writes Lark? Anthony McGowan to year 7, and I love teaching that text. It's about a pair of teenage boys who go for a walk on the Yorkshire moors one day with their dog, and it's about what happens when it starts to snow. And I love it because, one, the kids really like it. It's an adventure story. Things go wrong. There's some mild swearing in it, which they're always kind of like, oh my goodness, when I'm reading it out loud. It's fine. It's not a big deal. But it's also got some really important themes about poverty and families, and how family isn't always a mum and a dad and 2.4 kids. And it's very much about the brothers looking after each other. One of the characters has got learning difficulties. So when I was teaching it to my lower set kids, for example, like they were really, really connecting with that character in particular. And I just love teaching that text. We also do Shakespeare as well. They have to have 2 Shakespeare plays before they get into the GCSE years. So we do Midsummer Night's Dream with year 7, and we do Romeo and Juliet with year 8, and we're about to start teaching those next term. Term 6 is always Shakespeare term, and I'm hyped for that. It's going to be really fun. And I enjoy Key Stage 4 far less because it's very rigid. We have a lot of content and not enough time, so we have to go really fast. And yeah, so the GCSE content is Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens, which thankfully is the only Dickens I actually like. Not a fan of Dickens in general. Macbeth is the play that's been chosen by our head teacher for their Shakespeare. They can do that, or Hamlet, or Othello, I think. And then they also have, so if Christmas Carol, and In Spectacles is their modern play. And then they also have, we do the Power and Conflict poetry anthology. There's either that or Love and Relationships. I'm not a massive fan of poetry. I find it difficult to kind of connect to. So I don't love teaching the poetry. And I've done 3 years of Macbeth now, and I would quite like a change of Shakespeare text. But I suspect we won't, because our head is also an English teacher and Macbeth is her favourite Shakespeare play. So I suspect that's not going anywhere. So to answer the question, I much prefer teaching Key Stage 3 because there's loads more flexibility. And if I'm doing a particular unit on whatever it is we're doing, and I feel like a particular text should be referenced or dropped in, or an extra poem added, I can do that. My HOF gives me the flexibility to do that. Whereas with the GCSE, it's really rigid, and that's why I don't enjoy it as much. As teaching Key Stage 3. Okay. Okay, so I really love this question. This was from Bron. She said, or they said, my question is so random. Do you always buy books at the same size? When I watch your videos, I love looking at the books on the shelf behind you. They're so neat. Here in Australia, books come in so many different sizes. I can't make my shelves that neat. Congratulations on the milestone. I'll be looking forward to hanging out with you for 12 hours. So I love this question because I don't, right? So the shelf you can see behind me, the rainbow shelf, they're all the same size. But that's why I put them together here. And I also have the trilogies all happen to also be the same size. But any books that are a weird size go on my other shelf, which you can't see. So yeah, I think it looks a lot neater than it actually is. I did do a bookshelf tour last year, I think, possibly the year before. I maybe need to look into redoing it. But yeah, my shelves are not as uniform as they might appear here. So that made me laugh. I thought that was a really good question and a really interesting question. Okay, let's do a couple more and then I can see comments flashing up. So I'll have a little look at that and answer some of those. Lots of people asking kind of similar questions. Emma was also asking, Nisbet was asking, saying that she wants to become a primary school teacher. Any suggestions on where to start? To be honest, no, because the Scottish system and the English system are different, and also the primary school system and the secondary school system are different. So what I would suggest is that what I did was contacted a local secondary school and asked for help, and they helped me. I didn't even end up working there. They were just kind enough to help me out. But there's also, if you go on the I think it's teach.gov.au, or something. There's loads of information there. So yeah, I can't help with primary school stuff because it's a different system, and also the Scottish and English systems are different. Let's see what else we've got. I love these questions. I might do a sit down like video soon and answer some of the questions that I don't get to today. I've had that question. Okay, I think that's actually covered off a lot of them. Oh, Relaxation said, congratulations, thank you. My question is, what is something you go back now and tell yourself when you first made your channel? I would tell myself not to be scared because I was terrified. Like my first video is still live. Like I don't plan on like privating it or anything because I think it's funny to see the difference. But I was terrified making that video, and I didn't need to be because it was fine. I would also tell myself that I'm going to meet so many of my close friends through this platform. I think when I started the channel, I was quite lonely. I was at a point in my life where like a lot of my friends had moved away physically, and I didn't really have anyone to talk about books and one of the books with, and that's one of the reasons why I set up the channel. And so yeah, I would just kind of tell her, Victoria from 5 years ago, 1, find a better background because I filmed the first video sat on our bed. The background's terrible. But 2, just relax. It's going to be absolutely fine. And you're going to meet loads of really good friends. So yeah, that is what I would tell her. So let's go. I can see lots and lots of comments popping up as I was talking then. And we've got Charlie should be incoming in about 10 minutes or so. Oh, Shannon's here. Morning. Congratulations again on 3,000 subscribers. Thank you very much. Oh, thank you. I think that was Beth talking about my vlogs. That's nice. Joe said, I love the monthly reading vlogs. The longer the better as far as I'm concerned. Well, that's lovely. Thank you. They are always, like every time I upload one, it's really long. I'm like, nobody's going to watch this. And then they're always my best performing videos, which is obviously completely down to you guys. So thank you. I am going to split August into 2 though, because I have lots of plans for the summer. I have 5 and a bit weeks off. It's not quite 6 weeks because we have inset days before the kids come back. And I'm entirely booked for those 5 weeks. Like it's really, like I don't even have like a single day where I'm not doing something at the moment. So there'll be loads and loads of content for the vlog. So I'm going to split it in 2. So I'm going to do the last week of July, which is the first week of holidays, up to the end of the second week of August, and then I'll do like the final 3 weeks. So basically split it in half, because otherwise I feel like the vlogs are going to be like 4 hours long, and I feel like that's too much. Whereas I think 2 videos will be better. Emma I'm just showing this in case Gavin's not seen it. I've had lots of practice from watching your vids too. Love long videos. Yeah, I really enjoy them as well. So I don't know why I get stressed putting one up myself. Guy said, congratulations on 3,000 subscribers. Thank you. Absolutely love your videos. That's so nice. I find you so words today. We're literally an hour in. I already can't talk. I find you so relatable and like-minded. Is there any book videos that you want to do but never have? I've never done a audiobook recommendations video. I don't know if you guys want that from me or not, but I've never done it before because until literally the end of last month, I didn't know how to do picture-on-picture in my videos. And obviously with audiobooks, I mean, I probably have quite a few of them physically because if I'm really enjoying an audiobook, I tend to buy it. But I felt like if I couldn't show the books in some way, I couldn't redo the video. So now that I can do that, because Charlie was kind enough to literally send me about 50 messages with a step-by-step, like screenshots, breakdowns, the whole thing. I feel like that's something that I could do now. So that might be coming up. I might do it in the autumn, maybe. I've got so many videos, like ideas in my head. So yeah, that's one I've never done, but would like to do. I think I've done most other like Booktube staples. I do vlogs. I do my wrap-ups as vlogs. I don't do TBR videos anymore because I've stopped setting monthly TBRs, which I tell you what, that has been so good for my reading life and my like mental well-being. So yeah, I don't do TBR videos anymore. I do tags, discussion videos. I do like daily, like day in the life kind of vlogs. So yeah, I think it's just that. I think that's the only thing that springs to mind as a video I haven't done. But I will probably do one soon now that I know how to edit, which is rather nice. Joe said, the only problem with watching your vlogs is that I end up spending too much after I've watched them. Yeah, sorry. I'm not that sorry though. So yeah. Rachel, this is a really interesting question. Do you want to teach A level? So when I got into teaching, I was convinced that I wouldn't want to teach the little ones, right? So I definitely don't want to teach primary. I did a day in a primary school. Primary school teachers are next level superheroes. I'm absolutely convinced, because I was in the primary school for about half an hour and I was like, this is not for me. And then I went and did a day or half a day in a secondary school, and I was like, yes, this is it. This is where I want to be. So I assumed that I would want to teach GCSEs and then A level. And my school where I teach at the moment doesn't have A level. It's just up to year 11. They don't have a sixth form. But the school where I had my second placement, my big placement, did have sixth form and did teach A level. And I didn't teach any A level classes, but I was allowed to sit in and observe. And actually, I was kind of bored. And I think what I don't enjoy is teaching exam years. I think that's what it is. I don't like how rigid it is and how time pressured it is. And also I'm currently going through my first year 11 exam season, which genuinely might be the death of me, because I find it really stressful watching the kids go through the exams. So I don't think I do at the moment. That might change. But I think at the moment, I'm definitely a secondary school teacher. And I think I'm trying to get out of having to teach Key Stage 4 next year. Let's put it that way. I don't think I will get out of it because we're a small department. But my ideal would just be to teach years 7, 8, and 9, because I just find it more fun. Although the behaviour can be more challenging, but it kind of balances out. So Laura says, I hate teaching Christmas Carol, but I get to choose what we teach at Key Stage 3. Yeah, that's the same thing, isn't it? In case you don't know, Laura is also an English teacher here in the UK. And she spends lots of time listening to me whinge. She's a gem. Yeah, I'm the same. It's just the lack of creativity and choice that bugs me, I think, with Key Stage 4. And I get why it is, because we have standardized tests, so the kids have to be ready for them. But it's just a bit dull. I actually don't mind teaching Christmas Carol, mostly because we do it in the Christmas term, so it's kind of a nice way to get into the Christmas mood. But it obviously depends on which group you've got, because some kids get it and some kids do not, and the ones that don't get it can be challenging. Joe said, I think you're amazing for teaching. I could never do it. I think it's one of those jobs you can either do or you can't. You're either built for it or you're not. And it took me until I was in my 30s to be ready to teach. I definitely couldn't have done it in my 20s. And yeah, I think it's like anything, isn't it? I'm not built for, well, anything physical. I couldn't be a PE teacher. I would definitely die. I couldn't be a primary school teacher either. I just don't have the patience. We've got year 6 coming for their settling in days at some point next term, so they'll be with us for 2 days, and they're the kids coming from primary up to secondary, and they come for a bit of like settling in and some taster lessons and stuff. And I'm always at the end of those 2 days, I'm like, no, I could not do primary. No. So yeah, it's kind of, everybody hopefully finds where they fit. And Guy said, if you weren't a teacher, what would your dream job be? Full-time content creator sounds really fun. That's absolutely never going to happen. I would love to be a librarian. I feel like that's a bit cliched for an English teacher to say. But I think I could really enjoy being a librarian. One of my favourite things at school is giving book recommendations to kids. And they all know that I'm a huge reader. They don't know about Booktube that I know of, like I said earlier. But they know that I'm a huge reader. And one of my favourite things is when they come to ask me what they should read next, because that's always really fun to help them figure out. And then like talking to them a few weeks later when they finish the book is always really... I get a lot out of that. So I think I could be a librarian quite happily. When I was younger, I wanted to be a midwife, but I have a major phobia of blood and needles. So that's clearly not going to happen either. So yeah, probably librarian, but I'd have to retrain because you need a degree and stuff for that these days. So Laura's saying, favourite Key Stage 3 text, Strange Worlds Travel Agency. We don't do that one. Terraces by Willie Russell. We do Our Day Out. Is that Willie Russell? Yeah, we do that. And The Play of Oliver Twist. Nice. Yeah, my favourite is still to teach is Lark. And also Midsummer Night's Dream, because it's just completely crazy. And I'm about to get into that with my year 7s. And I have a top set class who I think will really like get the technical side, and I can like nerd out with them in terms of Shakespeare. And I have my bottom set who are just lovely, but they will definitely not understand the technical side of it. But I feel like they'll get a kick out of the fact that there's a man that gets turned into a donkey. I feel like that's going to be a big hit with them. So I'm really excited. So Katie, everyone else in my GCSE cohort read Of Mice and Men, but my teacher did not want to, so we studied selection of short stories instead. Yeah, fair enough. We still teach Of Mice and Men to year 9. It is a difficult one because there is language in there that is not acceptable to use anymore. We do a whole lesson on the language of the book and the use of the N word, and when I'm reading it out loud, I just skip over it. I don't say the word at all. But we look at why it's offensive, why it's used in the book, so to help them kind of understand it. But yeah, we still teach it because of the other like themes in the rest of the book. And actually it links really, really well with Lark, because there is a very similar dynamic between the brothers in Lark and the characters in Of Mice and Men. So it links up really nicely between the 2 year groups. So yeah, we do still teach it. It's still a book I would recommend. It's heartbreaking. If you want another book that's going to rip your heart out, Of Mice and Men will definitely do that. Beth said, Alison Weir is signing books near me in Cheltenham soon. Oh, that's so exciting. As soon as I saw that, I thought of you. That's so nice. That's one of my favourite things about being on the book tonight as well. And when people associate certain books with you, because as you can see, big Alison Weir fan, that's so exciting. Are you going to go? Like, I would be very excited about that. Laura, hate in spectacles. I love in spectacles. We do Blood Brothers, Liverpool play, as we are a Liverpool school. That makes sense. I did Blood Brothers at school. I've not read it for years. But I love in spectacles. I love, because there's so much to talk about, especially at the end. But anyway, I will not nerd out about that right now. Claire said, what book should every home have in it? Oh, that's a good question. Enjoy Today will pop in as much as possible. What do you guys think? What book should be in every home? I've got hiccups now. I'd probably go for a non-fiction. Yeah, I'm just looking at my non-fiction shelves. Maybe a non-fiction, like I've got my copies at school. Uncomfortable Conversations with a Black Man. I cannot remember the author's name, which is terrible. I feel like everybody should read that. I also feel like everyone should read The Curious History of Sex by Kate Lister, because it's funny and informative and interesting. What else? White Rage as well. Is that Carol Anderson? I can't quite see it from here. So yeah, I feel like every home should have those non-fiction books in it. And then I also feel like, what else should everybody read? It's difficult, isn't it? Because reading's so individual. You can see behind me the books that I love. But yeah, that's a really good question. Oh, that's nice. Nadeem said, my mum says that those who cry after reading a book have a pure and simple heart. That's a really nice thought. Katie said, I don't understand how people can set TBRs on a complete mood reader. I'm going to do a video on this soon. Oh, Charlie's arrived. Hang on a second. Let's add her into the stream. Hello.
Hello. So it's just, I've got you on here, so I had to meet you. So.
I should probably check my phone, actually. I haven't even looked at my phone since this morning, and I should probably... Oh, I've got like 5,000 text. Okay. So it's my mum goes on holiday and then sends me a picture of like every single thing she does. It's hilarious.
I saw what you were saying about the books everyone should read. I think Noughts and Crosses is one I'd add to my list.
Yes, we teach that to year 8. I always love doing that.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
With them, it's a really good one. But Katie's saying about TBRs, I'm going to do a video on this soon, because I used to be really rigid and set a TBR like every single month, and I've stopped doing it this year. And my reading is, I feel like my reading is so much better for it, because I'm just like not constrained to a certain stack of books. But I know everybody does it slightly differently. Because do you TBR? I can't remember.
No, I try not to. Sometimes if I'm joining in or something, obviously I will. But yeah. Mostly I prefer to mood read, I think.
Because I'm finding it a lot better. I've usually got a few books that I need to read for like, if I'm doing a read along, or I've got arcs and stuff. But other than that, just free reading has just been much easier.
Yeah.
Okay. Michelle, hello. Adored Of Mice and Men, scared to reread it as I think of it so fondly. Yeah. I don't feel like it's a book that's going to let you down, Michelle. I feel like it's just one of those stories that will always, I mean, like I said already, like the language has not aged well, but the themes and stuff and the end is always going to be
I love that book.
Yeah, so do I. I really like teaching it, to be fair. Oh, Chloe's not read in spectacles, not sure whether to try or avoid. Well, I would suggest you try it. I like teaching it. It's got an ending that's very open, but it's got some interesting themes. The film's really good as well. BBC did a film adaptation like a few years ago that was really good.
My eldest is doing that for GCSEs.
Yeah, it's part of the GCSE text. How are they finding it?
I don't think it's well because Oz doesn't like it, but Belle is about to go into year 10 and she loves it. So
okay, yeah, I'm always like with my kids, I'm like, whether you like it or not is not relevant in this situation. We're not asking for reviews, which you just have to answer questions.
Actually, or maybe I'm confusing it with Jekyll and Hyde. No, Oscar didn't like Jekyll and Hyde, but did like In Spectacles. Yeah,
which is fair. I didn't like Jekyll and Hyde either. We don't teach that. We do Christmas Carol instead, but I didn't like it. I think it's because it's a lot of like Jekyll and Hyde. It's all like, oh, that person's just run around the corner, and it feels a little bit. It doesn't ever really get into it probably, but anyway, let's not start me on a Jekyll and Hyde.
Sorry.
So Rosie said, for every home should have The Hate You Give. Yes, my copy's in my school library. Oh, Laura's saying Of Mice and Men is finally being removed, so she's a teacher as well. I can't remember what we're replacing it with. I have the new text ready to read and write the scheme. I love Of Mice and Men, hence having Lenny and George as guinea pigs. Yes, I do. I would be sad if we stopped reading it. Like, I can't. Oh, Beth, thank you. I couldn't remember the author of Uncomfortable Conversations with a Black Man, and yeah, Emmanuel Acho.
He has a good YouTube channel as well, doesn't he?
Yes, which I really like as well. And I always recommend the YouTube channel alongside the book when I'm recommending it to kids. Nadine saying hello to you. Noughts and crosses. Yeah, we do it with year 8. We do the play version because it's shorter. But it's got a sex scene in it, which they're always horrified by when we get to that bit. I'm like, I'll read this bit. But it's important to the story. So, everyone just take a deep breath. So that's always a bit awkward to read with them, but it's fine. And then Emma saying, a book everyone should read is Sitting Pretty, The View from My Not So Perfect Body by Rebecca.
Oh, I've read that.
Tossing. I was going to say.
It's Rebecca Tausig.
There we go. Thank you. What did you think of it?
Really good. Really, really good. I listened to it on audiobook. I think it's narrated by the author herself, I believe. Nice. Yeah. Although it was a few years ago I read it, but yeah, really, really good. Strong.
That's good. Okay, that's a good recommendation. We're already growing everybody's TBRs this morning.
I've got my notebook here, so I'll be writing them down.
I've already started writing stuff down. And we've got some In Spectacles fans. Yeah. Katie said, I love In Spectacles.
I haven't read it though. I need to, especially because I should have read it when Oscar was doing it. I recognise that. And then now Belle's doing it. I'm like, I definitely want to read it. So
yeah, I feel like it's also one that will just stay on the curriculum probably forever. I'm pretty sure it was a GCSE text when I did GCSEs, which is like 20 something years ago now. So yeah, it's I always really like it. And like I said, the BBC film adaptation, if you just want to like for quick revision as well, I'm like, it's a really good one.
My internet.
It's a good adaptation. As a teacher, this is true. GCSE texts are ruined by us trying to work out what the question is and hoping that we've taught everything. Yeah, definitely. I said it before, but like I've always read Christmas Carol on Christmas Eve. It was something my grandma and I used to do. And we still do it, just not in the same house anymore. And I always still do it because I'm like, no, I'm reclaiming this text for having like dragged year 10 through it. I'm just going to sit and enjoy this text. And yeah, it's that thought of like, have we taught them everything? It's horrible. But
I think you do. I think you do amazing. Are you glad you've got the week to? What are you up to? Sorry, I don't know.
Yeah, this week. So this today, obviously, is going to keep me entertained and out of trouble all day. Yeah, and then it's just all the usual like cliche teacher stuff because we don't have time to do anything else in term. So tomorrow I'm getting my hair cut and my house needs a really good like clean and sort out. And I've also got marking to do, so do sort of like stuff on rotation. And then Wednesday I'm going into Bristol just for the day, just to have a mooch around and probably buy books and stuff. So that'll be fun. And then Thursday is a marking day all day. And then Friday, Charlie's got one of his mates for a sleepover. So we're going to take them into Bath and get some lunch and then like let them loose for a couple of hours. and then bring them home, and they'll go in the spare room and inevitably be on the Xbox until 2 a.m. or whatever.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much the week. So it's kind of a mix of, I need to do some work, I need to read, I want to read. I also need to film at some point. I need to film some content because I haven't posted any videos in May, so I need to get June ready. So I need to sit and do that as well. So yeah, kind of a mix of stuff.
Bless you. I'm very busy.
Yeah, it is busy, but it's all like the week-long holidays are always really busy because, like I said, we don't get time to do any of. Like, I don't have time to go and get my hair cut during.
They should make them into 2 weeks. It's just not fair that you.
Yeah, definitely, for sure. Oh, Charlotte's saying, I don't know if it's already been mentioned, but Girlhood, yes, it's still here to send you, Charlie.
I think I've still got books here for Victoria. Actually, I've got to send you. I'm so bad with sending books as well. So
that's all right. I think we all are a bit rubbish. Although, like, not to call Charlotte out, she's going to come on in a bit and tell me off probably. But she's been saying for probably about a year that she had a box of books to send me. So
it's probably a Charlotte thing then. Like, yeah. So yeah, just like blame it on that.
Yeah, but it'll get to you eventually, and it's so good. Girlhood, by I can see it from here. Carolyn Hayes, that was it.
It does sound amazing.
It is really good. I got a lot out of it. I thought it was fascinating, and she's right. That's definitely one that everybody should read. Charlie said the book is read by the author. It's fab, relatable to me, educational, and appropriate. Oh, that was the book that Emma was recommending. Yeah. So that's good. I will look for the audiobook. And now Charlotte's in the comments. I have a huge box for you. Then she said, I don't get out much and I'm forgetful. It's fine. We love you anyway. We'll get them eventually. And Beth just got Girlhood on ebook. That's definitely on my list. I hope you enjoy it. I read the ARC last year and then immediately ordered the hardback, which is always a sign that I've loved a book. How are you today, Charlie?
I'm good. Just sort of been chilling. I was watching with Midsummer Murders, which I know again hasn't really dated very well, but I've been rewatching it with my husband.
Yeah.
So just watched that a little bit this morning. And then my eldest was going out the door, and they looked all crumpled. So just before I went on the live show, so I was like, you can't go out looking like this, classic mum. And so quickly ironed. And also they were doing a makeover with their friend, and they're going for like a makeover thing with their friends. So they had not only just one shirt, it was like a pile of like clothes. I was quickly ironing for them. So
you're such a good mum.
I don't know about that. Well, it was better if they would have done it all organised themselves.
Yes, but that's just kids. It doesn't matter how big they get. I don't think it changes very much. So that's good. I'd have just.
I have got on my iPad, because I know you said about doing a reading sprint with everybody, which obviously 100% I'm on board for. But I found because I like games. You know what I'm like. I like a game. So I found on Book Riot. I found a bookish Would You Rather. So I thought, whenever you want to do that, if you want to do that at some point, we could do that.
Yeah. Okay. Definitely.
We don't have to. I thought we could do it. We could get everybody involved a bit. Yeah,
that sounds good. So I've just got it's really distracting as a host because I can see all the comments like flicking up, which is lovely. As people are talking, I'm like half scanning as well.
That's all right.
Yeah, no, that sounds good. So should we ever go at that now and then sprint for a bit?
Yeah, do you want to do it? So do you want me to get it out? Oh, get it.
Yeah, let's have a go. Let's see what's what.
I was trying to get some games because, like I said, this is who I am.
Yeah.
Yeah. Got I think it's on Epic Reads. It says the hardest game of Would You Rather for book nerds. So
okay.
Oh, it says Would You Rather YA. So if it's, I don't know if it's what I do not know. Anyway, ready?
Yeah.
Would you rather drop your favorite book into the toilet? This is going to be the level that we're at today. Or watch it fall into a wood chipper?
Oh, toilet.
Yeah, because you can rescue it.
Even
though, yeah.
Well, yeah, because it's just going to be wet, so you just dry it out rather than
as long as it's like depends on the toilet situation, obviously.
Yeah,
before we go there.
Yeah, clean toilet water, we're fine, because you could definitely rescue that. Yeah, rather than a chipper, because I can't read a book that's in like 5,000 pieces. So
no, but then it can go to the earth, and you can just repurchase yourself it.
Yeah.
I've got. Would you rather read only one book a year,
mm-hmm.
but remember everything?
Okay.
or read 100 books a year and remember nothing?
Oh,
That's quite difficult.
that's this is what sometimes it gets like, because like at work and stuff, people know that I read a lot, and I get this a lot of like, oh, how do you remember all those books? And it's like, well, I don't necessarily remember every book forever, but a lot of the books that I will kind of mentally carry with me, and also it's the experience of reading them at the time is what I enjoy.
Yeah,
Like, that's how I enjoy spending my time.
That's difficult though, isn't it? And also, I think I'd know still, yeah. Maybe read 100 books a year, but remember nothing. Oh, I don't know. Oh.
I think I would go with 100 books a year, but remember nothing, because, like I said, it's the experience of reading them at the time.
Yeah,
that's probably what I would go with. Yeah,
that's nice.
Also, what if the one book you've read was rubbish and you hated it?
Like, do nothing.
Yeah, true. Yeah. I like that question. Also, the comments are talking all about toilets now.
Sorry.
You arrived and immediately lowered the tone. I enjoy it.
This is who I am. Sorry, people.
It's after you pooped. Lovely.
It'd be a bit grim. If that was the case, if it's a pooped toilet, it has to be the chipper. So.
Yeah, we'll take the chipper. That's fine. And then people are debating. Charlotte's throwing shade at Glasgow. Something about a train spotting reference. Okay. Oh yeah. And then people were talking about one book or 100. Most people seem to say 100 books, but remember nothing.
I think that's probably.
Katie's right. It depends if you love that one book or not. Yeah. Anyway.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then we've got: would you rather read only the first page of a book or read only the last page of a book? Because all the. Oh, I don't know. I'm so bad. I'm a classic Libra, and I'm so indecisive. Like,
I think I'd rather read the last page.
Yeah, I think the last page.
Yeah, especially if it was a thriller, for example, and you got the plot twist at the end. That's really hard though.
On the first page, though, you get sometimes it's like it's so full of promise.
True.
So, yeah. And then you've still got the hope. Whereas if it's just the last page, but then if you can only, I don't know. No, it has to be.
That's really tough. That one.
Would you rather get locked in a library? So we're talking about libraries, aren't you?
Yeah.
Or get locked in a bookstore?
Surely it's the same thing if you're locked in, because.
I guess no, but you could afterwards, when you get released, you could purchase the books. Imagine if you borrow the books. I don't friggin' know. I don't.
Yeah.
There's no difference. I don't know.
I feel like probably a library, because a library is going to have potentially more books in it.
And also they've got loads of other facilities there. You've got the
True.
computers, you've got bookstores, sometimes there's cafes.
Yeah, true. So there might be cake around, which is always a plus.
No cake.
Charlotte's gone for the library. And now we're talking about toilets again. She said it's more like toilets.
This is completely my fault. I'm sorry.
It's all good. Yeah, people seem to be saying library more than bookshop. Yeah.
If it's a bookshop with cake, then I go for the bookshop over the library. But I do love my library, so
yeah. I think I would go library.
Would you rather drop your book into a lake or? I mean, these are all rubbish. Who wants to do it? These people, like, you don't want to do any of this. Like, as a bookish person, I don't want to be doing any of this. Would you rather drop your book into a lake or accidentally set it on fire? How
are we accidentally setting stuff on fire is my first, like, that's such a teacher response, I feel like. Why have we got matches? Like,
but if you accidentally set it on fire, if it was like the corner of like the like the book front, the cover, the hard cover or whatever, then you can quickly put it out and then the rest of the book's okay.
It's fine. I guess it depends on how on fire it is. Because again, it's a bit like the toilet versus the wood chipper thing. I can't read a book that's ash, like just completely reduced to nothing. Whereas you can dry a book out. So yeah, I would potentially say on fire, but it would depend how on fire. Like,
yeah, fire. I always like the flames anyway. Secret pyromaniac here, clearly.
Good to know.
Would you rather read a book with a cliffhanger ending or read a book with a heartbreaking ending?
Oh, I think cliffhanger, as long as it's in a series and I'm going to get the answers.
So see, I'm the opposite. I'm the opposite for this one. I'm like 100%. I'd rather get my heart completely destroyed than have a cliffhanger. Cliffhangers drive me crazy. I cannot cope with them. Literally, if I get to the end of a book and I haven't realised there's a cliffhanger at the end or that it's this part of a series, it drives me batty. I will literally want to throw the book.
Because I feel like I really enjoy, if it's a series, I really enjoy a cliffhanger. So the ending of Her Majesty's Royal Coven has got a massive cliffhanger in it. And I did want to throw the book, but because I was shocked, I was literally like, I almost had to put it down because I was so surprised at what had happened. But I also know that the second book is coming. I think it's this year or next year. I can't remember when it is. I think it's this year, actually. So I know that I will get answers. And also I trust Juno Dawson as a writer. Like, I feel like she's not going to, mess it up. So I think it depends on the author in the book. But yeah, I do enjoy a cliffhanger as long as there's another book coming. Like if it's
I did see though, because one of my books on my shelves, I picked up Belladonna and by Adeline Grace, I think, at the Waterstones half price sale because it's got the most beautiful cover ever.
Stunning.
It's got like a purple cover with birds on the front in case you haven't seen it. And anyway, so I was going to pick it up, and then I don't know why even. When you're like opening a book up, and then for some reason I somehow glanced near the end, and I saw that it was part of a series, and it's part of a series, which actually the second book is coming out soon. But so I'm like, well, I can't read it now until I know exactly when.
Yeah, Emma's just saying in the comments that it's this year in June. We think the second one, so that's okay because I only read the first one like January of this year, so I didn't have too long to wait.
Oh yeah, loads of people are anticipating that, aren't they?
Oh yeah, Ellie was also saying the ending of HMRC was wild. Seriously, it was. You think it's done, and then it isn't, and then so many questions and how what's going to happen and how is it all going to play out. Could not cope with the ending of that. I really enjoyed it though, so
And I've got, would you rather have the book's ending spoiled? Oh, this is a conversation. Or never know what happens?
No, I don't want spoilers at all. No, I don't like. I'm
the opposite. I don't really care though. I don't know. It depends on. It depends. It depends on how invested I am. I think that's the truth.
Yeah. I think that's the thing, isn't it? Because like so I've talked about this before, like a series that I'm not interested in, for example, is the Court of Thorns and Roses, but it just doesn't. I know lots of people love it, which is great, but it's just not for me. I'm not interested. So if someone gave me a spoiler for that, I'd be like, that's fine because I don't care. Whereas like if somebody read the second HMRC book, for example, and then spoiled that, I would be really upset because I'm really excited to experience it myself. So I think it depends on the book. And it also kind of depends. Sometimes I like see spoilers or mild spoilers for a book, but then it takes me so long to get around to reading it that by the time I read it, I've kind of forgotten. Usually until like a split second before I actually read it, where I have a sudden like flashback of like, oh, this is what's going to happen, and then it happens. But that's fine. So yeah, I think it would depend on the book.
Sometimes I don't really care about spoilers, like sometimes, but. Yeah, and even sometimes, even if it's something I really like, am loving, I don't always care about spoilers. But then it's situational ethics. I don't know.
Yeah, Chloe was saying I watched. She did a Den of Vipers video a few years ago, where she spoiled the whole thing. I have no interest in reading Den of Vipers, but that whole vlog was hilarious. Where she read bits out, and I liked that because I have no interest in reading the book. But it was nice to kind of know what people were talking about because there's certain scenes in that people were talking about at the time, and it was nice to know without having to actually go to the hassle of reading the book.
Yeah, exactly. And also, if there's a book I'm like on the fence about reading, if I get hit the spoilers, that might actually convince me to read it.
Yeah. It's a bit like negative reviews, isn't it? Because someone might say, oh, it's got this in it, and I'm like, I love that, I'm going to pick that up and read it, and it turns out to actually be a really good recommendation from something that they did not enjoy. So yeah, no spoilers, thanks. I'll avoid that.
I've got read only one genre forever, never repeat the same genre after reading it once.
Ooh. I'd probably read the same genre forever. I don't. Also, there's only like finite amount of genres. Yeah. What happens if you get to the end of the genres? I'd be sad. I'd run out of books really quickly.
But I do like a variety in my reading. So I don't. I'm going to probably say never repeat the same genre, but with the like, but with the caveat that there's like so many different subgenres. I don't know.
But then also within a genre, well, like people talk about non-fiction as a genre, but I feel like it isn't because it's so broad. Yeah, is it a category rather than a genre? Because like within that you could have like gardening and cooking is in non-fiction alongside stuff like girlhood and A Curious History of Sex. That's all non-fiction, but it's also broad. So yeah, I think I would probably say the same genre, but I would probably pick something like literary fiction, which again is not really a genre.
That's right.
Because it's so broad.
That's a good.
Oh yeah. Oh, Joseph's left this comment which made me laugh. I've got you on the background whilst I'm doing stuff and keep hearing HMRC, and I'm wondering what the tax man has to do with all of this. Yeah, nothing. Yeah, that's funny. Sorry. Right, should we do a couple more and then sprint?
Yeah, we'll do 2 more. Yeah, okay.
I'm gonna start.
I've got read a book where the main character is killed off, or read a book where the love interest is killed off.
Ooh. Do you know what? I don't actually know that I've ever read, and again, you can't tell me this in the comments because it'd be a spoiler. I don't think I've ever read a book where the main character is killed off.
I can think of maybe. I've heard whispers of certain things.
So I think that'd be really interesting because then, especially if it's first-person narration, because then the question is, if there's more to the story once they die, who's taking over the narration and telling the story? So,
like, because there is one book I can think of that I read something. I got to the end of the book. People, I can't say anything because again it's spoilers, isn't it? I always say it was spoilers. I will not spoil, but yeah, I read one. Yeah, it made me so mad. Yeah, the main character was killed off at the end, and it was to me, it was obvious and unexpected in the same breath. So yeah.
Okay. Yeah, interesting.
Yeah. I think maybe the love interest. I'd rather kill off the love interest. Sorry, just kill off the love interest.
Which is fair enough. I don't read loads of stuff with love interest. Well, I say that. I think I have actually recently started reading a lot more with love interests in it, but yeah. So I think killing off the main character might be quite interesting.
I need to message Chloe because I saw her last comment at the bottom, and if it's the same one that if it's the same, I feel like it maybe because she does read similar kind of books to me sometimes. So I'm gonna have to message you, Chloe.
You'll have to chat later. It's really difficult, isn't it? Because it would be obviously a massive spoiler.
Yeah, it would, yeah.
But now I'm really intrigued. It's a bit like when I'm thinking about recommendation videos to do, and I'm like, oh, I can't do that because that whole video would just be a massive spoiler for people have asked before for me to do tropes that I don't like in books.
Yeah.
But doing that, a lot of it would just be spoiling the books because the trope is obviously central to the storyline. So it's tricky.
Let me do one more. I just want to see if there's a good. I'm trying to see if there's a good one. I mean, this is one everyone will talk about, so I'll say this one. Would you rather love a book that everyone hates or hate a book that everyone loves?
I'd rather love a book, even if everybody else hates it.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah, because I'd rather be enjoying my reading experience than not.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, I always find it interesting though, because I was talking earlier about the Twyford Code by Janice Hallett. Have you read that one?
No, because I liked The Appeal, but I'm sorry to say, everybody, it wasn't like my favorite book ever. Like I liked it, but I didn't love it. I would still try some. I don't know. Yeah,
which is fine, which is fair enough. But I loved The Appeal, and I've really liked Appleton Angels, which is her third one. And the Twyford Code is the middle one, and I've heard 98% of the reviews I've heard have been really, really negative. And then Charlotte read it last week and loved it so much that she was just talking about it constantly. So we've agreed that she's going to read Her Majesty's Royal Coven, and I'm going to read that one as a kind of an exchange, because I've been on her head for ages to read HMRC because I feel like she's going to really like it. But I'm just really intrigued to see where because Chloe hated Twyford Code, Charlotte loved it, and they're both people where my reading taste crossover with them quite a bit. So I'm intrigued to see where I ended up.
Yeah. I read Trespasses recently, and I loved it. But so many people, that's listed on the Women's Prize this year, and so many people hate Trespasses, and I'm like, I don't care, I love it. So
it's always interesting to see.
Yeah, and it won a book award recently, which made me smile. So
yeah, which is good. Right, shall we sprint?
Yes.
Do we want to do 45 minutes?
Yeah, may need to go to the toilet, but yeah,
that's fine. You can do that. Let's get the cat on the screen. Hang on, I'm showing the wrong.
That's fine.
Oh, I'm so good at technology. Hang on.
You're fine.
Where are we? Cat. 5 minutes. There we go. Oh, people are arguing about. We're talking about the Twilight right now. Just really quickly, Charlotte said, I don't see how people hate it so much. Like, did I read a different book? That's why I'm intrigued to read it to see what I think. I'm like more intrigued now. I'd like written off as one as I wasn't going to read, but now I'm intrigued to see where I fall. And then Laura said, I love Trespassers. I need to look at that again. Okay, so let's do 45 minutes. I'm going to disappear briefly because I need to move my laptop because I'm going to go and sit on the sofa and I need to get a drink. So I will disappear briefly, but we'll do 45 minutes and then come back and have a chat. And Charlotte might be with us by then. And yeah, right, I'll see you in a bit. Let's press go on the cat because I will forget. Hi, Charlotte.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, hang on. My phone's just like doing something weird.
That's okay.
Maybe jump for a second, the cat did. We're like, oh.
Yeah, it makes me jump every
There
time.
we go.
You okay?
I can see everyone now.
Hi, we can see you.
Hello.
What's everybody reading? I forgot to
I
ask.
started it.
Oh,
You on it.
Can I just say as well, like, this is like no spoilers because it's literally the first page. But how great is a book that has "No, you can't marry Stephen Gately from Boyzone" on the first page?
I loved that bit. when I read that bit, I was like, oh my god.
Because I love all the 90s, like there's 90s references all the way through it, and I was like, this is my era. Like this is all the stuff that I was talking about at school, and you know, which member of whatever boy band it is you're gonna marry or girl, like which Spice Girl are you, all of that stuff. I was like,
I was just about to say, before you said which Spice Girl, I've literally just said to my blog, I've got my blog like going over there as well. This is like blogception. I said literally, like, I don't think we were as hot on who we were going to marry. It was more which Spice Girl we wanted to be.
yeah.
And my friend Katie always got to be Baby Spice just because she'd got blonde hair.
Yeah.
That just wasn't fair.
I think I was Ginger because I had like, well, not that you can tell, but I did have like a bit of ready hair when I was younger.
Yeah,
and
I
we did argue about Boyzone who to marry, and my friend, I remember specifically, that's why I remember screenshotting that bit of the book, and I was like, sent it to my friends. My friend Helen always married Stephen. Oh, you're sideways, Charlotte. Sorry. Oh no.
Hi.
Oh no. Yeah. My friend Helen always married Stephen, and I was either between Keith. I always loved Keith, or Shane, or Ronan.
Yeah, we like Charlotte said, right, we weren't so much into like who we're gonna marry, but the Spice Girls thing, I was always made to be Sporty Spice because I had long dark hair, so I was always Sporty Spice. But I always wanted to be Scary Spice because I thought she had like some of the best, like, oh, Charlotte's back again, hang on Charlotte, I'm just going to take that one out and then add that one in. There we go. Hang on, let's try that again. There we go. Hello.
And with all the Eurovision stuff, with all the Eurovision stuff, did any of you guys used to make up like Gina G dances? I don't know if you were a bit younger. Like we were always doing just a little bit dance.
Yeah. Someone on TikTok the other day was saying that about how like the kids make up proper dances now, but ours were literally like
like that, wasn't it? Like
I can't even remember any of them. Yeah.
Or Saturday night.
Yeah. Oh, I love it.
In the park. Always in the park doing the dances. That's what we do.
And now they're on TikTok doing it instead.
I'm so glad TikTok and Instagram weren't around when I was like 12 or 13 because I
spun Charlie's head. Well, my son Charlie. I spun him out the other day because he suddenly said, he was like, "Oh, have you got a Facebook account?" And I was like, "Yes," because he wanted to look something up for his cadet troop. And I was like, yeah. So I looked out for him, and I said, I'm so old that I was actually part of the beta testing for Facebook. And he was like, what? And I was, because originally when Facebook was launched, it was supposed to just be for university students and for you to be able to communicate with people just within your university and be able to like post pictures of nights out and stuff. But it was like a closed network. And my university happened to be one of the first in the UK that was beta testing it. So I was like one of the first like 50 people to have a Facebook account in the UK. And he was like, wow. And then he was like, you're so old. I was like, yes. So yeah, I was like,
there's nothing like having children in your life to like make you feel old. I was trying to think what it was that my nephew said to me the other day. Last time I was at their house, I mentioned something and they both just looked at me like, what? I was like, oh yeah, okay, I'm that old.
Yeah,
I think it's like what Victoria was saying about the cassette player thing. I'm sure like Charlie had said to me, do your children know what this is or whatever? And I remember it's like, I tested them, and I feel like Belle maybe have known it more than Oscar actually, but we were like,
I know.
I had to explain about like rewinding them as well. I was like, you get to an end of a song and on Spotify or whatever, you just press the button and it goes back to the beginning. I was like, you'd have to actually press and hold the rewind button and hope you got to the right bit, because it wouldn't tell you that you were back to the start of that song. You had to hold it down and wait and then let go and see if you're in the right place. And they were like, what? One of the kids was like, it was this like the Stone Age? I was like, well, yeah, compared to you.
Mixtapes were a thing as well. Mixtapes.
Yeah.
And recording them off the radio, so you had to try and stop before the person started talking.
It was Sunday for the top 40.
Yeah, well, it was Tom's brother's, well, my niece. She's 10 or 11, I think, and she was over the one day, and I mentioned the Spice Girls, and she didn't know who I was on about. So, and this is another thing that like kids don't get. So she straight away literally got her phone out to Google it. And it's like, yeah, we couldn't do that either in the day.
No.
That she found, I think it was Wannabe, and she was like, oh yeah, that's off TikTok. I was like, no, that is not off TikTok.
No.
That is the Spice Girls.
It's so funny.
Yeah, it is. Honestly, if you want to feel old, I would suggest working with kids, because it happens to me basically on a daily basis. I'm just like, I'm so old, but you know, I'm passing on wisdom, like what a cassette tape was. I don't even think they exist anymore. I
think they're getting a bit of a revival now because it's been on Stranger Things, so all the kids are like, yeah, this is really cool, and it's like, to us that's really old fashioned.
It's like proper vintage now, which is depressing. Chloe was laughing at me because I couldn't work out how to work the screen at the very start of that sprint. I was like, I can't work out how not to have my face.
Really well.
We got there eventually. So I was just like, flailing around. It's been a while since I've done a live like this. So Chloe's reading Night Road by Kristen Hanna and editing her June TBR. Nice. Katie's reading Slow Fire Burning by Paula Hawkins. Still not sure what I think. Paula Hawkins also did Girl on the Train, I think, and Into the Water. I really liked Girl on the Train at the time. I feel like it's probably not aged very well. But Into the Water, I think it was, really bored me. So I'm a bit 50-50 on Paula Hawkins. So it'd be interesting to see what you think, Katie. Oh, Katie then just told us what she thinks. There's lots of female characters, which is good, but it's taking concentration to figure out who is who. Their voices are not distinct in the writing. Yeah, I think I've heard that before about Paula Hawkins. It's always a little bit vague on who's who. Joe's been cutting out fabric for a sewing bag. That sounds fun. Emily's been editing tonight's TBR video. Nice. People getting their TBRs ready for June. I don't do that anymore. I do owe Chloe a video for the read along that we're doing for Helen Huang. What does that start with? The
Kiss Quotient.
The what?
The Kiss Quotient, I think.
Yeah, that's it. Honestly,
that's the only one I've read.
Yeah, me too. But we're reading all three over the next 3 months, starting in June. So here's my plug for that, because I still haven't put a video up about it because I think I shared Chloe's announcement. But yeah, we're starting that in June. So that'll be a reread for me. And then the other two are new to me. So I'm intrigued to like finish that trilogy. Emma ate some lunch. I'm going to start cooking my lunch in a minute, so you guys can watch me fumble around with that. And did some dishes. Chloe's not a 90s baby or teen like we were.
I was very young then. Way to make me feel old.
I'm the oldest.
Yeah, it's fine. And my husband's older than all of us, so we're okay. Like, oh, Emma was always baby because I'm the youngest in my friend group. That makes sense.
That's quite cool though. Baby was a cool one.
Yeah. Hi Joe. I was the youngest. I wanted to be baby.
Why didn't they let you be baby then?
Because Katie had the blonde hair.
Mean.
And
you can be baby now.
Ever wanted to be either of the Mels.
Yeah, I always got stuck with being. I was saying earlier, I always get stuck with being Sporty Spice because I had the long brown, dark hair and I wore it in a ponytail. I could also do a backflip from standing, which I definitely can't do anymore. That would. I was
going to say, can we see that? Can you do that now?
Because I'd have to do the rest of the live show from A&E, and I'm not really.
Yeah, flip into the bookshelves.
Yeah, no, but I could do it then. But that was why I used to get stuck with being Sporty Spice. But I always wanted to be scary. I always wanted to be Mel B. I thought she was cool.
So you could have come to my school because we'd have happily let you be Mel B. Everybody, it was like ranking, like Baby was one, and then it was like Jerry, Victoria, and then the two Mels.
Yeah, that was similar for us. Yeah,
I don't know if I've like, sorry, but I don't know if I've ever said this like live on the internet, but anyway, I think like most people know that I'm adopted, and growing up I knew that my birth mum was called Mel, and obviously Tracy Beaker was big at the time as well. So I used to tell everybody that Mel C from the Spice Girls was my birth mum, and that's the reason that she had to give me up, because she was just so busy with the Spice Girls. And yeah, a few years ago I traced down my family, and I was really disappointed that it wasn't Mel from the Spice Girls.
No.
Although my sister finds it hilarious that I told people that growing up.
I kind of love it though. It's such it's just a really sweet thing for you to have thought at the time.
Yeah. I've always been a bit of a fantasist.
I love that. I love that though. That's gorgeous. I love that so much.
So Rosie and Charlie, book twins, 50 pages of Small Worlds left after that sprint. What are you thinking, Charlie?
I am such a slow reader. If ever I'm doing, this is why when we do we did the plot, I did the plot along with Jem and Alice. I know you all guys know this. But yeah, that's why we called it the plot along, because we're all slow readers. So I literally read like so slowly.
Although what makes me chuckle every time you upload your like weekly chat thing, which I usually watch on a Sunday, is every time at the start of that video you go, "I've not read much," and then you talk about like 5 books that you've read.
Yeah, it's because when I've had like, my explanation to that is because if I have like days where I haven't read, and then I'll have a few days so then it feels like I'm not reading.
Yeah. It just makes me giggle there every time, because you say it and I'm like, I bet you have. I bet you're going to talk about 4 or 5 books that you've read.
I'd quite like one week for you to actually say, I've not read much this week, and that just be the whole video. Just go, hi, I've not read anything this week. Bye.
Yeah. But,
oh dear. So Katie said, my nephew said I went to school in the olden days. I'm only 18 years old. Oh, yeah. I get a lot of that. I mean, I'm older,
the
obviously.
Olden days.
I teach, but yeah, where they ask me like if I went to school in a horse and cart, and I'm like, shut up.
They don't say that, do they?
Yeah, they'll ask that. Did you have cars when you? Oh my, yes, I did. Sit down.
We did tell my nephews when they were little that, because like, so my nana's 97 now, so this is about 10 years ago. We told my nephews that when Granny went to school, there were still dinosaurs running around, and they believed us for years.
Yeah.
That is quite fun though, when you've got children especially when they're little, and you can. It's dangerous though, but like some of the fun things, some of the fun little white lies you can say.
Yeah, the funny stuff. Yeah, like we used to tell Charlie when he was little that Gary, when he went to school, they didn't have electricity, which was not true. He's not that old, and that he had to write on like chalk on a chalkboard, and he believed that for years until I was like, no, he's not quite that old. Like,
I love that you say he's not quite that old. You're like, nearly, but not quite.
Oh, you know, I'm never the oldest person in my house, so it's okay.
LimeWire.
And MySpace, that's a throwback. My MySpace profile must still be around, some like floating somewhere on the internet, because I don't think I ever deleted it. So that'll be something.
My MySpace name, I can't even remember what it was, but I know it had a lot of X's in it, because that was the done thing, wasn't it? Because you couldn't put like an underscore.
Yeah.
I never did MySpace. I think maybe I was like either a bit too older, or I was just I don't know.
So you never had Tom from MySpace as your friend then?
Oh, no, I didn't.
That was always an exciting moment. He was friends with literally everybody, so it was not.
I remember when the worst bit about MySpace was when you like got a boyfriend, and it's like, who do I put as my top friend? Is it my boyfriend or my best friend?
Because you could have like 8 top friends, couldn't you? And you have to be careful who you chose. Yeah, because there was like proper like politics going on. Because again, this is when I was at uni, my first year, and it was always a big deal if you made it into somebody's top friends. But then it was like, but which like number are you? It was a whole thing. Like, yeah, it was a whole thing.
I think in the end, I put like a randomizer thing on mine, so I picked my top 8, but then they always, you know,
you didn't have the actual responsibility.
That's a wise and safe thing to do.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't know who my top 8 would be now if I had to choose them.
Rude. Hello.
But do you know what I was gonna say? I think that like I'd overthink it too much. I'd be like, right, who's gonna be least offended? Like, I wouldn't put Tom in my top 8 because he doesn't really do social media, so I'd just be like, well, he's not gonna get offended. My sister would have to be up there. She'd get really offended if she wasn't. I'd put Victoria up there because I think she'd come and like hunt me down if I didn't.
She would hunt you down.
I just log in as you and just rearrange some stuff and then log out.
She knows where I live, I think.
Yeah. What do you mean I think? I've sent you books and stuff.
Well, yeah, but I didn't know if you knew my new address.
Yeah, I sent you a Christmas card. So glad you remembered.
Yeah. Although to be fair, even people that have this address can't always find it. So
that's okay. So Katie's saying about downloading songs from a CD onto an iPod was a task. Yes, it was. It took hours, didn't it? Yes, it was just a whole faff. And also burning CDs. That was something I did a lot of at uni.
And then iTunes would do that weird thing sometimes where it would download a CD and it would just give you a random cover for it. And you were like, that's not the cover art.
Yeah, that's not what I wanted. And then it was,
do you remember back in the day as well when you had a CD and you'd like the actual inside, there'd be all the words to all the songs. So you'd pull it out, it'd be this massive thing.
That was amazing.
I know.
Brilliant.
Whereas like now, because you were, I used to just like sit and learn lyrics because that's the exciting life that I led. To all the songs and then put the dance routines to them. That was a Saturday night. That was it. Emma's got 6 siblings. Wow, first of all. Delight in making me feel ancient. For reference, I'm 27 and a half. The half is important, I feel. But yeah, my siblings, there's 4 of us, we're all quite close together in age, so there wasn't too much of that. But there's a lot of Mickey taking in our house because, like I said, my husband's older than me. So Charlie, our 13-year-old, delights in pointing it out quite often.
I noticed though yesterday one of Tom's friends came over and she's only, so me and Tom's 33 and I'm nearly 33. So I think she must be 28, 29. And actually some of the big differences between us and her, like we were talking last night about how if you didn't finish your food, my mum would always say there's kids in Africa that would be grateful for that.
Yeah.
And then our response was always, well, send it to them then.
Yeah.
And they're like, but that was such a like, I don't know. And Tom was like, yeah, that was exactly the same in my house. Whereas her house, she's like, no, our house was just, if you don't eat it, you're not having anything else.
Yeah, we used to get that. I think it was like particularly my grandparents because they'd gone through rationing in the war, so they were like, you had to finish what was on your plate. But yeah, my mum would do a lot of, well, if you've not eaten that, you're not having anything else. And it's like, okay, I'm full, so that's fine. Like
you wouldn't back chat because like my mum was really lovely, but she was like, I came from a Christian family. What do you expect?
Yeah, it's always really interesting. Oh, Joe's talking about recording the charts on a Sunday night was fantastic. Yes, and you had to be like really careful to press it before they started talking, and it was
on Sundays as well with the phone lines. This is really going to age me. I'm sure they were free. The landline was free on a Sunday. I'm sure, like most networks, it used to be that the landline was always free on a Sunday. So I would have this friend who lived in Northamptonshire, and I would be on the phone to her basically all Sunday.
Nice.
We used to have our phone line, and it's really weird. I can still remember my friend Leanne's mom's phone number off by heart because I rang it that many times. But it used to be after 6 was free.
Yeah.
But you could only have it free for up to an hour. So we would literally keep looking at the phone, and if it got to 59 minutes, you'd hang up and ring back.
Yeah, we do that.
And I can always remember her dad in the background shouting, "You've been at school together all day. What more can you have to talk about?"
Yeah.
And I'm old enough as well that if you were waiting for an important phone call, you couldn't go on the internet.
Yes.
Yeah. Your mum would be like, "Get off that internet. I'm waiting for a phone call."
Yeah. Because it would tie the line up. Because I remember being excited.
Today we'll just never understand that.
I know. Because we had our phone was downstairs in the hallway, and I can remember being really excited the day that the line was put in upstairs. So my mum had another handset in her room, and I remember being really excited the day that arrived. But it just like because Ben and I, my brother, would just because we would be competing to use the phone. Or I'd be chatting to a friend and then I'd suddenly hear him breathing and it'd be down the stairs, get off the phone, all that stuff, just sibling stuff. But yeah, the whole internet, the dial-up tone and all of that kind of stuff. I remember all of that. Oh,
have you ever played that to any of your classes, Victoria?
I should.
Does anybody know what this is?
Yeah. What's
it's like beeping noises.
Yeah, with the dial-up. Like, they won't know what it is because they're all babies. They're just
And 1471. Do you remember 1471?
Yes.
1471. And the talking clock. The
Yeah.
time sponsored by Accurate will be 12, 32, and 30 seconds. Beep.
Oh
Beep.
dear.
Beep.
Oh, anyway, so Laura's been busy. Went out to hang out the washing, but ended up mowing the lawn. Good work. Still need to go on the line. It's really cold here. I've set the hammock up because I want to read outside later, but at the moment it's really like windy and cold and stuff. So
It's gone cold here as well.
Jeez.
I'm not impressed. Chloe's saying I don't owe her a video. I definitely do. I will get it up at some point this week, by which point the readathon will have started. Read along will have started. But anyway, it's happening and I'm very excited about it, despite my lack of video.
Short.
Yeah.
You can just do short.
It's going to be good. Oh, and actually, Laura's also hosting that. She did a really good reel, which I think I've already shared, but I'll find it again on her Instagram and reshare it to my stories because she did a really cool reel to do the announcement. So that's cool. And yes, Katie, it's kicking off from the 1st of June. Not that you'd know about it from my socials yet. And I'm very excited about it.
Promoting it today.
Yes, exactly. We're going to add it into today's stuff. Technically, I'm on the live show for the last book, which I cannot remember. The second one's The Bride Test, and then there's the third one, which is what I'm technically the host for, but I'll be around probably for all three, so it's very exciting. Oh, Guy, this is a throwback. Playing Pokemon. Yes, we'll probably start reading soon. Nice. That's good.
Yes, but are you playing it on a Game Boy Color?
Probably not. It's probably the app on his phone, but
Chloe. Came in.
Huh?
I remember when the Game Boy Colors came in. Like that was like a big thing where everyone was excited.
Yeah. Chloe is born in 98.
That's like actual child.
I started going out with my husband in 1999.
Wow. Yeah, and Gary, because Chloe came around last Christmas, reflecting on Gary's face when I told him he's older than my dad, because he actually is. He's 52. Is that right? Yeah, I'm turning 36, so he's 52. So he's older than Chloe's dad, which was hilarious.
Don't worry, Victoria, he's not older than my dad. My dad's 72, so.
Okay.
But I grew up with having the older parents.
Yeah. Emma's popping in and out. That's good. Hello. Thank you for being here. Laura's saying, Charlotte, you could have been a northern girl.
I'll leave you guys in a minute when you go make lunch. I'll leave you guys.
Yeah, sorry, because we kept you longer than I said.
No, it's all right. No, it's been fun.
I want to know what means I could be a northern girl. I mean, I'm Midlands, so I'm not a southern girl.
I am. Yeah. Small Worlds lends itself to a slow read.
Thank you, Rosie. It's nice to hear like that because I'm very early to listen to it.
Yeah, Megan. I remember having to explain what a videotape and a cassette tape was to my little sisters, and they looked at me like I had two heads. That's exactly what happened to me in my classroom a couple weeks ago. And it
haven't even said about videos. Oh my days!
Yeah.
And
I had to explain Blockbuster to them as well, and they were like, "What?" I was like, "Oh, just it doesn't matter." I was like, "It was like Netflix, but a shop." Okay, like, yeah. Oh, yeah, my mum used to pull this one out as well. If you don't eat it for dinner, you get it for your breakfast. She never did. But, like, that was always the threat.
And yet now, as an adult, like, especially if I've had takeaway, having it for breakfast the next morning is not a punishment.
No.
It's like, that is the
best
thing about having takeaway.
Yeah. So, Guy's playing on his 3DS. I don't know when my previous Game Boys have gone. Yeah, I think a lot of us did that. Oh my gosh, Emily Kathleen Reed was born in 2000. Okay, good. I feel ancient.
I kind of feel like, are you even old enough to be here? Like, should you not be at school? She's born in 2000.
No, she's born in 2000. She's turning, what year is it to, like, 23? So it's 22, 23.
And also, it's the school holidays. You know this.
Oh, true.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, gosh.
You saying that, though, we were watching the football yesterday, and Nana's like, yeah, we're a bit sad in this house because we're Leicester fans and we got relegated yesterday. But Nana sits there going, well, shouldn't they all be at work? It's like, well, no, it's Sunday.
Yeah.
And also, if it wasn't a Sunday, we're not at work.
Yeah. Oh, Chloe's heading out soon, so that's good. I hope you have a good time. She's going out to see her parents and do barbecue and stuff before she comes on later to keep me awake between 9 and 10 p.m. She's got the graveyard shift. Laura's saying mum, she went to school in the town where I live. That makes sense.
Well, look, Mel C is my mum, so that's secret out there on the internet. If that wants to go viral now.
How old is Mel C? I'm not sure if Mel C is old enough to be your mum, is she?
I think she is, because don't forget, my birth
Yes.
mum was like 15 when she had me.
Okay. Yeah.
So, but like you were saying about like, so my adoptive mom is old enough to be my birth mom's mom.
Wow. Okay.
So it's really weird now, like knowing my sisters and everything, and when they're talking about, I think if I'm 33, yeah, my birth mom's like 47, 48.
Okay. Yeah, and my husband's 52.
Yeah. So your husband could technically be my dad as well.
Oh my gosh. Wouldn't that be a plot twist?
I know, yeah.
More revelations today.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so on that note, Charlie, if you want to leave us,
That's all right. I'll say goodbye. Thank you so much for having me.
That's okay. Thank you for coming. See you soon. So, oh my gosh, Rosie's just said this. I just saw on Twitter that 2006 is as far away as 2040. Oh, stop. Existential crisis pending. Like, no. Oh, good.
Well, we were joking with Nana recently, because Nana said to Tom, I mean, years she's been saying that she's going to make it to 100, which I genuinely think she might do.
Yeah.
But there was somebody that died that was 120 something, and we were laughing because I was like, Nana, I'm not still looking after you in my 50s. I'm going to need looking after then.
Yeah. Yeah, because we took Grandma Joyce out for lunch on Saturday, and when we came back, we went in. She lives in an assisted living. She's like, it's not an old people's home, it's assisted living. I'm like, okay, calm. So we went into her flat because she wanted to show us her patio, which was looking very lovely. And we passed a really old lady in the hallway who was walking along with somebody. And Grandma said to us after, she's like, oh, she's just turned 100. And I was like, oh my God, she was born in 1924, like 1923.
My granddad will be 102 in September.
But if you think about like everything that's happened in their lifetime, it's just insane. And I was just like, wow, okay. Like that really like properly spun me out. It's just like, wow. Okay, so I need to put some macaroni cheese in the slow cooker, which is my experiment for today. We're going to see if it works or not. So do you want to do another? Oh, I've just seen your text say that you were going to be here in 5 minutes. Sorry, I did not.
That's all right.
Do we want to do another sprint?
Yeah.
Do we think? I've started Yellowface, and then I had to go and get my tabs because I'm already obsessed. Except I've got this really lovely version with the sprayed edges. I don't know if I'm allowed to tab because the tabs might mess up the sprayed edge.
Since when do you care about messing up books? I've seen your spines.
I've been a lot better recently.
Oh, Tom's friend gave me a book the other day, and look at this. Let me grab it. I don't know if it'll show up. So like, it's not even that it's badly spined, but it's like it's all bent out of shape. And I was like, what did you do to her book?
Yeah. I always think, I'm always like, oh, people should do what they want with their own books, etc.
Yeah.
But then I see books in charity shops and I'm like, why? Why is this so in such bad shape? Like, what did you do? I'm getting better at cracking a spine, because sometimes, especially when it's really tightly bound, I'm like, oh, that feels good. Yeah.
But yeah, when you see it in such bad condition, I always think, I wonder if this book has been on an adventure somewhere.
Well, because I'm nearly halfway through this one. This is the one I was talking about earlier, Hidden Valley Road. Look at that spine. That is immaculate. There's not a single crack in that.
I don't believe that you're actually reading that. I think you're just saying that you are for the internet, because look at that. Like, that's not a Victoria spine.
Although it is quite floppy, to be fair. It's not like that.
Yeah, I do love a fluffy paperback.
But I'm doing a lot better with not cracking spines. So there we go. Right. I think we'll do another. You're right, 45 minutes.
Yep. I'm going to carry on with this.
Yes. I'm so excited you're reading that. Although, what if you hate it? Also, I'll need you to voice note me when you get to the end, because we need to discuss, because I have many thoughts, which I can't talk about here because they are obviously spoilers. So yeah, it'd be good to have somebody to actually like about if you like it.
You need to voice note me through Twyford Code.
Yeah, I will pick it up when I go in on Wednesday. I will definitely get it, and then I will read it shortly. So
I would send you my copy, but you wouldn't get it till like 3 years time.
That's okay. There is no rush for this. I have books to read. It's fine. So what I'll do is if I reshare the Pomodoro Kitty, yeah, Ellie's also excited that you're reading HMRC. Oh, we're all excited. So if we put the cat back on, and if we do 45 minutes, I will disappear briefly if I can work
I was
out
gonna
how
say,
to set it up.
I will pop to the toilet and then I'll be back.
I will disappear briefly, just while I get my laptop set up because I need to plug it back in because otherwise if I run out of charge, that's going to be bad. And then you'll probably see me. I'll set it up so that you can see me doing the macaroni cheese thing, and we'll see how that comes out later. I'm a bit
I'll
dubious
just
as to
let
if this
everybody
will
look
work.
at my bookshelves.
They are looking beautiful.
Yeah, aren't they? They're not looking too bad. I mean, I won't show you higher up or lower down, but the ones that are here,
Yeah.
not looking too bad.
No, it's all good. Right, let's turn the cat on, and I will see you guys in 45 minutes. Right, there's the cat. See you in a bit. Hey.
Hello.
Let's just turn the
That cat gets me every time.
I know. I'm also sat in my kitchen now, as you can see, and I've got Sav is literally sat on the table behind my laptop, so I feel like she's going to jump on it in a minute and slam the lid shut. Molly is down on one of the the chairs here, and I can see Jack in the hallway. They're all just as soon as anyone comes in the kitchen, they're like, "Food? No."
I did have Ernie for a little while during the sprint.
Yeah,
because he was just, now he started going out. He wants to be out all the time, but the neighbors are like cutting the tree and they've got like a big industrial like lawnmower there. So I was like, nah, you're not going out this morning.
Oh. So I somebody, I think it's Emma, very kindly said in the comments just now, remember to put mac and cheese in the crock pot, Victoria. Thank you for reminding me. I did ask to be reminded. That's what I was doing through most of that sprint, was grating loads and loads of cheese basically and putting it in the crock pot. So we'll see how that comes out later. Also, if any of you saw me waving at one point at the camera, it's because the boys, my husband and son, were texting me. Gary texted you going, "Stir faster," and I was like, "Are you watching?" He was like, "Yeah." So I waved. So that's who I was waving at. And then I ate my lunch because I was suddenly like, I'm really hungry. So
I had to go and get a cup of tea and put socks on because I'm so cold.
Yeah, it is chilly today. I mean, it looks really sunny. Like, we've got our French doors out, patio doors out. It looks really sunny, but every time I open a window, I'm like, oh no. It's still
yeah, exactly.
Hello, Molly. So yes, how's HMRC going?
Well, I actually did put it down for a little bit.
Yeah.
Because I need to get this one finished. So, you know, when you just like, okay, I need to get this finished and then I can go back to it.
Yeah.
But it was literally making me like laugh out loud. Like, I don't know how Juno Dawson does it. Like, whatever she writes, it always makes me laugh. Like, even when it's meant to be serious.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I think that book in particular made me laugh and cry and gasp out loud. So she's just such a skilled writer. It's ridiculous.
I think it's just the fact as well that like she has this kind of, I don't know whether she would translate well like in America, because I think her humor is just so like sarcastic and so British.
Yeah.
But that's what I think I love about it. Like, it's that kind of dark humor that you kind of feel like you shouldn't be laughing at some things, but that makes you laugh even harder.
Yeah, definitely. I am almost 50 pages into Yellowface. I'm in love with it. I'm obsessed with it. I'm tabbing it. I never usually tab, but I'm tabbing it. It's a book about books. It's a book about the publishing industry. It's we've got our main character. Ooh, what is the main character? June, who is a white author who steals the manuscript of an Asian author after they die, a Chinese author, after they die. And the opening scene is June and Athena, who was the original author, are hanging out in Athena's house, and an accident happens, and Athena dies. And June steals her manuscript and then publishes it as her own. And it's satire, and a bit like Juno Dawson's writing. I'm like, this shouldn't be funny. Like, this is not funny. This is not a funny scene. But something about the way she writes it, I'm just a bit like, oh, this shouldn't be funny, but it kind of is.
I'm going to admit, before you said that, I mean, I've obviously seen it everywhere. But it wasn't like, I'd never heard anyone talk about what it was actually about. So I've just kind of like relegated it into my head to like not interested. But now I'm like, maybe.
Yeah, I think because I was so completely obsessed with Babel last month, and I'm like a year behind everybody else on that particular hype train. But I was about a third of the way through that book, and I was like, I'm just going to pre-order whatever it is she's writing next because I need to read it. And I think she's going to be like authors like V.E. Schwab and Shauna Maguire, who write across genres.
Yeah.
Because I have no interest in reading what was the dragon one that she did to start with? I feel like she started with a fantasy. There's a list in here.
Absolutely no idea.
Is it the dragon? Oh, I can't remember. But she started off with a fantasy trilogy. The Poppy War. The second one is called the Dragon Republic, in my defense, which is a trilogy, which I'm not interested in at all. But
my mind had not even clicked that it was the same author.
Yeah, it's the same author. But then I love Babel with my whole soul. So yeah, I feel like she's gonna be one of those authors. Like, if it's the right genre, I will definitely read it and definitely enjoy it. It's gonna be one of those, I think, for her. So yeah, so that's nice. So yeah, I've got the mac and cheese on the crock pot. It currently looks gross, but I'm sure it will improve. I had to grate a lot of cheese, like a lot of cheese. And have my lunch, and then read like
to
5
go for the
pages.
lazy girl method next time and buy grated cheese.
I know. Although it was Steph's recipe that she gave me, and she was like, don't use the pre-grated cheese because they put like starch on it to stop it sticking together. And she was like, you don't want that. So yeah, the grater came out, but that's fine. I'm sure it'll be worth it later on. Let's see what everybody else has been up to. Emma said most of that sprint was spent talking to my dad, who was dropping off winter quilts for our sister and I. 10-kilogram washing machine. That sounds like you're doing a good turn. Yes, Katie, she said, did that sprint go incredibly fast for everybody else? Yeah, I listened to a bit of the roommate situation on audio and went for a little walk to do a food shop. That sounds nice. Yeah, Joe agreed that it went fast. I think it did, yeah. Katie also put some washing on. Joe got a sewing machine out and started sewing. She's making a bag, which is very exciting. I'm sure we'll see that on Instagram.
I love how productive everybody is being during the sprints. Like, I get easily distracted.
Yeah.
I think that we've worked out now that is just my brain. That's how it works.
Yeah.
So I did go and say hi to Tom, and then obviously had a cuddle with Ernie, and then I'm like, oh, the sprint's done.
Yeah, but you were reading a bit too. It's all good. We're just
I did read a little bit, yeah.
Yeah. Ellie read a chapter and had lunch. That's nice. It's definitely that time of day. I love the sound of it. Hope it works. Not sure. I can't remember what we were talking about. Oh, the mac and cheese. Yeah, I will let you guys know later how it comes out. I suspect it will, because like I said earlier, Steph is like a cross between Nigella Lawson and Mary Berry. So usually her recipes are really good ones.
So if she says it will work, it will work.
It should. And if it doesn't, it'll be my fault. I'll have done something wrong. So Katie said it's not chilly in Hampshire, especially in the first world flat. It's hot here. Yeah, I mean, like I said, it looks really sunny outside. I might try, like, Amelia's due at 2, and maybe after that I might try the hammock, but we'll see. At the minute, it's just really windy is the problem here.
I'm really looking forward to seeing you trying to balance your laptop in the hammock.
Oh, no, we've got like a table, but I need to put, this could be funny later on, I need to put the umbrella thing up, because otherwise it'll be too bright outside. So I need to put the laptop on the table and then put the shade over the top. But I've never put the shade up on my own before. This is new.
Your neighbours are going to be like, what on earth is going on in that garden?
Rosie finished Small World, get 5 stars. Nice. And truffle pasta for lunch. Right, we're coming around, Rosie. That sounds delicious.
I need to eat pasta now.
You what, sorry?
I was just going to say I need to eat pasta now, because everybody seems to be having pasta, but I think I'm having spaghetti bolognese for dinner.
Oh, nice. Yeah, get on the pasta hype train. I still haven't read Gender Games. I need to. I feel like it's unscribed, so I might pick that up soon.
I haven't read much by Juno Dawson to say how much I love her book. I've read Stay Another Day, which is her Christmas one, and it's fantastic.
I want to read that. I missed it last year, but I want to read it this year.
Yeah, definitely read it at Christmas time, because it's British Christmas. And I've read Wonderland.
Yep.
But I haven't read any of the other of that trilogy. And I've read Margot and Me.
Yeah. Because I've read the London trilogy, which is Wonderland, Clean, and Meat Market. Yeah, I knew it was something meat. I've read those 3, loved them, and I've read obviously HMRC, but I need to read Gender Games, Stay Another Day, and Margot and Me. Because and I've read Say Her Name.
I've got that on my TBR. I've got Clean and Say Her Name.
Say Her Name is so good. It's really scary because it's a Bloody Mary story.
It was one of those that I meant to read, because you know me, like I like to read like in the right season.
Yep.
So I feel like if I read it at the moment, I want to read it when it's like dark and spooky and all of those things.
That was definitely one that I nearly put in the freezer, let's put it that way. It was properly creepy. It lives in my school classroom now, which is hilarious, because every time a kid's like, oh, I like horror, I'm like, great, read that, and then they come back a few days later like, oh my gosh, I
don't like horror anymore.
Yeah. I'm like, that's fine, here's some fluffy like middle grade or whatever. So Michelle's day has not quite gone to plan so far. I cracked open the barbecue as promised this weekend for the kids, but forgot to put the bottom grill in to raise the coals. Whoops. So she's grilling food instead. So not working at its best. So also grilling food, always make some error for the first barbecue of the year. It takes a bit of practice. It really does. We're going to have our first one this weekend, I think, when the boys get back. Reading off my shelf. See you laughing. That's nice. She was texting me as well. Charlotte was texting me, going, this is making me laugh out loud.
Like, I mean, it's like I say, it's one of those that you read something and yeah, there's one particular word which I think divides British people.
Yeah.
And that's in there a lot already. And it's one of those, I think, because like I obviously swear a lot anyway. I'm being really on my best behaviour right now. but just to see it so casually thrown in there, I'm always like, there's always that little part of me that's like, that's the one word that you don't say.
Don't use it. I know, it's funny. I do love it. Not the word, the book. I'm persuading some people to read Yellowface. So Ellie's hyped to read it. I'm not claiming to have hyped it. Obviously, it's been everywhere. Rosie's read it and loved it. Katie's put it on a TBR. And reading off my shelf said, I've given up on ordered Yellowface, waiting for it to be delivered from Waterstones. I think I should get it tomorrow. Yeah, this is the Waterstones exclusive edition, which has the sprayed edge, which is even prettier in person. And then also you have I was reading it without the dust jacket on, but then I was like, it's really hard to see what I'm reading if people are like popping in and out, because it's like the black on black. You've got the shiny.
I love the cover of that though.
Yeah, and the eyes, which are really difficult to show in this light. There you go.
There you go.
Yeah. So I put the cover back on, but it's very pretty. And they were doing two options. You could either have the regular not like unsprayed edges and stuff, but get it signed, or have the sprayed edge. And I was like, I think I'd rather have a sprayed edge. I'm not too worried about, like, signed is nice, but
do you know though, I was gonna say this, like, I think I mentioned it on my channel recently. I don't understand the hype with signed books. I don't know whether it's just me. Like, if I'm gonna have a book signed, I want to get it signed to me when I meet the author. I've never fully understood the kind of, especially when you pay an extra to get a book that.
Yeah, I wouldn't pay extra to have a signed book. I would pay extra to have a hardback because that's my preferred reading method. But yeah, I wouldn't pay extra to have it signed. I always think, like, if it's signed, I'm like, well, that's nice. But yeah, I wouldn't go out of my way unless I've met the author, like, you know, and that would be nice. But not that I go to author events. I need to start doing that.
The last one I went to was Jacqueline Wilson when I was like 12. So,
so cute.
It's been a while.
Yeah. So Ellie's having pasta as well, spaghetti meatballs for dinner, nice. And then Michelle said, Gender Games was the first one I read, but I adored it. Obviously completely different to HMRC, but I love that even more. But Gender Games is special, I think. Yeah, I really need to read it. It's been one that's been on my like mental TBR for a while. Katie's asking, I'm not a fantasy reader. Occasionally do magical realism, but is HMRC a bit too fancy for me, do you think? I love Juna's writing, but not sure if the book is for me. That's a bit tricky to answer. I don't read fantasy either as a general rule. I feel like HMRC is contemporary with a bit of magic. I mean, they are witches.
I was going to say, from what I've read so far, I'm a bit like you. Like, I'm not into fantasy.
Yeah.
But if it's fantasy that I can understand, e.g., that it's set in our world, but they're witches, or do you know what I mean? Like, I can't, if I've got to learn a whole new world, and that messes with my head a little bit. But
you wanted to sing Aladdin just then, didn't you?
A little bit, yeah. But I'm a little bit like, I'm literally like 30 pages in, but because it's set in this world. But then I get like, so when I read, what was the trilogy? The Curse So Dark and Lonely. I got on with that as well because it was, you could imagine the world. But then other ones I've read, like I read Benjamin Dean's The King Is Dead.
Yeah.
And in my head, that should have been fantasy, and it wasn't. I think it's really hard to judge, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, it is fancy because they literally have magical powers. Like, I don't think this is a spoiler. Like, one of them can fly, you know? So it is fantasy, but I think it's really light fantasy. And it's very much
basically, if you like Sabrina the Teenage Witch, you might like it.
Yeah, actually, that's
how I judge it. Yeah, that's kind of my level of fantasy.
Yeah, but the original 90s Sabrina, not the.
Oh yeah, not the. I don't think I've ever watched the newer one just because I was just like, no.
I watched it. I think I watched the first half of the first series, and it was too YA for me. I was like, I'm not clicking with this. So yeah, in short, Katie, to round that up, I would recommend
Well,
it.
there's been no help whatsoever.
Yeah, we literally can't answer the question. Helpful. No, I would say I would recommend it. Also, it's out in paperback now, so it's. Oh, and also I've heard that the audiobook's supposed to be amazing because I want to reread it. Yeah, see, Charlotte's modeling the paperback. I've heard really, really good things about the audiobook because it's one of the actresses from Derry Girls, the one that was also in Bridgerton, I think narrates it, but I can't remember. I can't
Nicola somebody, isn't it? I
Yeah.
think. Or Nicole.
It's her anyway, and I've heard really good things. So maybe that's a way to try it out if you've got. It's definitely on Scribd, whatever.
Can I give you a random fact here that I found out yesterday? Sorry, everybody, my brain is. But I was reading a magazine, and it was an interview with the girls that were in Angus Thongs and Perfect Snogging, which is like the film of the day if you're around our age.
Yeah.
And the girl that played Georgia Nicholson in that is dating Rupert Grint.
Oh.
And it was just kind of thrown in there. She was like, oh yeah, sometimes my partner puts the film on. My partner, and then in brackets it said Rupert Grint. And I was like, oh my God.
Wow, okay, that's a like 90s noughties crossover. Nice.
And she said it's really funny because when people come up to them in the street, she always just expects that it's him that they're coming to recognise. She said, but there's a group of she said, girls in their kind of late 20s, early 30s that spot her before they spot him.
Yeah.
I was like, yes, get in there.
Especially because he's not somebody you'd necessarily spot straight away. Like, he's a fairly normal looking bloke, isn't he? Like,
yeah, and he's not really done much of note recently, has he?
No.
But then, like she said, she's barely been in anything since that.
Yeah.
But people.
But I feel like the people who are into that series and that film would be really into it. Like, yeah. Oh, that's nice. I like that. That's funny. Joe, that's funny that you mentioned this because I was just watching that vlog. I'm taking part in a dodgy bag make along that one of my other favorite vloggers, Little Drops of Wonderful, This Little Wonderful Life, is doing. So that's, oh my gosh, what's her name? This is really bad. Alison. Ali. I was literally just watching.
If it's my brain.
I was just watching the vlog that she uploaded yesterday of her kitchen renovations, and I don't know how she's like coping because I think they're on like week 5. I would have lost my tiny mind by now. Really good vlog, highly recommend.
I haven't watched it yet. It's in my watch later.
It's a really nice vlog as always from her. But I'm just like, she was on like Wednesday and she was like, oh, I know it's Wednesday, but I put a bottle of wine in the fridge. And I was thinking I'd have been doing that on Monday, Wednesday. Like because there's, I would be stressed. So her kitchen's looking beautiful though. So I'm sure it'll be worth it. But yeah, it's funny that you mentioned her, Joe. And that sounds really nice. I like that you're doing that with your day. Oh yeah, reading off my shelf. Ordered the sprayed edge one. I'm the same about it being signed. Yeah, it was the same price. You could order like the regular, like normal edition, the signed, or the sprayed edges, and it was all the same cost. And I was like, well, clearly I'm going to have the sprayed edges one. Thank you very much.
My favourite thing to find in charity shops is books that have been signed. Like there was this, I can't even remember which book it was, but the author had signed it, and it was like to, I don't know, Victoria. Thank you for being such a wonderful friend and reading along with this book or something. And I was like,
oh no.
Oh, and she sent it to a charity shop.
That's awkward. That's awkward. Because also, like, what if like you found it, but what if it was local to where the author lived and then they found it in the charity shop? Like, that's an end of a friendship, isn't it? Like, oh my gosh. Ellie's agreeing that HMRC is very light fantasy. World building is easy to get into as it's based in our world. I would recommend it. Yeah, it's all just kind of an extension of our world, I think. And also Guy said HMRC is my favorite book of last year, so hyped for the sequel. I've never pre-ordered a book before, but I have done for the sequel. I think it's out in a few weeks. Yeah, somebody said earlier that it's June, and June is next week or like later this week, so that's very exciting. I was late to the party, but I read it. I think it was January. I think it was my read of January. So I'm kind of glad that I was late to the hype because I haven't had quite as long to wait for book 2 as everybody else has had. But also it's a monster book. It's like 500 odd pages, but I felt like it went by really quickly because I think the second one's even longer. So we'll see. But yeah, it's out this month. I've got the Sprayed Edges Waterstones special edition. I think that's signed as well.
That doesn't surprise me that you've got the Waterstones Sprayed Edges edition.
Well, Chloe was kind enough to I think she DNF'd it because she couldn't get into it. She had the sorry, Molly's coming in through the cat flap now. Not got any mice.
Hey,
this time.
Molly.
Yeah, she's thankfully not bought me a dead mouse like she did this morning. What that was.
That's why I'm glad I don't have a cat flap.
Oh, she's on a 10-day streak so far, unbroken.
Wow.
She's bringing stuff in.
We've only had the one from Ernie, and he hasn't brought me a second one back. So,
well, I was voice noting Chloe this morning because she was asking how my morning was going, and I was like, well, I was upset when Gary left, and then Molly comes in with a dead mouse, and it's all just really bad. And Chloe was like, well, at least it was dead. And I was like, yes, because we have a designated rock in our garden for dealing with stuff that's not fully dead. So I was like, at least I didn't have to deal with that. So you'll need to get one of those. You'll need to have one. Just saying.
Something that I'd never thought about as a cat owner, that I need a designated rock.
You will need some implement to dispatch the things that he brings in that are not dead but are not going to live either. So yeah, just a little tip from me to you. But anyway, she's just strolled in now. She hasn't got any friends with her, so we're okay. And I've totally forgotten what. Chloe, I think DNF'd HMRC because she couldn't get into it, or she finished it but didn't enjoy it. I can't remember which. But she had the sprayed edges signed edition of the first book, and she was like, do you want it? And I was like, yes, I do.
Yeah. So
she really kindly sent me that. So I'll have a matching pair once the new one comes out, which will be nice. Yeah, got a few more bits and pieces. So same Charlotte, it's signed, but like they stand there with a pen for ages. But I love when you meet authors because then you've got a story attached to the signature. Yeah, I feel like that makes more sense. I feel like the signed book thing became more of a thing during lockdown.
Yeah, possibly.
Like since then.
I always think as well, I really hate with most books how the special edition, like really cool edition, comes out the minute that it comes out. Because it's like I love my special edition that I bought of Evelyn Hugo.
Yeah.
But that came out years after the book. It's like, I don't want to commit to a special edition and then not like the book.
Yeah. Well, because also, how do you know that you're excited about it? Because I only ever pre-order if it's an author I've read before. So like Yellowface, I'd read Babel. So I pre-ordered that. And then the second HMRC book, obviously I'd read the first one. But I don't ever pre-order. Like I might pre-order if it's an author I've read and it sounds interesting, but I don't ever pre-order if it's just a first-time author and a new series or whatever, because it's like, I
just don't pre-order hardbacks.
Yeah, I know.
It is my
weakness. I know. But I'm such a spoiled brat because I get very kindly sent lots of books by publishers and sometimes from people that watch my channel, which is super lovely. And that tends to keep me in books for a bit, and then I'll have a birthday and like my family will buy me some books. So I don't buy books very much. So when I do, I tend to buy pre-ordered hard books. Okay, so
I do like them. My biggest thing is when I go to the airport, and they've got the hardback size paperbacks, because then I get to read like a new one without having to shell out for the hardback.
Yeah, no, it's good. Katie said this is about the girl from Angus. They're not just dating, they have a baby together. I thought I'd read that. Yeah, because also what's his face? My brain's gone completely blank. I feel like of the main three in those films, like Hermione is the only one that's not a parent. The other two have had babies recently, which is very cute.
To be fair, like in my head, they're all still like 11, but I think they're actually the same age as me.
Yeah, they're the same age as that. Well, you, because thank you, you are younger than me. But yeah, they're around about our age. So I was doing a V. Schwab read along in preparation for the fourth book in the series. What do people think of the trilogy to date? I'll be completely honest. I don't know which trilogy you're talking about for V. Schwab. I've only read Addie LaRue, which I loved with my entire being.
Still haven't read it.
Oh my gosh. It's a book about books.
I know. I have to take your recommendations with a pinch of salt now, because you made me read Emma Donoghue.
Yeah. And the Fault in the Stars. No, that's a completely different book.
Full of the Stars
is amazing.
Yeah, but you also made me read The Wonder.
See, now because you hating that has made me want to reread it, because I read that one years ago, like before Booktube, I think, is the last time I read it. And I loved it then. So I feel like I need to reread and see what's going on, because you hated that. I was like, whoops. Ellie's laughing at my
I do
designated
just
block.
think the Venn diagram of books that we read, it's a very specific crossover point.
Yeah, it is. But usually where we do cross, it's 5-star reads for both of us. If we both love a book, we really love it, usually.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's always nice. Yeah, Ellie's laughing at my designated rock. This is the practicality of the cats that go outside, okay? Like, Jack doesn't. Jack wouldn't know what to do, even if an animal dropped down dead in front of him, I don't think he'd know what to do. And Sav doesn't leave the garden because she's too much of an anxious bean, so she doesn't have any chance to so far to hunt. But Molly, like I said, we're on like a 10-day streak where she is just bringing stuff in constantly. So yeah, it's that time of year.
I think Bert will be like Jack. Bert is too soft.
Yeah.
Whereas Ernie is savage.
Yeah. Oh, guys saying the double life of Victoria. She has a killing rock. To be clear, it's for like small animals only. Like, I mean, I say that the boys have gone camping. Have they? Question mark.
Have they?
They have.
I'm going to start calling you Rhiannon from now on.
That's got 2 more books coming out in that series, the Sweet Pea series. I think one's coming this year, next year.
That's one of those series that I know that I will read because I loved the first one so much.
Yeah.
But I'm a bit like, come on, she's got to get caught now. Like, I know that I will read it and I know that I'll enjoy it.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I'm like, okay, I'm ready for it to be wrapped up now. Thank you.
Yeah, it's hard, isn't it? Because I love Sweet Pea, that first book. Honestly, it still makes me howl out, like laugh out loud, even when it shouldn't be. It's like the peak kind of book of like, this should not be funny, but it's hilarious. And I love her, but it's not quite as like the other books that haven't been quite as good. Although
I always got the feeling with Deadhead, and I mean, like, power to her because I think most authors would do the same. But I think Sweet Pea was such a success. I get the feeling that it was like, come on, hurry up and get the next one out.
Yeah.
So hopefully, because there has been a bit of a gap.
Yeah.
Well, I know that I read it.
Because I will definitely read it. But it's, I know. It's one of those things where I'm like, I acknowledge it's probably not the best thing ever, but I still just really like Rhiannon as a character. So I'm just going to see what happens. Oh, Laura, I got Haven out of the library. Yeah, we don't talk about Haven. That's another Emma Donoghue book that I hated.
We don't talk about Haven.
But Emma Donoghue's another author, isn't she, who just writes across all the different genres.
Maybe I should read Haven, because if you hated it, maybe I'll like it.
I was so upset as well because I got sent an ARC for it like 6 months before it came out, and I was like, she's one of my favorite authors of all time. I'm so excited to have it. And then I got 100 pages in and I was like, I'm so bored. I want to poke my own eyes out for something to do. I was so bored. So I DNF'd it, and then I was like, oh, should I have finished it? And then Aoife from Words of Clover also had an ARC, and she messaged me going, no, that was awful. What on earth was that? So I was like, okay, I feel better now. And I think Olivia Savannah as well read it and was like, what was that? So we now just don't talk about Haven at all. She's got another book coming out this year, so we'll have another try. The London Worlds. I haven't read this series. I think it's because it's too fantasy for me. Darker Shade of Magic 4. I have not read. Have you read any of these? I haven't read any of these.
I've not read any V. Schwab.
That's what we were talking about. Yeah, you need to read Addie. I feel like you really like her.
Oh no. I keep waiting. I mean, I don't even know if the paperback's out yet. Because
yeah, it is. It's been out for a while.
Oh, okay. Well, they just kept releasing like special editions of the hardback, and I was like, well, that's great, but when's the paperback coming out?
No, I'm pretty sure.
I think I'm suffering for the fact that now I spend most of my life in the house.
Yeah.
I don't get my charity shopping. It's one of those that, like, if I saw, I'd pick up. And I took out the ebook from my library because I think I sent you that, like, I'm finally going in.
Yeah.
And then I went through a stage of being like, I don't want to read ebooks at the moment.
Well, that's fair enough. So I'm just checking for messages in case anybody's messaged about technical difficulties. I think we're okay. It's one of those. It is a big book and it's long and it's fairly slow, but it's just so good. It's just really good. I just loved it.
One that I'm pretty sure I'm gonna love.
Yeah.
Once I get started on it.
Well, isn't that the story with all of them? It's just like, even I like my TBR is significantly smaller than yours, and I still look at my shelves like, I want to read that, and I want to read that, I want to read that. And it's just a case of getting to it. Oh, we've got an Amelia. How exciting. Hello. Hi.
Hello.
Let's unmute you. Hang on. There we go. Oh, no. Oh, you need to there we go.
Hey.
Hey. All right.
It's because she said make sure the mic's muted. I was like, oh, I will. Don't you worry, I will.
No, it's just in case if we're in the middle of a sprint. Because as ever, I had, like I said earlier, I have a rough plan for today, but it's already pretty much gone out of the window.
Okay.
So I wasn't sure where we were going to be up to. Hello, it's very nice to see you. It's exciting.
Me too. Charlotte, I've got some amazing things from the charity shop.
Did you?
Shall I show you? Shall I just come in to the live show and just dominate by showing you what I've got?
Look, I'm living vicariously through people that can still get out and charity shop at the moment. I'm having withdrawal.
I spent £14 and I got 3 headbands for £1 each that all match.
Nice, those are cute.
Oh, they're so like autumn.
Yeah.
So I thought that, but like I need something to keep my hair off my face in the summer when it gets hot.
Yeah.
Especially as I'm trying to grow out my fringe that I got cut in. So I got those. They were £1 each. That's
where I've got my fringe back. Look.
Yeah. Sucks, doesn't it, when it's hot?
Always seems like a good idea when you have it put in, and it looks. Victoria's always looks good though.
Yeah.
But generally with me, my fringe looks good for about 3 days, and then I'm like, no, going back up.
And then I got this.
Oh, that's nice.
Which is like a mustard little tiny
that's
top.
pretty.
Laura Ashley, £4.
Nice.
Which is going to be good for summer because I realised I sold all my summer clothes during lockdown when I was like, I'm never leaving the house again, and then sold everything, and now I'm like wearing really thick fleece and boiling all the time.
Yeah.
I got this like stripy top or stripy blouse, which is vintage Marks and Spencer for £2.
I do love a vintage Marks and Spencer.
So good, and the quality is amazing. It feels really soft and light, like cotton linen.
There's an account that I follow on Instagram called St. Michael is Life, and she just literally shares like all the old St. Michael's vintage stuff.
Oh, beautiful. I got this like cheesecloth.
Oh, that's nice.
That's pretty. I could see you in that, Victoria.
Yeah, me too. Me too. But it's got like gorgeous pattern on the sleeve.
Yeah, it's really lovely.
Did you say you spent 14 quid on all of this?
Yeah, this was £3.
Wow.
Nice.
And then the last blouse, which is like a green, sage green blouse, and that was £2. But it's ridiculous, isn't it, sizing? Because this is a size 18.
Yeah.
This is a size 12. This is a size 20, and this is a size 10.
Yeah.
And they all fit.
It makes no sense.
The whole spectrum.
Yeah.
But it's just such a good haul today, and I needed summer clothes.
Well, it's good that the charity shops provided when you needed, because it's that thing, isn't it?
Yeah. Ash got a new jumper and some brand new Converse All Stars, and I think he paid like £8.
Nice.
Insane.
That's good. Yeah. That's good going.
I want to go charity shopping now.
We'll schedule it, a bookish charity shop.
Yeah.
Literally, it's like Nana's gone out with Tom's brother, which Victoria will know, shock horror. Shock horror. But we can't even really go out when she's out because he never gives us like a time that he's bringing her back.
Yeah.
So it's like...
You end up sitting around just clock watching.
Yeah, so at least I've had like the live show today to be like...
Keep you entertained for a bit.
And now I know how people with kids feel though. It's like one of Tom's friends popped over yesterday and she was like, don't wait in for me because I don't know whether I'll be able to pop over. And we were just like, we are literally in the house all the time.
Yeah.
I've had plenty of arguments over the last few weeks with, not DPD, they're okay. One of them, Yodel, they kept trying to deliver and saying that we weren't in. It's like, I am literally in my house 24/7.
Yeah, exactly.
I
I
know
thought,
Yeah.
like delivery drivers in the UK though, when there was like DPD are like top tier, god tier deliverers that tell you exactly where they are at any given moment, and then you're like, you've got Hermes or what they call now and you're like, oh,
Every
I hope
used to be terrible, but the
Yeah.
lady that does it in our area is really good. So we're quite lucky. But Tom was showing me, I think it's APC. They've got an app, and you can literally take a photo of your house and put it on the app. So it's
Oh,
like they tried to say that they couldn't deliver because they couldn't find the house. So I've literally took a picture and like, this is my house. I am here. I mean, I don't show it online much because I don't want everyone knowing quite where I live. But Victoria will have seen this from picture I've sent. That we've got that massive window.
yeah.
It's like I am sat by the window, and we're in a bungalow, so the massive window is next to the door.
Yeah.
Like, I'm here. I promise you, I'm here.
Yeah.
we've got 3 words now as well, which like what 3 words sends you within? Is it like a meter of like any given location?
I love that because it's really random, but it's like they just literally, and they've sent pictures before, like we tried to deliver, and it's a picture of a tree. It's like, where is that tree?
Yeah.
I do not live in a tree.
Oh, the joys. What are you reading at the moment, Amelia?
I came prepared. So I finished Trespasses by Louise Kennedy this morning. Is it Louise Kennedy? Yeah. And I've got my library book, which is Go as a River by Shelley Reid. And I started this like yesterday morning. So I started my queer TBR tackle pick for May. Not yesterday morning, the morning before, Saturday morning.
Yeah.
And I made it like 30 pages in, and I hated the narrator and I hated the plot. So I was like, right, I'm DNFing it straight away. This is not a book for me. It's going. But that put me in a really bad mood. So I went and picked this up. And I was like, I liked the first chapter, but I wasn't quite in the right headspace after having a really disappointing DNF. So, I read the first chapter of this, was like, I'm enjoying it. Then went and picked up Trespasses and read it all of yesterday, just like pretty much in one sitting, read the whole thing.
I love that.
So I was like, I'll pick this back up now. But I've had such a good reading month that I just want to keep it going. Like, if you pick up a bad book, and in the middle of a reading month that's amazing, you're like, right, it's an easy DNF in it because you just want to keep the good stuff going. So I've got that as my fiction. And then non-fiction, I've got Trigger Points, Inside the Mission to Stop Mass Shootings in America.
Okay.
Matt Coleman. So this is like not talking about mass shootings, but talking about how they can be prevented and how more can be done to identify, almost like forensic profiling or whatever it's called, where you can look and see signs in order to prevent it. So it's quite a unique perspective because they're not talking about mass shootings that have happened. They're talking about how you can actively prevent those things. And it goes into not just like school shootings and stuff like that, but like assassinations and all sorts. So about halfway through, that's really good. But those are the only 2 things. Like I say, I read Trespasses pretty much in a day yesterday. I was like, I'll just save the last 30 pages for this morning. So I woke up this morning and finished it. But it emotionally ruined me, that book. I'm
not sure it's one that I'm gonna be able to pick up. I think it's like because it was shortlisted, wasn't it, all over the place.
And I've heard it with this amazing documentary on iPlayer about the Troubles. So that's really good, I think, because I've just timed it so that I can see the visual in the documentary and get my head around the reality of it, and then see that reflected in fiction. Just kind of made the experience of, even though I read it really quickly, made the experience of reading it so much more engaging because it was paired so well with that documentary. I can't even remember what the queer TBR tackle pick was for this month, but it was just the worst narrator, like the most annoying, pretentious narrator, getting into this really ill-advised relationship with just an awful person. And I was like, this is not, straight away. I was like, no. So
I kind of like it. I like an early DNF though, when you pick something up and you just think, no, because it's easy. It's easier than getting 50 pages in and being like, oh, should I keep reading this? Should I give it up? I prefer it when it's kind of like that clear-cut first 10 pages. This is not
like you just literally know straight away, like, no.
Yeah, this has an audience, it ain't me.
I think that's the other day, like it was, I follow there's an account on Instagram that's like that literally just shares like funny Goodreads reviews. And I can't, like you say, I can't remember what the book was, but it was something like, well, that the queer fictions come on in the world when we can have such bad queer fiction now as well.
But yeah,
I DNF'd the last TBR tackle for last month, though, that was City of Night by John Meshi. And that was really good, but it was in the stream of consciousness style that if you didn't just sit there and read it, you'd lose track of the flow of what it was all about. So I put it down to read something else, and then I wasn't feeling compelled to go back to it because I was like, oh, it's going to take me ages to get back into it. And in the end, it had been sitting there for, I think, like 3 or 4 weeks, just hanging around. And I was like, no, that needs to go as well. So hopefully June and July and the rest of the year for the Queer TBR tackle will be better, because the last couple of months I've just really...
hopefully the others will be better. But yeah.
Well, I sorry, I don't know if you get the same, but it's like there's been a few books that I've either DNF'd or read but been a bit on the fence about, that I've said in my vlogs, like, if you only read 1 or 2 books a month, you'd probably really enjoy it. But like the more you, like with thrillers, I find the more thrillers you read, the more picky you get with them. Like I DNF'd One Last Secret by Adele Parks because I thought it got to this point, I was really into it, and then it flashed back 11 years and it just totally lost me, because I was like, okay, I'm bored now. But if I hadn't read so many thrillers, I think I would have enjoyed it more.
Well, and also, like, when you've got so many other books to read, I'm just like, I don't have time for this. I'm not enjoying it. I've got other stuff that I am excited to read, so I'm going to use my time to read those books rather than like sticking through a book that I'm not loving.
Exactly. And the library as well, since I started using the library like last month properly, DNFing books from the library is amazing, because you've not invested money in it really. Like, you know, you've like everything that you pick up from the library, if it goes well, you feel like it's been like, oh, it was fate that I picked up this book from the library. And then if it goes well, then it's like, oh, never mind. It's not like, oh, I spent money on this book and it's been sitting there, an anticipated read for ages, and it's highly disappointing. You can kind of just get over it and take it back.
And you know, it's silly, isn't it, how the psychology in your head works with it, because it's like if I look at my shelves, the books that I've bought brand new make me feel more guilty than ones that I've spent 50p on at a charity shop. Like, for not reading them, because it's like, oh, I was so excited about you and I haven't read you. Whereas the ones that were 50p, I was like, well, it's okay, it can just sit there for a bit longer, it's fine.
The thing is, you will read them all eventually, you'll get to them. But
will I?
Well, not in your lifetime. Not with your
you know what?
Time's ticking.
House, and I had to do a big like clear out. I do often look at my shelves and I'm like, no, I don't want to read that one anymore. And I'm getting better at like doing the turnover thing.
I think one day what we'll do is I'm going to come around your house and I'm going to unhaul your shelves for you. Like...
Didn't you say that you were going to come around? No, you were going to get my husband to just like take one book at a time and see when I notice.
See when you notice. Because I do that with Charlie's room. It's just like, you can have like, you know, if his room's a mess or whatever. My dad used to do this when we were kids. If our room got to a certain like point of mess, he would take everything that was on the floor and put it in a bin liner. And then he'd be like, if you can tell me what's in the bin liner, you can have it back, because clearly you need it or you've missed it. And we'd have like basically 3 or 4 days to tell him what was in the bin liner, and then we could have, and he was like, anything that you've not said, clearly you don't need. So he would then like take it away, or say he was going to. He never actually did. But like, I feel like we could do the same with your shelves, Charlotte. I'd be like, I'm just going to clear off some books. You tell me what's missing.
I was going to say, I didn't, because we have a garage here, and I've kind of done that with my clothes. In that every month or so, I'm literally like going through right, okay, like these jumpers I'm not going to wear for the next month. So they're all just in boxes in the garage. And it's quite interesting at like when I go in and I'm like, oh, this feels like a new dress. Maybe I need to do that with my book.
Maybe. Or I just come around with a massive cardboard box or a truck of cardboard boxes and we'll clear out TBR.
That's what's good about having a small TBR like me and you have, Victoria, I think, is like everything's just in front of us, and you can sense like your level of excitement dropping when you go and pick a new book off the shelf, and maybe a month or 2 ago you were excited about that book and now you're not, and you're like, oh, if I don't get around to you soon. And that's the point where I will then pick that book up and go, right, okay, it's about time I read this now, and either DNF it, or there was like a few that have been like The Mars Room by Rachel Kushner. I laugh with this about with Chloe from Chloe Reads Books, because she's got that book on her shelves as well and has had that book for ages. And we every time it like I can see it in like the background of one of her vlogs or something. I'm like, we still haven't read that, have we, mate? it's still there. Like those ones that are just like they will get read. and I can't wait to read them still. But at the same time, you know, other things take priority. Whereas, you can feel your level of excitement with the small TBR dropping when you can see everything in front of you.
Yeah, my books definitely feel like they have an expiry date on them as well. And it's like, if I don't read this soon, am I going to read it? But then also it pushes me to pick books up. So I'm reading Hidden Valley Road at the moment, which Amelia kindly sent me last year, which had been on my TBR since last summer. And I picked it up because I was like, right, this is going to turn a year old next month. I want to read, like clear out my TBR. I'm really enjoying it. It's really, really good. But I think if I didn't have that kind of that process with my TBR, I think it would have sat there for a while longer before I was like going to pick it up.
You're enjoying it. It is dense, like you said earlier. It is. I think it's one that you can only read, like, for example, if you've got like half term or you've got a significant amount of time to focus on it, as opposed to if you were working and stuff like that. I really struggled. I can't remember when I read it, but I really struggled picking it up and putting it down in the mornings, because I wanted to kind of, by the time I got the flow with it, I wanted to stay with it and I had to go to work or whatever and put it down. So it's good to have that.
Everybody just quit their jobs. Quit your job and read.
And read, I wish. Like for me, there's definitely now, there's like term time books and school holiday books. And Hidden Valley Road is definitely a school holiday book, because I need to be not tired and able to focus on it, and also able to sit with it for like an hour or so at a time. Whereas like other books, I can read during term time because I can kind of dip, you know, come in and out of them fine. But I really, I don't know if enjoy is the right word for that book, but it's really well written. So yeah, you know,
it's the story unfolds in a really interesting way, and that's what I love about nonfiction. It's narrative nonfiction, so it's all true, but it reads like fiction. And then every time something, you get so invested in the family that every time something happens, you're like, oh, you know, then you have to put it down and sit with it for a bit, and then you're like, right, okay, accepted it down.
It just gets like worse and worse and worse, and it's just like, oh my gosh. But then all the stuff alongside it, what I'm really liking is like every other chapter or so is like looking at the history of mental illness in America and how it's treated, and all of that stuff's really interesting, and like the process of how it reached different treatments and what those different treatments did, and all of the like the history of it's really interesting as well. So okay, let's do a couple of questions, and then I think we'll do another sprint. And Charlotte, also, I've kept you like way past.
That's okay. I was gonna say I'm enjoying myself, but I think I'll have to love and leave you at the next sprint.
Yeah, that's okay. So Ellie said, how many books are on your TBRs?
Sorry.
Mine is up to 211. Charlotte's already laughing. Mine is below 30 currently. I think it's about 25.
Yeah, mine never goes above 50, because that's how many books roughly my TBR shelves can handle.
Yeah.
Without falling off the wall.
So,
Charlotte, do you want to say?
Well, according to the
hang on.
graph.
First of all, there is no shame in having a giant TBR or a tiny TBR. Like, it makes no difference whatsoever. Everybody does it differently. So let's just put that out there first of all. All right, Charlotte.
So on my story graph, I only have fiction at the moment. I don't have my non-fiction on there. My non-fiction is this massive shelf. I don't know if I can show you from there, but it's this massive shelf down here.
Yep.
But yeah, my fiction was 582, I think, at the last check.
Yeah.
And that doesn't include ebooks. That is just my physical TBR.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
You've got your own personal library. I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I decided when I moved in here and we put these shelves up, in my old house, it was getting too much because I couldn't move in the room. Yeah. So my decision was, when we moved in here, you can see my Heidi Swain shelf there now as well. I thought when I moved in here that the idea would be that as long as they were contained in my shelves and they weren't like spilling out of the shelves, it's all good.
Yeah. No, it's all good, isn't it? And, you know, like I said, my TBR at its biggest was at 120 books, which was during 2020, which was because it was 2020. But yeah, I think 50 books is probably my ideal, because like somebody was talking earlier about how they're doing the dystopian readathon this week or whenever it is. I think it's this week, next week. And like, I don't have a single dystopian book on my shelves at the moment to even choose from to join in with that. So that's kind of obviously the upside of having a big TBR.
That's where the library comes in, though. Like, I'm a big advocate for the library all of a sudden, because all of the stuff, it's just so easy to reserve something on the app. Yeah. And especially if it's not like a new hyped up book, like you can grab those books so easily from the library. And then again, if you don't get on with it, then that's something that you can just kind of send back and at least you tried, sort of thing.
Although weirdly, because I know where you live is a lot more remote than where I live, but I don't have access to a single library like within driving distance at the moment.
Wow.
Everything's shut and it's all gone in the last 3 or 4 years. So the only library I have access to is the school library, and we're a very small school, and obviously it's like limited to kids and YA. So like I don't have access to a library at all. So all of my reading is either physical or on Scribd. I still don't. After 5 years of YouTube, I still don't know how to say that.
Have you ever used, like, because I've got the Borrow Box app, which has got audiobooks from my library as well.
I could use that for audiobooks, but I tend to I only listen to one audiobook at a time. Yeah. And I'm tending to listen to like 2 or 3 a month. And usually I haven't run out yet on the app. So
yeah, that's the thing. Like I've got both of them, and I'll flip between Scribd and the library app depending, because I like to, especially at the moment, because I keep getting these like really bad migraines where I can't see what I'm reading. Yeah. So even if I'm reading a physical book, I like to have the audiobook as well, so that if I'm in the story, I can just switch between the two.
But yeah, for me, it's only physical books because with my dyslexia as well, I can't read on a screen. So I'm like reading ebooks doesn't work at all. So yeah, it has to be physical for me. But yes, libraries, if you can access them, are amazing. Oh, Amy's here as well. Good morning, 7:14 a.m. here. I have 2 books to finish today before flying to Vegas tonight.
Wow.
Amy's going to Vegas. She set herself like a $300 budget for buying books, and I'm really excited to see what she gets. Because Amy has really, really good taste in books. I've had lots of good recommendations from her, so I'm excited to see what she gets. And Joe said that's such a shame about libraries near you, Victoria. We have a lovely village library here, especially because it lets dogs in. Also, Alfie can get in as well.
I would literally be in that library all the time. I just dog watching.
Yeah. All of our local libraries have gone over the last couple of years, and I don't live near enough like one of the big towns to get there easily. So yeah. And yes, Ellie, I totally agree. I always listen to audiobooks. My commute 35 minutes to work, so they're perfect. Nice.
I miss my commute just for that reason.
It's the only upside of the commute is listening to the audiobooks. I feel like 2020 my audiobook listening like dropped through the floor, and now it's like back up to normal levels because got the drive.
I always find it really strange when people talk about 2020 because I worked in the NHS. My 2020 is like the opposite of everybody else's. It's like the most hours I've ever done at work and the busiest I've ever been.
Yeah, well, I was lucky to work all the way through it. So I also I had a slightly different experience to a lot of other people, but I was at home working. So there was obviously no commute. Yeah. So yeah, although I don't miss teaching online, that was horrendous.
It was funny for me because I was furloughed, but Ash was still teaching.
Yeah.
So I would be... But like for some reason he only taught in the mornings, and then even then afternoons were free. So there's not much you could do, was there? But it still felt like part-time teaching for him. And then I was just like, I'm never going to get this again. You know, it was this time of year, wasn't it? It was beautiful. I was very aware that I was never going to get like the lack of responsibility again. It was incredible. But all the while I was thinking about everybody in the NHS the whole time, you know, and like the gravity of what was going on was never far from my mind, even if I was trying to chill out.
I was going to say, I think I said to Victoria before, that was one thing that helped my anxiety a little bit because I was out there doing something as much as I could do. So I know that if I hadn't have been working, I would have been sat at home worrying about what was going on. So it's really weird. And at least the one good thing, because I mean, I work actually on a COVID ward. We were the COVID high dependency unit. But at least I knew that all my patients had got COVID. A lot of the other wards, when it was like the heart ward or whatever, you just didn't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, good times.
And on that note, should we do another sprint?
Yes, I will live and leave you all, but it's been nice chatting.
Oh, you too,
I'll be around in the comments, probably on and off the rest of the day.
Yeah, cool. Well, we've done 4 hours.
Thank you for having me.
8 to go. See you later.
Bye.
Right, let's set up another sprint. Right, 45 minutes, if that's all right.
Perfect.
I'm going to read some more. I'm going to move back into the lounge because Kitchen table was just not that comfortable. Right. 45 minutes. Cat's on. I'll see you guys in a bit.
Bye.
Hello.
Hey.
We've got Michelle as well now. Hello.
Hi.
Michelle, you need to turn your mic on. I can't, as we found out,
Hello.
can't do it. Hello. Right. Hang on one second. Let me just turn the kitties off. Okay. Yeah, nice to see you. Hello. Welcome.
I know what's happening.
All right.
Because I was watching it on another tab. Can you hear me now?
Oh.
I did the same thing. I had it on my phone earlier as I was logging on to StreamYard, and I had it twice.
Yeah. Once is probably more than enough. What are you reading, Michelle? First of all, what are you reading?
Well, I was reading there The Fair Botanists by Sarah Sheridan.
That's
That's
pretty.
a nice cover. Yeah.
It's really good. Thoroughly enjoying it.
Good. How did your reading go, Amelia?
Great. I'm on page 64 now, and I was on page 20 something, so good 40 odd pages. But I'm getting into it now. It's like I read the first chapter and I wasn't sure, but I've bonded with the character. So, did I mention what it's about? I don't think I did.
No.
Did I? No. So it's what captured me about it was because they said it was like Where the Crawdads Sing, and I really enjoyed that before all the controversy with Delia Owens.
Yeah.
So it's basically a coming of age story about a young girl called Victoria.
Excellent name. Yeah.
Who lives on a peach farm in Colorado in the 1940s.
Yeah.
And she's just lost her mum, her auntie, and her cousin in an accident. They were out delivering peaches one day and something happened to them on like a really rocky road.
Yeah.
And so now she's the only girl. She's about 16 and she's living with her dad and her brothers and some other people, but basically in a house of men. So they're not treating her very nicely. And the book opens up where she's delivering peaches to the local community, and she comes across this native lad called Wilson Moon and instantly has a thing with him, basically.
Yeah.
And then he like helps her get home because her brother is like a bit like raucous and drunk and falling out of like one of like the little saloons in the village. So he helps her get home, and then her dad like scares him off, and the next day she's trying to find him and she can't find him.
Okay.
And like she thinks he's like moved on from their town and stuff, but she's like drawn to him. So I think it's going to be a bit like Where the Crawdads Sing, in that coming of age style thing, but with like that love interest and like first love, young love and stuff like that. So it's quite like, it's really pastoral, like the descriptions are gorgeous.
Yeah.
Like where they live and things like that. So yeah, I'm looking forward to getting around to the rest of it.
That's good. Good. I am fully hooked with Yellowface now.
Oh, brilliant.
I was annoyed when the timer went off. I was like, no, not right now. Because it's all been the kind of setup. I'm on page 86, so I'm like 6 chapters in. So it had been all the setup of what she was doing, and like the original author dying in front of her, and then she steals this manuscript, and the original author is Chinese, and the main character we're following is white, and so she's telling this story, like the story that the original author has written is all about kind of Chinese history and stuff that was happening in World War II. And then our protagonist June sells the manuscript as her own, and then there's a lot of talk about like who has the right to tell what kind of story, and her publishers suggest a sensitivity reader, and she's really offended by this. We're not supposed to like June, I don't think. And it's called kind of all the lead up to like how a book gets made. So that's really interesting, and like all the publicity and stuff and how everything works and how it all fits together. And then we've just got to the launch day, and she thinks she's spotted. She thinks she's seen the original author, is called Athena. She thinks she's seen her in the crowd at the book launch. And it's now this thing of like, is she just seeing things because she's guilty? Or is somebody trying to mess with her? Like, what's going on? Like, oh, what's happening? I need to know. So yeah.
Read like Babel. Like, is the writing style still the same?
It's like, similar in that it's like quite lyrical, because Babel is like, Babel's a lot slower paced. This is a lot faster paced. And it's definitely contemporary, whereas like obviously Babel's like historical fiction with a bit of fantasy. So I feel like automatically if it's contemporary, it's going to be faster paced.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it still feels like R.F. Kuang or Rebecca F. Kuang, as she's publishing under this name, but it's much faster paced. I feel like I'll finish this today. Like, it's one of those things that like I'll read obviously loads more in sprints, and then whatever I don't finish, I will just stay up until I've finished it tonight. It's like one of those, like, I will just read this today. So yeah, I'm really liking this, which is nice. It's good.
New favourite author, Victoria?
I think so, yeah. But I think
That's
for like
cool.
specific books, because like I said earlier, like she did the trilogy, the Poppy War trilogy, like I'm just not interested in that at all.
Yeah.
I know lots of people have loved it, and I'm sure like if I was going to read a fantasy trilogy, like she'd be the person to read from. But it's not just not my thing. But yeah, I feel like other stuff, depending on what she brings out, she would be one of those authors I'd be like, oh, what genre is that? Yes, I will read that. So yeah, it's going well. Got some people in the chat telling us about what they've been up to, which is nice. Laura was off to read in the garden. I'm going to see in a minute if it's warm enough to read outside here yet. Because I don't think it is quite, which is kind of annoying. Mary was saying this is fun. That's nice. Planning on popping in and out all day, which is lovely. I think lots of people are doing that. Rosie said that she listened to 18% of the Summer of Broken Rules while I ate my lunch. Sorted some washing and got myself ready for what's left of the day. That sounds
Productive.
nice. Yeah, really productive. Are you enjoying it, Rosie, is the question. Laura said, Laura's reading the same book as you, Amelia. Picked up that book for the same reason. I bet there's lots of people doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because it's
Clever marketing.
Yeah. I feel like there'll be a few people doing that. Emma's listened to a chapter of Like a Charm. I've still got to pick that book up. And made some lemon and mango iced tea. That sounds really good. That sounds like a nice thing to be doing. Like a Charm's been on my TBR. It's coming up shortly. I will read it soon. I think it's partly one of those books that I have to like psych myself up for a bit, even though it's middle grade, because the main character in it has dyspraxia, which I have, and I've never read a dyspraxic character before, and I'm a bit like, I don't know if it's gonna be a bit close to home.
Yeah.
But I just need to get on and read it. Like Charlie's.
It depends on how it's read as well, doesn't it? Sorry, Michelle.
No, it's okay. I was just going to say, like, I absolutely adored it. Absolutely loved it. So hopefully it's not cutting. If anything, it might be like, oh, I get that too. Hopefully, rather than like, and it's really nice the way she drip feeds it into the storyline.
Yeah, I've only heard great things about her writing, and everyone that's read that book has been like, it's really good, you'll love it. And I'm a bit like, I think I will, but I just need to like actually take a deep breath and read it and just be like, just do it. So yeah, I feel like that'll be possibly like one of my first reads of the summer holidays. I feel like even though it's middle grade, I need to be able to like sit with it properly and not be distracted or sleepy or whatever. So yeah. It will come up soon. I'm like psyching myself up for it. So Ellie read 54 pages. Very productive today. Milena said, I wasn't that interested in Yellowface, but that description hooked me. That's good. I'm glad I could help. I didn't even know what it was about before I pre-ordered it. I just saw it was her and it was contemporary, and I was like, sold, done. So that's fine. I'm just going to read it. And then it's been everywhere. So I didn't know that much about it before I went in. But yeah, it's definitely intrigued me, that's for sure. Parker's reading a couple of chapters of The Echo Man by Sam Holland. Meant to read it last year. A great crime thriller, really gripping. Oh, that's good. I'm starting to write a list of like books that people were talking about today, because crime thrillers, yes please. So I'll add that to my list. Amy's reading Persuasion. How are you finding that, Amy? Because it's not always the most popular of Jane Austen's works. 50 pages left. Have either of you guys read Persuasion?
Yeah.
No, I have a shocking knowledge of classics.
That's okay.
I've got a shocking memory. I need which is which, even although like lots of them actually have the character's name, but like I'll need somebody to be like, that's the one where blah 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 blah.
Yeah, it's the one, I can't remember what the protagonist's name is now, but it's the one where she's been persuaded out of Captain Wentworth. I can't remember who the female protagonist is, but it's the one where she's been persuaded out of marrying him before. Like they've met previously, fell in love, got engaged, and then her family were like, he's not good enough. He disappears, and then a few years later comes back with money and stuff, and then he won't marry. He's not interested in her. It's that one.
Yeah.
Anne. Sorry, Emma's just put it in. It's Anne. Yes. And it's Captain Wentworth. It's that one. I think it's the shortest one. Is it the shortest one? I've got mine over there. But it's not usually the most popular one. So I'm always intrigued.
I think Northanger Abbey is maybe my favourite. Is that?
Yeah, Emma's my favourite, which is the longest of
Right.
them. For someone who always claims to not want to read long books, Emma's massive. It's like 600 pages. It's so long. But I just find it really funny. And yeah, for me, it's her funniest novel because it's really sarcastic. So that's why I always pick Emma. But I need to do some rereading soon, actually. It's been a while. Oh, Amy said, not my favourite Austen. Yeah, that was often what people say about Persuasion. I'm not invested in the relationship because nothing has happened with it yet. Yeah, although you've got 50 pages left, and this is, like original enemies to lovers or like second chance romance.
I think that's probably what I find troublesome about classics is the relatability. It's not like I can't figure out what's going on with the plot, but at the same time, I really struggle with like teaching myself how to care about the characters. What's the one with the really toxic relationship in with it? So like Mr. Darcy.
Yeah, Pride and Prejudice.
And something like that. It's like, oh, like I get, like, I understand the appeal and I understand the beauty of classics and them like really standing up. I like books like North and South by Elizabeth Gaskell, for example, which has something to say about class structures and all that sort of stuff. I think that's really great. But yeah, when it comes to classic romance, I kind of get a little bit, because times have changed so much and I find it hard to relate to those characters in those situations. And a Green Gables I want to try, and Little Women I want to try.
Oh, Little Women. I feel like you'd really like Little Women.
Yeah.
I feel like you'd really like
I really
Jo.
wouldn't know. Yeah, it's just one of those ones. I want to get myself a really nice, like, cloth-bound classic version and just like read it when I've got some time to really enjoy it.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, no, I feel like you'd really like Little Women. I like Emma just because I am sarcastic and it's just such a satire of the time. Sorry, I've just had a little thought. Just to write that down. It's just such a complete satire of society at the time, and I just really like Emma. But if you're not so much into the romance stuff, I always recommend Sense and Sensibility instead, because that's about sisters.
Okay.
And it's about sisterly relationships, and it's a bit like Little Women in a way, because it's about the bond. There is romance as well, but it's mostly about the bond between the sisters, and about how they cope with like stuff that happens in their family. So yeah. But yeah, it's I'm glad Amy's reading it, because I know she was, one of the things she wanted to do this year was to read more Austen, so that's good. Caitlin's reading Braiding Sweetgrass.
One for my TBR. That I love the sound of that.
I haven't heard of that one, but
it's about Indigenous communities. I think it's non-fiction, and it's about Indigenous communities, but like the way that they relate to the land. And apparently it's got really like pastoral descriptions. Only a very short book, isn't it, Caitlin? I think. But yeah, I think that's definitely one that I need to get my hands on.
Yeah.
Been on my want to read shelf on Goodreads for such a long time. I just haven't found a copy.
Yeah, maybe the library. Can you request library books? Like maybe request it.
Good idea.
Oh, Emma spotted the Amazon boxes. I said this at the beginning of the live show. So I do this thing. It's not a good thing that I do. It's not one of my good habits. When I'm tired and stressed, I put stuff in my Amazon basket, and then on payday, I just buy stuff, and I don't know what's in the boxes. Like neither of these boxes. There's 2 boxes for one. I don't even know why there's 2 boxes. The only thing I remember ordering is pink stuff, a jar of pink stuff, a tub of pink stuff, because I'm going to deep clean the house tomorrow. I genuinely don't know what's in the boxes, so we'll open those in a bit, because they got a knock at the door during that sprint, and there's just 2 massive boxes. I was like, what have I ordered? I genuinely don't have no idea. So we'll have a little look at that in a bit. Yes. Not one of my better habits, but anyway. And then Jo's still sewing. Jo sent me a picture of what she's making, and the Jo, maybe we'll put it on her Instagram when she's done, but like the fabric she's using is so cute. It's like a woodland scene. It's adorable. She's making a bag out of it, I think. And it's so cute. Right, what else? Amy's already finished Yellowface. It was her and Hilary. I could see Buddy reading it. It was excellent. Yes, I know. I'm very much enjoying it. So you were definitely right. Now people are talking about favourite Jane Austens in the chat. So Emma is also Amy's favourite. If you've seen Clueless, you know the storyline of Emma. Like it's such a good adaptation. Sense and Sensibility is Emma's favourite. Oh, Mel's still here. I'm still around. Had you on all day. Thank you. That's really kind. We're doing chores and lurking. Good for you. Glad you're getting some stuff done. Debbie's reading The Thursday Murder Club for a birthday read with my pen friend. I love that you have a pen friend. That's such a cool thing. Also, Tunnel 29, a true story set in Berlin, and listening to This Family by Kate Sawyer, rotating all 3 today. Nice. How are you getting on with Thursday Murder Club? I'm excited for the 4th book this year. Milena said Sense and Sensibility does have the most eye-rolling romance. Yeah, it does, but the sisters are great. I love the Dashwood sisters. I feel like
you can get behind eye-rolling romance as long as there's something else going on.
Yeah, and I feel like it's one of those books where like the characters know it's eye-rolling romance. Like it's not taking itself seriously at all.
Yeah.
And I think a few years ago somebody pointed that out a while ago, pointed that out to me about Jane Austen, about how none of it's serious. And then when you read it with that kind of through that lens, it makes a lot more sense and it's a lot more fun because she's just laughing at the reader and the situation all the time. So Emma had an Austen module for my degree, picked them apart, hated them. Yeah, or picked up Sense and Sensibility 2 years later and loved it. That is the problem when you have to study stuff, unfortunately, which is one of the things I hate about teaching Key Stage 4 because we have to pull everything apart. Ellie's saying she doesn't think she's read any Austen. That's fine. It's not a requirement. Yeah. Debbie said, I really didn't fancy the Thursday Murder Club, was talked into it, and I'm loving it. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. It's like not everyone's thing, the cozy murder thing. My friend Steph is trained to be a police officer, and she read the first one. I was like, read this, it's really fun. And she messaged me, she was like, there are so many problems in the policing that happen in this book. I was like, oh, I hadn't thought about it like that. I was like, okay. So she's ducked out of that series after one. She was like, there are so many procedural things, like this just wouldn't happen. But I was like, okay, fine, we'll stay away from the cozy mysteries.
Maybe Richard Osman needs to come and shadow her at work for a bit.
Well, yeah, I was like, maybe you should contact him and offer to be like his, like a sensitivity reader,
Yeah,
but for, like policing. So that's funny. So yeah, it wasn't her thing either. But I'm glad you're enjoying it, Debbie. I really like those books. They're just really easy and just. Plus, one of the main characters is called Joyce, and I've got a Grandma Joyce, and yeah, it's funny.
I think it like, as well as it's having those old characters as well. It's just really like just because it's not as often that you get books based around older characters.
Yeah, and
So
it's
it's
just
really
really nice to see them, and I like the friendships between them, and it's it's just easy reading. It's cute, but not if you're a police officer. Apparently, it's not factually accurate. I was like, I don't think any of it. I think a lot of this is, leave your suspended disbelief, put that over there, and just enjoy the book. But yeah, she was struggling with that aspect of it.
it was the same with like the appeal, wasn't it, with the older characters, where like you had the plot, but then you had the older characters who like didn't know how to communicate properly via text or something, and that added an extra layer of humor in. There's a village that I drive through on my way to the office that's doing a production of, is it Blythe Angels or whatever there's in the appeal?
Oh yeah.
It always makes me laugh every time. Like, the sign's been up for like 6 months, honestly. It must have gone past by now. But every time I drive past it, it always makes me chuckle and think of the appeal.
Yeah. No, it's good. And like with the Thursday Murder Club, like I said, one of the main characters is Joyce. And in one of them, she's trying to work out how to send emails, and like her daughter's trying to teach her. And then in another one, I think it's the most recent one, like she's trying to use Tinder. No, she's trying to use Instagram. She set up an Instagram account, and her name, I can't remember what her account name is, but it's something really provocative, and she does not realize what she said, and it's just all of this stuff. And then she's like getting loads of really dodgy messages from people. She's like, oh, this lovely young man from this place of the world has messaged me and wants to chat, and it's just like, oh no, don't do that, like don't, that's not going to end well. But it's just all that stuff just makes me laugh, because it's like, oh, bless you for trying, but no, don't do that. Okay, so we got a few more comments. So Guy said, I'm sorry to have never read any Jane Austen. Again, that's totally fine. Classics don't interest me. In the next sprint, I'm planning on reading The Cassandra Complex by Holly Smale. Sounds good. I've got hang on. I think there's a slight delay. Like there's always a bit of a lull, then I suddenly get loads at once. Rosie is making homemade bubble tea. Nice, that's a solid choice. I really need to start doing that with the amount of money that I spend on bubble tea. Got the balcony doors open and a new book selected. That sounds great. We'll do another sprint in a minute. And she's reading Mindwalker by Kate Dillon, a YA sci-fi thriller. That sounds interesting. Laura is more of a Bronte girl. Laura, yes, so is my head of department. She's all about the Brontes. I'm surprised we don't teach any actually yet. I'm sure she's working her way up to it. Stuart said, I'm not currently reading anything but debating picking up a new LGBTQ read or a middle grade. Nice. Or you could do an LGBTQ middle grade and put the two things together.
Yeah.
Which sounds good. Oh, Bunny. Oh no, somebody's reading Bunny. Parker and me. I read Bunny by Mona Award at the beginning of this month, Victoria, after seeing a review. Still getting my head around it. So many interpretations. Yeah, it's a really weird one, that book. I enjoyed it. I think I gave it 4 or 5 stars. But it's odd. I had to Google the ending and then reread it a couple of times because I was a bit like, is that what I think it was? And I was right, but it's odd. Have either of you two read Bunny?
No, it seems a bit weird for me. I really don't get over magical realism, like really don't. And I'm right in thinking that's what it is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like it goes off into that sort of thing.
It's
so
weird. Yeah.
I am surprised you liked it really, like because I think that's where our reading tastes really do like diverge because that's something that it sounds to me like I wouldn't like it. Like you're the person that would persuade me to read it out of anybody, but still I didn't quite.
What I know of your reading taste, I don't think you'd like it either. I think I read All's Well, which is one of her other ones, last year, and that's less weird. I really liked that, and that's set around Shakespeare and around a college, like college in America, so a university lecturer who is teaching a Shakespeare unit of work, and is at the same time her life is kind of falling apart. And it's all based around The Tempest, which is one of Shakespeare's weirdest plays. There's so much weirdness in The Tempest. Kind of what's happening on stage is sort of mirroring what's happening in her real life. So it does get odd. It's not as odd as Bunny. She wrote Bunny second. So I think I went into it kind of knowing what I was going to get, and I really like her writing's really beautiful and really funny, but it is weird. So I think I went in with the right expectations, whereas like Chloe, who I body read it with, was like, I don't get this, like what's happening. And as you can see from this comment, Amy hated Bunny.
Oh no.
Amy picked up Bunny because I've been banging on about it, because Amy and I also read a similar level of weird, so we've both read and really loved Tender as a Flash, for example. And so like if Amy reads something and says that was weird but I liked it, I will probably read it. And she's the same with me. So she heard me say it was weird and I liked it, so she picked it up and read it. She hated it. So I remember her reading it at the time and then her messaging me being like, what was that? I was like, I don't know what to tell you. I told you it was weird. Like,
well done for persevering.
Yeah, I mean it's a short book and it's like it's one of those things that you'd probably fly through, but you wouldn't necessarily. It would, you might not get much out of it, and it is odd. But like I said, I thought it was funny. But it's definitely a strange one. But again, she's another author I would definitely read from again. So well, now we've got a debate about Heathcliff happening in the comments. So Heathcliff makes me angry, and then Laura. I love Heathcliff. I own a stunning edition from 1943, and he's on the cover. Laura, my boss is a complete Heathcliff fangirl, completely in love with him, so she'd be with you on that. But yeah, Emma, I can see why he would annoy you, because it's a strange book, that one, Wuthering Heights. I've read it a couple of times. I had to study it for uni, which I think took some of the fun out of it. And then Emma asked what I was drinking. Oh, I'm drinking, I should have made it myself, but this is just shop bought peach iced tea. Because we're going the easy route today, but I will make some. I've got all the stuff to make it. I just need to actually get around to doing it.
We used to make it because when me and Shah went out for lunch last summer, we went somewhere in Kendal that did peach iced tea, and it was amazing. But they were super, super busy. So when they came to like drop off the bill, I was like, "That peach iced tea was amazing. What's it made out of?"
Yeah.
And they were like, "Oh, well, I'll show you the thing in a minute." But there were like thousands of tables coming in, and I was like, "No, it's fine. Just give me an idea of what." I think they said it was like something like sweet bird or something syrup. It's in syrups. They said no, it was something else.
I use pig. Is it pig tea? Pig something tea. I can't remember. There's a brand of fruit tea that I use. I'll go and find it in a minute. And then I use a syrup as well. I just use a peach syrup. But I've got because you need a diffuser and stuff for the tea.
Yeah.
And it's just it's not a bit of a faff really, but it's better if you steep it and leave it for a while and then put it in the fridge overnight. And I was not organised enough yesterday, so it's just shop bought right now. Also, cheese update, because I know we're all excited about this. I remembered that I hadn't stirred it yet, so I went to go and like stir it and turn it down. It looks pretty good. And then when I was reading, I don't know if anybody noticed, I got up a couple of times. Once was for the Amazon delivery, and then I could hear this weird rattling noise from the kitchen. So I get up, and Savannah, my crock pot is massive and it's really heavy. Savannah's trying to shove the top off the crock pot because she can smell the cheese. She is a feast, honestly. I walk in and she's literally got her front paws on the lid and she's trying to shove upwards. Like, it's hot as well. I was just like, honestly, that cat is going to be the death of me. Like, she just doesn't care. And then she looked very cross when I shouted at her and made her get down and shut her out the kitchen. So she's gone upstairs to sulk. So yeah, I was just like, what is that noise? And then cats, honestly. Anything with cheese or milk in, she is all over. It's ridiculous.
Most lactose intolerant cats, aren't they?
Yeah. And also, this is the other thing. If you pour milk onto a saucer for the other two, they'll quite happily drink it. If you pour milk onto a saucer for her, she looks at you really confused and doesn't drink it and walks off. And I'm just like, but anyway, like, she just look at you like, what am I supposed to do with that? But if you eat anything that's got like cream in it or whatever, she's all over you. So I don't know. It's very confusing. She's a strange cat. But yeah, they've all disappeared off for naps and stuff. I'm sure they'll show up later. Oh, and Amy's finishing another book I've read before. I'm also finishing Once Upon a River today, loving it. Diane Setterfield really loves talking about stories. She does. She also wrote 13th Tale, which is one of my favourite books of all time. I didn't love Once Upon a River, though. I think I got a little bit bored from memory. Have either of you two read Diane Setterfield?
I've read the 13th Tale. I enjoyed that.
Yeah.
I've not read Once Upon a River.
Yeah, I got a little bit bored, I think, with that one. I think it was just a bit slow for me. But Amelia, I feel like you might like 13th Tale. That's gothic. Well, sort of. Well, yeah, it is. It's following a woman who works in a bookshop. She gets a kind of summons from this writer who's in her 80s, I think, and is really reclusive and is famous for writing a short story collection that only had 12 stories in it rather than the 13 that were in the title. And she gets summoned to this house and she is told that the author is ready to tell her life story and she's going to tell the 13th tale, and she tells her life story to this young woman who takes her story down. It's a bit like Evelyn Hugo, but this was written like 10 years before that. And it's just the story of the 13th tale, and it's about this writer's life and like family secrets and all of that kind of stuff. And it's really cleverly done. It's really good. There was a film adaptation or a series, I think it might have been a series a few years ago, that was really, really well done.
Oh, what's that? I don't know that.
Yeah, I really liked it. I was a bit nervous to pick it up because I love the book so much. I was a bit nervous to watch the adaptation, but it was good.
Reserve that on my library app.
Yeah, it will I would be amazed if it's not on your library.
Bread and Sweetgrass, to go back to that, by the way, is ebook and audio book. Okay. But no physical copies, and I won't get on with either of those. It needs to be physical copy, so it's a shame. But I'll look out for it in the shop.
Yeah, but yeah, I think 13th Tale you might like, actually. I need to reread. I haven't read that for a while. Oh, Marianne said we had a weird cat that would go crazy when we ate Brussels sprouts. That is weird. He loved them. That's hilarious. I love that. Emma's got a cat called Lucifer. I love it. Is lying sprawled on my bed in a sun patch, loving life. Nice. Yeah, I think all of my cats are upstairs in various sunspots. And yes, Guy, that is the one that is similar to Evelyn and Hugo. The plot twist is different. I'm obviously not going to say what the plot twist is in Evelyn and Hugo in case there are people who haven't read it. It's not that plot twist, but yes, it's a similar setup to the story. Oh my gosh, Amy's just reminded me. Her and I read Perfume together. I think that was during the lockdown. That was one of the weirdest books I've ever read, and Amy and I buddy read it. She'd read it before, and it's about a man who set in France, I think. Amy will correct me if I'm wrong. Set in France, and a man who's got a really strong sense of smell, and he's trying to capture the scent of a woman, and he becomes obsessed basically with like what women smell like, and it basically devolves into complete chaos from there. And there's a film version, I think, but I don't think I can watch the film version because I'm pretty sure it will I'm a bit squeamish and I don't think it will be a film for me. Yeah, France. Amy really liked it. enjoyed the reading experience. It was a weird book. We've read some weird books, and that was definitely up there. That's sort of on a bunny level of weird, I think. So yeah.
The weirdest book I ever read was Earthlings by Sayaka Murata.
Yeah, a few people have recommended that to me, but I'm a bit
Nah, it's not great. It's not great.
I've started reading that pod as well. And like obviously going in, I thought it was going to be weird because it's the premise of it being told from the dolphin's point of view and things like that. But it doesn't feel weird at all, and I'm completely invested. So like it is weird, but it's not weird. That makes sense.
Yeah. I think there are definitely books that have a weird setup or premise, but when you're reading them, they feel completely normal. And that's just a sign of good writing, I think. Whereas like other books, you read them, like Perfume. It's so weird it's so odd, that book. So it's funny. You read it and afterwards you just think, what did I read? Like that was just an odd time. But yeah, I like an odd book. And Amy and I have read some weird books together, that's for sure. We should need to do a video about them at some point because we have read some absolute corkers for weird books. So yeah. Okay, shall we do another sprint?
Yeah, I'm gonna go and make some dinner now.
Yes, sorry, I kept everybody for longer today than I said.
Absolutely no worries. I'm gonna make that brioche bread and butter pudding that I like.
Yes, please. I need to try that. I need to get the recipe from you and try it.
I will absolutely send you the recipe. It's so easy.
Good, because I'm terrible at baking. Really bad.
I've had so much fun though. Thank you so much for having me.
That's all right. Thank you for being here and hanging out with me today. I'll see you later.
See you later.
Bye.
Nice to meet you, Michelle.
Bye, Amelia.
Bye.
Right, let's set up a cat thing. So are we okay for 45 minutes?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay,
good.
lovely. Right, let's get this started. I'm going to see if it's cold or warm enough to read outside. Probably isn't. But yeah, we'll see you in a bit. I knew that was coming and it still made me jump. How's your reading going?
Not too bad. I did 10 pages of Pod and 20 pages of The Fair Botanist.
Ah,
What about
nice.
yourself?
Yeah, good. I think I did about 40 pages. Yeah, I'm just really enjoying it. And I've just also spotted there's an Easter egg for Babel in here, which I always enjoy it when
Oh,
writers-
that is. Mhm.
yeah, there was a direct quote from Babel in this, and I was like, oh,
that's really good.
so that's nice. So yeah, it's good. I also went and checked on my macaroni cheese. I think it's done, so I've just like turned it right down on the slow cooker. So it's come out okay. I
In
think
time for dinner time?
yeah, hopefully in an hour or so. I think Eve is going to come on in about an hour's time. So that's nice. So yeah, it's all going good. Yeah, and I could see some comments coming through. So Laura was talking about being outside, I think. Oh yeah, no, Megan was saying it's too hot. Megan, whereabouts are you? Because I think you're UK. I might be wrong, but it's too cold here. I tried. I went outside and I was like, no, it's too cold. And also,
Did you?
yeah, my neighbours are also pretty loud.
Right.
And they're being quite noisy outside just now. So I was like, no.
It's scorching up here in Airdrie. It's scorching up here.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because it was really hot for a couple of days, but it's just a bit chilly down here at the minute. I think it's like 15 degrees, and it's like, it's not quite warm enough.
My kids are out playing, so I was like, there's no way I can sit outside peacefully.
Yeah, the thing is, like, I think Laura was talking about in the comments about kids making noise outside. I don't mind kids like playing outside and being noisy, but like our neighbours have just got what I would consider to be rubbish tasting music, and they're just really loud. So it's just like, oh, not right now. I don't need to listen to that at the moment. Emma was saying Megan's icon is Lucy the cat. Oh, we're sisters. Oh, okay. So that little icon here. Oh, he's cute. His little face. He looks like most cats. Like, kind of doesn't care what you think. Gonna do their own thing.
I don't know if you'll be able to see this. Like my cat, I put out the kids' swimming pool earlier. He's like I know, like he was drinking it and like pawing it, and I'm like that, like, please don't get your claws out, Tigger, please.
Yeah, you pop it. Oh my god, they're so funny, aren't they? Like Jack loves being in the bath with the tap running. He'll sit there for ages, and he'll like drink the water, but he'll also just lay in it. It's just like I used to hate water as a cat.
That's what I was thinking with him. Please don't fall in, Tigger, because like the claws will come out and it'll be an absolute disaster. But it was all right.
Good. I'm glad he's okay. I'm glad he's enjoying the water. They're so funny. Cats are so funny. Yeah, Charlotte's the same as me. Tried reading outside, but it's too cold. Yeah, and like I said, like because I was in the hammock for ages on Saturday and took like a blanket out there until like 9:30 or whatever at night, which is fine, but because the neighbours being loud as well, it's like we're just gonna stay inside. Charlotte's also switched to audiobooks. Sounds like a good plan. Oh, yeah, Laura, this is the comment. And I thought you'd appreciate it as well, Michelle, as a fellow teacher. I'm back inside, not because of the heat. The child next door is ringing their bike bell and screaming. Rather than using my teacher voice, I've come inside. Yeah, I feel like we all have that voice, don't we? The teacher voice that comes out.
Like, the amount of times, Brian, if I'm out, people act like you don't need to get your teacher voice out.
Yeah.
I don't mean it. I don't mean it. Just like bursts free sometimes.
Yeah, Gary says that to me. Don't use your teacher voice on me. And it's like, well, don't behave like a 12-year-old. You know? But yeah, it does definitely pop out without like trying. So it's like, oh, sorry. Yeah. Charlotte's got elderly couples on both sides, so she does not have noisy neighbours. Which is nice. Laura's saying this is the problem I have. The other side are older and like playing rubbish music at an unsociable level. Yeah. I live on a huge housing estate. There's like 1,000 houses here or something. And every single year it baffles me how noisy some people are in their gardens, because I'm like, do you know? Or like when people are having what should be private conversations, but loudly in their garden. And I just think, we can all hear you. You know, there's like maybe 100 people in your close vicinity that can all hear the row that you're having or whatever it is. It's just like... And
I think some people really enjoy noise. I know it sounds silly, but like I don't think I'm a person who particularly enjoys noise. I don't know, like in school, like our cleaners come in, so like I work with like 5 and 6-year-olds,
Yeah.
It is wild from 9 till 3. It's wild. So see that peace. See when they leave. See that moment of like calm, and then the cleaners come in and they put on the radio and bump it up, and I'm like, oh, I want quiet.
Yeah. Yeah, because honestly, our kids leave at 3:15, and then, as I'm sure you do and every other teacher does, or anyone that works at school, I've got a massive list of things to do before I leave at like 6. But I always have that first like 10 minutes after they've gone where I just sit at my desk and do nothing and just sit in the silence and just kind of process everything that's happened during the day.
Exactly.
And just like make a list of all the stuff I now need to do because of things that have happened in the day. And it's just that 10 minutes. I'm lucky because our school campus is not that big because I teach at a small school. But my classroom, the English book, is like over in a corner of the campus. So we are like one of the last blocks to get cleaned.
Right.
So the cleaners don't tend to appear until like 5:30, where I'm like, and at that point I'm like, I should probably start getting ready to leave anyway because I've been here too many hours. So I'm lucky. But yeah, I also didn't realize until I became a teacher just how noise sensitive I am. It was an interesting way of finding that out.
That's one way I put that.
Like I can hear a kid tapping from like 500 feet away. I just can't. I can't. It's all I can hear. I spend a fair amount. Like my kids by this term, like know what I'm like. But especially term 1, I spend a lot of time going, whoever's tapping, could we stop, please? Because it's all I can hear. It's like my ear is like zooming in on it.
It's Velcro on shoes for me, obviously, because it's the wee ones.
Yeah.
Velcroing, and I'm just like, please stop, please.
Yeah. It's the kids. I have quite a lot of kids that have like fidget toys as well, which they're entitled to have, and I know they help them. But I'm just like, when I'm talking, if we could not click, that would really help me.
You can use the quiet side.
I'm just like, just use something quieter just while I'm talking, and then you can use whatever you like when everyone's like, it doesn't matter after that. But like when I can't concentrate on giving instructions if I can hear like a clicking noise, it's just like, oh no. But yeah, this time of the year it's better because they know me and I know them. Marlene's had a hard day. Sorry, Marlene. Auntie Dot had a fall, taken to hospital. Just got home. Thank God she hasn't broken anything, but she did pass out, so she should stay overnight. Oh, no. That's horrible. Sorry, Marlene.
That's awful.
I'm glad she didn't break anything though, and at least they're going to keep her in and just keep an eye on her because I always worry about like if they let people out too early. So I'm glad she's kind of staying over in the right place and all that kind of stuff. Katie said, sorry, I dropped for a couple of hours there, ended up on the phone with my mum and with a few things to do. That's absolutely fine. I've been here 6.5 hours now, so thank you for being here at all. Back now and hoping to either listen to my audiobook or read in the next sprint. That's good. What are you reading? I can't remember what you were reading. Meowing coming. Every time I know it's coming, it makes me jump every time. And Bert and Ernie. Oh, I almost put Charlotte in timeout then. I'm still not very good at controlling all this. That's quite an appealing idea though. Both my cats jumped at the meow. Sorry, Bert and Ernie. Sorry we made you jump. Ellie read 36 pages. That's great. Megan is in the UK. It's really interesting, different temperatures at the moment because it's definitely too cold for me to be outside just now. But like you said, it's really hot where you are. Cat is currently racing around the house, mad half hour. We love the zoomies. Mine will do theirs after dinner. 18 degrees on the Isle of Wight. Oh, Rosie read 100 pages of Mindwalker. That's good going. And she's hooked. Good for you. Guy read 55 pages of the Cassandra Complex. Alice is here. Hello. Hi. Hope it's all going well. Just got in from going to the beach with my nephews. It was super windy at the coast. Yeah, I bet it was lovely though. I need to go to the beach soon. I'm not going for ages. That sounds nice, especially when you've got, well, I don't know how old your nephews are. I was going to say little ones. That was an assumption. But yeah, when you've got kids with you, it's nice. More caffeine needed. So in the next sprint, I'm going to go for a walk along the canal via Costa. Good choice. Joe doesn't have the noisy neighbours. Very lucky for you. We have lovely neighbours across directly from us. They're really nice. I mean, like the neighbours next door are also nice. They're just loud. They just seem to like not be aware that we can all hear them in their garden all the time. And they have an interesting taste in music. We need a housing estate for all introverts to move to. I think that's a really good idea. If you could get on with that, Charlotte, that'd be great. Ali's here. Hello from This Little Wonderful Life. We have one set of annoying music playing neighbours around here, and they're ours. Yeah. It's always I don't obviously everybody has like different ways of living their lives. I think for me it's just being oblivious to the fact that everybody can hear you. And if you're like, I was in the hammock on Saturday and I could hear our next door neighbor turning Alexa on, and then I don't have an Alexa, so I can say that name out loud without saying anything off. And then he was like, oh, Alexa, level 10. And it's like, do you need it that loud? Do you need it that loud? With your back door open? And then he starts singing along, and bless him, he's clearly having a lovely time, but he cannot hit the high notes that he thinks he can hit. And it was just like, oh, there goes the peace and quiet.
Extreme.
Charlie's back. Hello. Hi, all. Back for a bit before I make tea/dinner. Lovely. It's definitely getting to that time of day. Yeah, Ali's going to join us on the estate. I think we should get this going. Oh yeah, Katie, you did tell me that earlier. Sorry. She's reading A Slow Fire Burning by Paul Hawkins, which is not particularly well written, unfortunately. Yeah, that's a shame. She also wrote The Girl on the Train and a couple of others. Audiobook is The Roommate Situation. That was it. Charlotte's now making deals in the comments. Ali, I was there for your plot and you can teach me to crochet. That sounds like a fair deal. So that's good. Oh yeah, Amy, she had a hysterectomy. So she said, I didn't get any reading done for the sprint. That's fine. I need to shower. I'm going to wear white jeans today because I'm all healed up from the hysterectomy and can wear white jeans without fear now.
Oh.
Yeah, good for you. That's good. I'm glad you are all healed up and okay after that operation. Emma said, does it make sense that I'm silence sensitive after I grew up in a house with 6 younger siblings? I'm like, it's too quiet, something's wrong. Whereas now I live on my own, I can't do anything without noise. Yeah, that makes sense. You should consider being a teacher if you don't want silence. Guarantee you will never have a quiet moment until the kids pile out. I think it's odd, like for reading, I've usually got, because I'm so used to reading in the evenings, like next to Gary when he's watching TV. So I find reading in silence quite difficult. So I've usually got an ambient noise thing going on in the background because I'm just so used to having the TV on. I'm not watching the TV, he's watching it, but it's that kind of background noise. So I kind of get that. And also with 6 younger siblings, I'm sure there was not many moments of silence in your house growing up. That's a lot. People leaving messages from Marlene, which is really nice. Yeah, Ellie, seriously, so loud in their gardens. Also, whilst we're on the subject, we're not really on the subject, but I'm putting us on the subject. What I don't get is people who are like super loud really early in the morning. Like before, I think on a Saturday, I think like before 9 o'clock is too early to be in your garden making noise. And like after like 9 at night is a bit dodge, especially because there's like loads of kids that live around here. So there's always that as well. I'm just like,
my neighbours love to get a valet done, and don't get me wrong, like they come like about 9 o'clock on a Saturday, so like it is 9 o'clock, but this thing is loud, and like I'm never awake at 9 o'clock, so it doesn't wake me up, but I just have that feeling that like it's really quite a loud thing to be having, because it's a generator, because it's a portable valet. So like it's like, oh no, some people will be like having a lie in.
Yeah, because like Gary's got a Harley Davidson motorbike, which we go out on, but we would never turn that on. It's loud. It's like the loudest thing. And we would never go out on the bike before like 10:30 on a weekend because it's really loud. It's like not just a little bit loud, it's really loud. So we would never go out before 10:30 in the morning on that because of like, we don't want to disturb everyone in the morning because it is loud. So it's just stuff like that. I'm just like, how do you not realize that you're making noise? But like I wouldn't even like water the plants and stuff before 9 because like the sound of the water in the watering can makes quite a lot of noise. So I'm just, I don't know. Not everybody is as kind of
I genuinely think some people
aware.
like their personality is just not to consider others. Like it's the whole like people not using an indicator when they're driving. It's like I just think some people are genuinely very like tunnel vision.
Yeah,
just don't consider other people's feelings on some things.
Yeah, because like again with our next door neighbours, they're like they use their back door instead of their front door, which is fine. But it's like when they leave really early for work in the morning, like he comes out, bangs the door, and this is at like 6 a.m. I'm up anyway because my body clock is broken, but lots of other people are not. And like he'll come out, bang the back door, and then shout goodbye into the house. And it's just like, what are you doing? Just say goodbye inside your house and come out quiet. Like, and you just hear him, bye, see you later.
That's an odd choice.
Oh, Gary's like, we should just shout back and say bye. Like, see ya, have a good day, because we can hear you. Like, oh my gosh. So yeah, it's bizarre behavior, but yeah, I think some people just they're not like horrible neighbors. We've had some like nightmare neighbors living here before, and they're really nice. They just don't think, and it's like, oh, you're not on your own estate with like acres. We're all crammed in here together. We can hear you, like, you know. Anyway, Ali said, hi, excited to pop in and watch after a day paddleboarding. It's very windy here in Kent. I'm not surprised. I think that's why there's not many of us outside today, because it is windy. But I hope you had fun paddleboarding. So guys, there's lots of people chatting to each other, which is lovely. I have to read in silence. If I'm on a train and there are people chatting, I literally can't concentrate on what I'm reading. That's interesting. Have you tried headphones for that? Maybe.
I need to put on some on a train like that, because I find that I get nosy, basically. Like, and I'm like,
I love it.
Yeah, I want to know what happened next. I need to on something to like tune out.
Yeah, that's really funny. Charlotte, yeah, I think on our estate that you apparently are funding for everybody. Lawnmowers will be illegal before 9 a.m. for sure. Oh, Katie, this would drive me around the bend. They do a fire alarm test on my building every Monday morning. Just me, who thinks 7:30 a.m. on a bank holiday is an unacceptable time to do a fire alarm test for 30 seconds. Yes, that should not have been happening. That's hideous. Oh, clearly somebody forgot, because I used to, in my old job, I was a property manager, and I was responsible for lots of blocks of flats, and we would used to have to do the fire alarm tests. So I bet they forgot that it was bank holiday, because it would have been set up automatically. That's really annoying. Even for me, like I said, my body clock's broken, so I'm just awake at the moment at about 5:30. But that would have irritated me, because it just breaks the peace, doesn't it? Oh no. And Ali said, yes, I'm always having to stop my husband trying to jet wash something before 10 a.m. Yeah, because that's really loud as well. Such a loud thing to do. Yeah, I just like not before like 9-10 on a weekend. Oh, this is funny. Emma said, I'm considering becoming a teacher primary school age, though couldn't deal with bratty, attitude-ridden teens. Well, you've got a primary school teacher, pointing the wrong way, that way, and you've got a secondary school teacher. I think primary school teachers are genuinely like next level superheroes. I don't know how you guys do it.
Not at
I
all.
just cannot. Whereas actually, with one of the things that I like about being a secondary school teacher is you have them for an hour, and then you pass them off to somebody else, and you get a new batch in. We did a day off timetable a few weeks ago, and I was with my tutor group all day, who are year 8, so they're 13. And I really like my tutor group because I've had them since last year. I'll basically be like their school mum until they leave at 16. Oh. And that group won't change. Well, we've had new people come in, but like I'll stay as the group's tutor. So I really like them. They're a group of kids I like. But I got to lunchtime and I was like, oh my gosh, stuck with the same group of kids all day. No, I don't have the patience for this.
But you know, it's funny because like we get asked what stage you'd like to teach next year, and obviously it depends on role and things. Ed teacher like has a lot of balls to sort of like juggle, but like that, like I've been in primary 1 I'm doing primary 1 again next year, and that'll be 5 years in primary 1. So wow. I know the head teacher will be looking for me to shuffle and choose another stage, but I'm like that. I don't think I could go into P2 next year, because then I'd have 2 years with the same children. Like, and I think that could be tricky. Like, even though you love them a bit, it's like I think that could be tricky doing 2 years in a row with the same group of children. So I'm like that. I'd need to, I think, jump to like P3 or something like that.
How old are those kids? I don't know anywhere near enough about the primary school stages.
So that you'd be talking. So P2s would be 6, 7, or 7, 8 years old for P3. Yeah.
Oh, that's so much energy in a room. Like I complain sometimes about like teenagers being apathetic. But I think there's like only so much energy I could take.
I know, it's one extreme to the other, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, because we have similar discussions about like which year groups, because we're expected to teach all 5-year groups, especially at my school because it's small. So that's ages 11 to 16. And I much prefer teaching Key Stage 3, which is age 11 to 14, up to year 9, so just before they start the GCSEs. Just because the curriculum is a lot more flexible, and I'm already bored. This is my 3rd year of doing Key Stage 4, so GCSE years. I'm already getting a bit bored of Christmas Carol, Macbeth, and Inspector Calls. Whereas Key Stage 3, if I want to chuck something else in, I can, if I think it's relevant. But yeah, it's definitely I like just having the rotation of kids all day, different kids in and out. But I've had my current year 8s who are 13. This is my 2nd year teaching them for English, and we're starting to have conversations about who's going to have which class next year. And they're definitely ready for another teacher. As much as I adore them, they're definitely one of my favorite groups that I've had. I'm like, they're ready for a different English teacher, I think. I think a different teacher would do them some good. So they'll probably go to somebody else next year. I was like, however, if I still have to teach years 10 and 11, when they are at year 10, I'll happily have them back because they're lovely. And hopefully they'll still be all right at that tricky stage, because year 10 is a bit of a dodgy time in terms of year groups. But yeah. So yeah, Emma, I think teaching people definitely find where their skill set is. Like, I am not built to be a primary school teacher. Definitely not. Whereas actually teenagers are fine. I enjoy teaching them.
Yeah, and I'd find it hard, really.
Yeah, it wouldn't be for everybody. But yeah, I couldn't do primary for sure. I think I said already, so I've got year 6s coming up in a couple of weeks for their settling in. So that'll be 2 days of shorter lessons with them on rotation. And I always get to the end of that like exhausted, because they need more of the cheerleading and kind of amping up and being excited. Whereas by the time you get to like 8, 9, 10, 11, like they don't care. They just give them the information. And it's less energetic in that way. So yeah, interesting though. Okay, Amy agrees with Gary. You should have fun with the neighbours and say goodbye to them when they yell. The thing is, I don't think my social anxiety would let me do it. I'm just horrified. But that's funny. So Guy was saying, what do I listen to? Oh, I use, you can find ASMR like rooms on YouTube. I use them sometimes when I'm reading. So it's just like background noise. So you can find like, I use them like in the winter, I use the fireplace one quite a bit, and it's just like the sound of the crackling fire and logs and stuff. But sometimes you can find like cafe noises or library noises that don't have music, and it's just that background noise that like tunes out stuff that's going on around you. So that might be something to look at. I've got loads of comments suddenly that have come flying through. Oh, and Ali's saying, have you heard of loop earplugs? I've tried them before, but a lot of people have recommended them for noise reduction. Yeah, that's the other thing. You could just use earplugs to like cut the noise out. Oh, Parker's head of sixth form, and I love it. That's good. We don't have a sixth form at my school, but maybe one day. School question for Victoria. I don't understand how to convert an English school system into an American one. What age of students do you teach? Yeah, I don't understand how to convert from English to American either, because your system's weird. Or like the two don't really like seem to match up. So I teach age 11 to 16, which for us is secondary. And depending on where you are in the UK, it might be, some of you might have middle school as well. I teach in a two-tier system. So I do primary school, which is age 5 to 11, and then I take over from age 11 to 16, and then they go off to what we call college, but you would call, I still have them in high school, I think, but they do 2 more years of sixth form / college, and then at 18 they then go on to next steps, whatever that is. So yeah, that's the conversion. But yeah, the American system confuses me, so I don't know. Hope that helps. Oh, Katie's just explained it really well in the comment underneath, so I should just put that on the screen. So she said, I teach, Victoria teaches 11 to 16, 15 and 16-year-olds were doing exams and exam prep in their final 2 years. So my year 11s that I've been talking about are the 15, 16-year-olds are currently doing their GCSEs. And yeah, hopefully that explains it. I've also been answering emails whilst we were on that last sprint, because my year 11s have got their language exam on the first Monday back. So I've had a few, not as many as I'd like, but I've had a few of them doing practice questions and sending them to me. So that's good. Right. What time are we on? Oh my goodness, it's 10 to 5. Sorry, Michelle. I said an hour and like
Not at all.
2 hours later. This is what I meant though. I was like, oh, this will all probably slide slightly. You're obviously welcome to hang around, but if you need to go, then I obviously.
Yeah, no, I'll head and leave you
Yes.
to it, but I will be hanging about still.
That's good. Well, I'll be here for another like 5 hours.
You've got this. You're doing
Yeah.
great.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. And I'll
Thank
see
you
you
so
later.
much for having me, Victoria. That was really kind of you.
That's okay. See you later.
See you all later. Bye, everyone.
Bye. Okay, so I think Aoife's coming at about 5:30-ish from Pretty Purple Polka Dots. So I'm just trying to think what is best to do right now. I'm starting to feel tired if you didn't notice. I think what we'll do is we'll do the first giveaway. That'll be exciting. And then maybe I'll answer Instagram questions. Does that sound okay? And then we'll sprint. If that sounds acceptable, if you guys can let me know. So let's do the YouTube giveaway first. So I had 23 entries for YouTube. So let's share my screen because I've got a random number generator set up. Right, hopefully that's working. Yes, okay, so random number generator. I had 23 entries. Generate. Oh, is that the number? Oh, okay, it generated the number 23. Is that how that's worked? Hopefully that's worked correctly. Okay, so that means that the winner of the YouTube Q&A was Charlotte Barrett. So hello, I don't know if you're here right now. It doesn't matter if you're not. What I will do is, let's stop sharing that because that's annoying. So what I will do is contact you over the next couple of days and we can get your prize to you. So well done. Yay. Thank you for submitting question. And then let's do the Instagram Q&A. And I've also got the anonymous one which we can look at, which I've not even looked at yet. I don't even know if I've got any questions there. So let's do Instagram first. Where are we? So I had 4 questions, I think, on Instagram. I had loads of you who were super lovely and coming in to say like congratulations and all of that stuff, which was lovely. But there are only 4 actual questions, so that makes it fairly straightforward to do. Okay, so let's just scan through. Okay, so Joe asked, I know Joe's here. Alfie would like to know who your favorite animal character in literature is. Oh my goodness. Well, you guys can answer these as well in the comments. So who's your favorite animal character? I feel like you guys are going to come up with loads that are better than me. I'm just scanning my shelves really quickly. I want to say, I should have pre-planned this a bit better. As ever, it's a little bit rough around the edges. Well, the characters in The Boy, the Mole, the Fox and the Horse, obviously not the boy, but the others are just wonderful. Do I not read a lot of books with animal characters? Oh, Nevermore. There's the giant cat in Nevermore. Forgotten her name currently. It's been a while since I've reread those. And the dog in Mr. Tom. What is the dog called in Mr. Tom? Him. He's just a fab character. Yeah. Those are some of my favorite animal characters, but you guys tell me in the comments. So Claire from Claire's Book Obsession said, if you could change the ending to one book, what book would it be and how would you change the ending? Oh, this is difficult to talk about without doing spoilers. Ali has just said, that's a really good answer. I love the dog 630 in Lessons in Chemistry. Yes, I also love how he gets his name. If you know, you know. Excellent answer. Okay, so how I would change, which book would I change the ending of? Let's answer that one first. It's difficult because I've got so many of my favorite books on my shelves and I wouldn't mess about with the endings of these books. It's actually quite hard, this question. Let's have a little look. Just browsing my shelves. Which book endings would you guys change? It'd be really difficult to talk about without giving spoilers as well. Yeah, so many of these I think have got perfect endings. This is why they're still on my shelf, because I enjoyed them. And I'm very much like, book endings are really important to me. If I don't like the ending of a book, it's not going to get a very high score, which just means it probably won't end up on my shelves. So maybe I'm looking in the wrong place. I might have to come back to that question, Claire. I'm going to think about that one a little bit, and I will come back to you. Okay, so Christine said, how do you schedule reading? Do you commit to a certain time of day, or is it more catch as you can? So I have very much a person of habit. I have lots of habits and routines. It's partly one of the reasons why I became a teacher. So for me, I read in the car. So I read via audiobook on my commute to and from work, unless I've had a particularly rough day. If I've had a particularly rough day, I will blast music really loud and sing along at an obnoxiously loud level, which is fine in the privacy of my car. But otherwise, I will read my audiobook to and from work. So that's around about an hour total. And then I read in the evenings. So how much I read depends on how tired I am. During term time, it's usually half an hour before I fall asleep. During non-term, so during holidays and stuff, I'll read a lot more. I will always read at weekends. I'll read probably, well, it depends what else we've got going on. My ideal is to read like 4 or 5 hours over a Saturday or whatever, but reading is my like one habit, my one hobby. So I read all the time, as much as I can. If I'm not doing something, I'm probably reading would be my answer. So yeah, I think having a solid routine really helps, because you get used to it. It's like anything, it's just like any other kind of habit or hobby, and the more you do it, the easier it is. So yeah, I will definitely read in the evenings primarily. I'm not a massive reader in the morning, so first thing in the morning on a weekend, when I get up, feed the cats, come and get my blanket and stuff, and come in here, and usually that's when I'll scroll my phone and do like social media stuff and answer emails and all that kind of thing. And then once I've been awake for about an hour, I might read for a bit then, if there's no rush to start the day. But I'm not a big reader first thing in the morning. I definitely don't read in the morning first thing physically on a work day, for example, because I'm just focused on getting dressed, ready, and out of the house. So yeah. Okay, Cozy Book Nook, still one of my favorite Instagram handles. Congratulations, you totally deserve it. Thank you. What's the one book you could read over and over again? I mean, some of the books we've already talked about today. 13th Tale by Diane Setterfield, I could read that on repeat. Only Ever Yours by Louise O'Neill, I could definitely read that on repeat. I've read that several times. The Brown Sister trilogy, I could read those on repeat. I seem to get something different out of them every time I pick those up. What else could I read over and over? The Pull of the Stars, I've read that, I think, 4 or 5 times at this point. Yeah, I think those are a good list of things. I feel like Babel's going to be one I come back to a lot. I think, what have I read this year that I think I'm going to come back to? I mean, Her Majesty's Royal Coven, I feel like I'll come back to. I need to reread The Appeal. So yeah, there are a few. I think that's it for Instagram questions. Yes, looks like it. So let's have I'll quickly go through the comments here, and then we'll see if I've got any, or not going to lie. Oh, there's a red dot next to the inbox. Always slightly nervous, because obviously people can ask you literally anything. So we'll see what we get from that. Let's have a quick scroll through these comments. Okay. Right. So, okay. So we're talking about headphones. So Megan said, I can be very noise sensitive, but then I can happily blare my music in my headphones, nearly deafening myself. I'm the same. If it's my own noise, it's fine. But if it's other people, I can't focus. Oh, Charlotte said pretty much the same thing. I need to blast through music through my headphones to get anything done. Yeah, I feel like it does help, like that noise. Amy said, you think the American school system is weird, but the specific school system I had growing up is completely different from many schools in America, apparently. That's interesting. She then said, I grew up in a small town, so each school teaches 2 grades, except for high school, which teaches 4 grades. This whole thing, like, I feel like I need to read up on the American school system. The giveaway winners, I'm picking one from the YouTube. So on my community tab of my YouTube page a few weeks ago now, I posted a picture that said thank you for 3,000 subscribers, and I asked people to give me questions for the Q&A, and each question was an entry into the giveaway. And then I'm going to send a book to that person. I think I said up to the value of £15. So for the 2 each, so like 15 each. I think that's what I said, but I'll double check. So yeah, they'll get a book from me. Either I will, if they've got a wish list, I will pick something from there, or if there's something specific they want, I will send them that. But yes, I will arrange that in the next few days. Charlotte said, Tom said that his is Bob, as in a street cat named Bob. Good choice. I still haven't read that book. I need to. Guy said I would be Paddington Bear or Winnie the Pooh. Lovely choices. Oh yeah, Charlotte's just reminded me of the monster. I is not a cat from Starfell. Yeah, he's a really awesome character. Ali said the penguin in Death and the Penguin. You guys have got like way better answers than me. Megan said Jemima, please, Puddle Duck. Yes. Oh, Wilbur from Charlotte's Web. Yes. Buck in Call of the Wild. I still haven't read that. My year 8s did their end of year exam last week, and the excerpts were from Call of the Wild, and I feel like I need to read it now. Charlie is always coming through with character names and I forget them. Fen is the Magnificat from Nevermore. Yes. Winnie the Pooh. Yes. And then talking about endings, Katie said I would change the ending to Gone Girl. No spoilers, but very disappointing. It's been years since I've read Gone Girl. I feel like I need to reread it, or I could just watch the film. But yeah, I can see where you're going with that. Amy also backed up the 6:30 from Lessons in Chemistry. Made with Books said, I read the Darren Shan vampire series as a teenager, absolutely loved it, but hated the ending of the last book. I'd change that. I hate when a last book in a series is a letdown. That's always disappointing. Oh, Animals from Wind and the Willows. Lovely. Charlotte said, I didn't read all the books, but if Gossip Girl finished like the series did, oh god, that ending made me so mad. I know the end. I'd never watched all the way to the end of Gossip Girl because I have to admit I got bored and wandered off. Let's try and adjust this angle a bit. Sorry, this is not the best. But I know the ending and I can see why people were cross. Oh, how did I forget about Thimble from Legends and Lattes? He's a little ratkin that makes cinnamon rolls. He's so cute. And yes, Charlotte, I think it is Oswald, the cat. Well, the eye is not a cat, definitely. Megan said, I usually start reading first thing when I wake up. Yeah, I don't. I kind of have to get started a bit before I can read, but it's always really interesting how different people do it. Ali, oh my gosh, books and bargains. I've just been dragged through all of Gossip Girl by my 17-year-old and the ending was just no words. Yeah, I feel like I might go and like watch the last like 3 or 4 episodes of the final season to get the full effect, but I remember reading about it online and being like, no, they can't have done that. Amy's agreeing with my coping skill. I'm also a car singer. No one hears me singing except for my car. Exactly. When I'm alone in my car, I actually am Mariah Carey. Just saying. But nowhere else. And I will literally blast music so loud if I've had a bad day and like shout sing. Now everyone's talking about the Gossip Girl in the comments. Oh, Amy said, I know you're not big on negative content, but I would love to ask about an unpopular book opinion of yours. Interesting. Like, I don't deliberately, I'm not anti-negative book content at all. And I think we've said this already today, like sometimes somebody can be giving a negative review and they'll say something about the book that makes you want to pick it up. If they don't like a particular trope that you really love, it might talk you into picking the book up, and you can find loads of good books that way. So I'm not at all like anti-negative content, and I also get why people watch negative content for that kind of like gossipy, spill the tea, all of that stuff. Unpopular book opinion of mine, I'm not even sure. I mean, there's series that I have no interest in that are huge, like the Court of Thorns and Roses series just doesn't do anything for me at all. I think that's just mostly because I'm just too old at this point. I feel like if they'd been around like 15 years ago, I probably would have been all over them, but they're just that kind of time, that kind of reading is kind of past. Yeah, I think one of the reasons why I don't make videos that could be negative is I'm not sure I have any particular opinions that are particularly exciting or would cause comment. So yeah, I'm not sure. Unpopular book opinion. I don't always get the hype around some of the really expensive book boxes. I mean, yes, the books are very pretty. I enjoy a pretty book. I don't subscribe to any book boxes, mostly because I've never found one that like suits my reading. But yeah, I've never really got the hype around certain book boxes, let's put it that way. I don't really see what's exciting about it or why you'd spend that much money. Having said that, I would spend a decent amount of money on a book that I was excited about, or like an edition of a book if it was an author that I love. So I do get that it depends on the book and the genre and stuff. But yeah, that's probably not something you'd see on my channel necessarily. But yeah, I don't know. Throw me some book opinions, and let's see if I agree or disagree. Sorry, Laura. The question was, yeah, your favorite animal character in books. Oh, thankfully Katie is all over it and has put that in the comments. Oh, Crazy Mel said, I threw the book at the end of Gone Girl. Yeah, I think if you look on Goodreads, I probably have a 5-star review on Gone Girl, but in my defense, I read it when it first came out, and that's got to be 15 years ago. I feel like it would definitely not be a 5-star now. Alice is also not impressed by the Gossip Girl ending. Neither is Ellie. Oh yeah, Guy, I remember that. The ending of Pretty Little Liars was rage. I felt rage at that because I put up with all of the series, watched it right to the end, and it was terrible. It was bad. I mean, the series was great. Well, most of the series was great, and I think that was the last time I watched a series all the way to the end because it burnt me. Okay, so it's an interesting one, Stuart. My unpopular opinion is I found Evelyn Hugo boring. Tried 3 times on you, it doesn't work for you, and that's absolutely fine. I mean, you have broken Charlotte's heart, but she'll get over it. I haven't tried Books That Matter, and maybe I should. I just personally, I don't think I need loads of stuff with the book. Like if it was book only, maybe it'd be okay. I don't know. Mel, yeah, I'm not suggesting that you have to be young to read ACOTAR. I just think for me, because it's also fantasy, I'm not a big fantasy reader, and it's fae, and I'm not sure I care. Also, it's part of that thing of like, they're so beloved, that series. I feel like my opinion's not needed, especially if it's negative. People should just enjoy what they want to read. I just don't think. Oh, I've got hiccups now. And yeah, it's just not for me, that one. Oh, Alice, I'm kind of with you on this. My unpopular opinion is I cannot stand Wuthering Heights. Ooh. Love the Kate Bush song. The book is dire. I wouldn't go that far. It's not my favorite. It is my my head of faculty's favorite book of all time. So I say nothing. I be very quiet in meetings. I don't hate it. I did have to study it for uni, and that definitely sucked a lot of the fun out of it. Different opinion from Guy about Evelyn Hugo. Evelyn Hugo is my favorite books ever. I got the limited edition from Waterstones, and it's gorgeous. They are very pretty. It's a very pretty edition. And Charlotte, be happy that you're on her side on this. Oh, here's Leanne. Hello. You said the word unpopular opinions, and I was magically summoned. Hello. Good to see you. Thank you for dropping in. Oh yeah, Marlene, I forgot about the cat at the last house on Needless Street. That's a good shout. This made me laugh, Rosie. The ending of Pretty Little Liars should have the writers in prison, honestly, it was so bad. Charlie's laughing that Leanne's appeared for the salty opinions section of the proceedings. Oh, and we've got a Terry Pratchett reference from Ali. I'm picturing death summoned from a cheese and wine party. Yes. Oh gosh, hang on, there's so many comments now, I can't keep up. You guys have got opinions. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. I would agree with this, Ellie. My unpopular opinion is probably Colleen Hoover. I didn't think Layla or Verity were good, but so many people love them, especially Verity. I enjoyed the reading experience of Verity at the time. I think I gave it like a 4-star, maybe a 3. It might have been like a 3.5. I enjoyed the reading experience. It was fast-paced, and it was fun, and it was kind of easy. But then reflecting on it afterwards, and then some of the stuff that Colleen Hoover has come out with, for me, is like too many red flags. She's just really problematic, and I know that word gets thrown around a lot, But for me, content warnings are really important, and she's very vehemently anti-content warning. And also as someone who works with teenagers, there's a lot of them reading Colleen Hoover books, and you can, because she's big on TikTok, and you can definitely argue that it's positive that they're reading, but I suspect their parents have no idea what the content is of those books, and in my opinion, they're not books that should be read by teenagers, because a lot of her, well, almost all of her books, as far as I'm aware, have problematic relationships in them. And as adults, we can read that and realize that it's fiction, and also that it's not healthy. But teenagers don't have the life experience yet to realize that that's a terrible example of a relationship, and that's what concerns me. Plus, like, her personal opinion is that you shouldn't put content warnings on books, and I completely disagree with that. So yes, I agree with the Colleen Hoover thing. So yeah, I would agree with that, Charlotte. Just not someone to support, I don't think. Yeah, I would agree with this. My unpopular opinion is BookTok gets far too much hate. If it gets people reading, then it's good. I would agree to a certain extent. Obviously, like I just said with Colleen Hoover, I think we need to be a little bit careful with the content that's finding its way into the hands of our kids and our young people. I'm not one for censorship, and I think that reading about stuff like sex and relationships in books is a really safe way for them to explore that. But we just have to be careful, because they don't have the experience to be able to filter it like we can. But yeah, I think I don't have TikTok because I feel like my entire life would just get sucked into it. I don't have the time. But I think it is positive if it's helping to get people reading. I think what gets people rubbed up the wrong way on Booktube is that we've been here for a lot longer, doing the same thing and not getting anywhere near the recognition that BookTok gets. I think that's where people get frustrated, which I can understand. Yeah, Katie, she said, I'm the same with Colleen Hoover. I love it when I read it and absorb the books really quickly, but then realize how problematic the books are weeks later. Yeah, it's kind of like junk food, isn't it? You eat it at the time and it's fun and it's enjoyable, and then afterwards you think, that probably wasn't the best thing for me. So yeah. Right. Oh, Chloe's here. Chloe's back. Hello. Just got home. How's it going? Yeah, it's good. 7 hours, 10 minutes in. I'm tired, but I am having fun. Yes, Rosie, I totally agree. How can you be anti-content warning? I think she's part of the group of people who consider them to be spoilers, which, as we know, if they're done well, it's not. But anyway. So Leanne said, okay, today's unpopular opinion. I am sick of sad queer books that exist just to be emotionally I can't speak at this point. Destructive. Mungo, Evan Hugo, etc. It's boring and unimaginative. Yes, I would completely agree. I think that whole subgenre, like, doesn't A Little Life fit into that? I've not read that book. I will not be reading that book. It's just a bit repetitive. I can see why people, maybe for some people it's cathartic, and it's definitely a part of our culture that needs to be explored, but I feel like it's also been done. And also I think sometimes it can feel a bit exploitative. It depends who's telling the story as well, which is what I've just been reading about in Yellowface. It is definitely, for me, is that thing of like, who's telling the story, where are they coming from, what's their standpoint. So yeah, I would agree with that. And Charlotte, this is genius. You should pitch this to all of the publishing houses. I still think content warnings could be in the front of every book with like a lift the flap, then surely everyone's happy. I totally agree. I think if we all agreed, like all the publishing houses agreed, we're going to put content warnings on the inside cover or on the back cover or whatever, and it was the same in every book. And yes, I've just hit myself around the face with my nails. Smooth as ever. Then people that didn't want them would know and would just skip over it and carry on with their day. It shouldn't be that hard. Stuart saying when they put Coco in the romance section, yeah, that's always gives me a bit of a pause. But I don't know where else you'd put her. In the TikTok sensation section, maybe? I don't know. Yeah, sorry, Chloe. Chloe, big Colleen Hoover reader. Sorry, you've popped back in at precisely the wrong time. Because yeah, we are talking about Colleen Hoover and unpopular Booktube opinions. And as you know, I'm not a fan. But as I've also said, you might have missed, I think it's absolutely fine for people to read Colleen Hoover if they are adults. What worries me is when teenagers, like some of my year 8 kids, were reading Colleen Hoover, so they're 12, 13. They do not have the experience to understand a problematic relationship when they see one, and that's what worries me. So yes, okay, let's move on. Oh, nice. That's an interesting one, Guy. Another of my unpopular opinions is sometimes movies are better than the books. The Devil Wears Prada is my favourite film, but the book I DNF'd. I agree with this sometimes. I think, and this might surprise everybody, given how much I love this author and this series, I think the film Practical Magic is 100 times better than the book. The book itself has a very different storyline. I got a bit bored in places reading, whereas the film is perfection from the first minute to the end. So yeah, I would agree. Sometimes the film is better than the book. Rosie, yeah, I think there'll be a lot of people watching this who would agree. I think we do a lot of free labor, especially smaller channels who, you know, don't make AdSense and don't get sent arcs and stuff. I think, you know, it takes so much time to put videos together, to come up with the idea, to film it, edit, upload it, schedule it, then hype it online. All of that stuff takes so much time, and we do it largely for free. And yeah, I don't think booktubers do get that recognition. I think that's where the annoyance with Book Talk comes in, because like Book Talk's like swept in over the last 2 years and is getting all the recognition, where we've been sat here doing it 4 years. And you don't ever see, you know, Booktube sensation on a sticker. Yeah, Chloe, don't worry. I won't be reading A Little Life. I'm not interested. I was never interested. I know a lot of people love it, and that's fine. But for me, I looked at the size of it and the kind of content of it, and I was like, no, thank you. Yes, Katie, we need to, you know, Charlotte's changing everything. She's just going to do a lift the flap. We're going to write to the publishers. It's sorted. Okay. Okay, so Leanne said, I'm just trying to filter because there's lots of you having conversations, which is nice, like chats within the chat, but like I'm just trying to filter through comments to like see what I need to put up. My fringe is starting to get a bit wild as well. I'm having my hair cut tomorrow though. Right, so Leanne said there's a deeper convo to be had with content warning hate, because those who like them often read books that have emotional bombs in them, like Little Life or Mungo. And then and the twists in them get brushed off as powerful, but without that they'd just be kind of gross. And with a content warning, there's no emotional hook to pass things off. Yeah, interesting. There's definitely a much bigger conversation to be had with content warnings, and it is a complicated situation, but it can also be made quite simple. So yeah, there's lots of things with this, like this whole unpopular opinion thing has set everybody off, which I cannot lie, I love. So unpopular opinion, we need to do away with hardback arcs or multiple edition arcs. Yeah, I don't think I've ever had a hardback arc. I've sometimes been sent a finished copy, which is very nice, which is hardback. The multiple edition thing, I don't understand that. I think it's just a like marketing tool. So yeah. Oh my gosh, Laura, that's hilarious. I don't even know how I would approach that. I can remember finding some year 10 students, they'll be 14, 15, reading 50 Shades when it came out. That was a fun conversation. Oh, because also they're going to ask like how you know what's in the book. Oh, I'm sure that was a joy. Sean said, P.S. I Loved You was one of my favourites, but the film was awful. They changed most of the story. I think it depends, obviously, what they do with the film, but sometimes the film can be better. Oh, Stuart, breaking my heart there. Unpopular opinion, but I hate hardbacks. I personally much prefer to read hardbacks. I prefer the reading experience. However, I'm not that picky, but I do love a hardback. Yeah, I agree with this, Ali. I find content warnings new to me so helpful, even as just as a heads up, so I can brace myself for the tone of the book, which sometimes can be very different to what is presented by the blurb or cover. I would completely agree. I have a couple of very specific triggers, but if I know in advance, so I have several friends that know my triggers, and they might text me to say, just as a heads up, this isn't the book because it's not mentioned anywhere in the blurb, it's no content warnings. If I know it's there, I will probably still read the book because I can kind of psych myself up and make that decision. But when I come across it without a warning, that's when I can end up really upset. And that's, to me, is the point, is that just that warning. Yeah. So Parker said, which books do you think young people should read as part of the curriculum? I want to do a video on this. Have I done a video on this? Maybe I've answered this question before in Q&As. It's a really good question, and I feel like it's one that needs a bit more consideration than me just kind of looking at my shelf. So I might do a video on this. But I definitely think, well, I've mentioned it already today, but Uncomfortable Conversations with a Black Man by, oh my gosh, somebody told me his Emmanuel Acho, my memory is terrible, is a book that I'm constantly recommending at school. We actually got a whole bunch of them into our school library because I requested them, because we are a largely white school, and I think it's important for everybody to read that book, and it's dealt with really well, and it deals with a lot of tricky questions, and it means that the kids can kind of find their answers from a source that's reliable, and they're not just, because sometimes like the danger of Googling, they can come up with the wrong information. So I think that's one that's really important. I would love to do a unit of work specifically around that book and the YouTube series, but arguably it's unlikely that there's space in the curriculum for that at the moment, although there should be. So that one, I'd love to teach Heartstopper. I think that would be so fun to teach Heartstopper, to do this full series. Hi Savvy, what time is it? 5:20, not quite dinner time for the cats. They're starting to circle. So those I would love to put in. Yeah, that's my thoughts for now, but I'm sure I can come up with loads of others. Oh my gosh, Ellie, also talking about 50 Shades. I was a teen and had heard about a popular book, 50 Shades. Told my mum I was going to buy it, and she was like, no, I don't think so. That's hilarious. She also said I had no idea what it was about, just that it was a bestseller everyone was reading. Did she have to explain to you what it was? That's so funny. Yeah, there's a sign up in our local charity shop that says that they don't take copies of 50 Shades because they have so many of them. And there's that another charity shop was giving away copies free with each purchase, and I was like, no, thank you. Yeah, Katie, Lessons in Chemistry is a classic example of a book that needs content warnings because it looks light-hearted, like you said, but it is really heavy. It's got there's a really brutal sexual assault rape scene near the beginning of that book, and it definitely needs content warnings. There's also a huge amount of grief in that book, loss of a partner, all of that kind of stuff. There are parts of it. It's a fantastic book. I loved it. It was one of my favorite reads of last year, but it is not the kind of comedic light book that the cover makes it look like. I love the cover as well because it's beautiful, but there is definitely a mismatch, I think, and I think that's a book that definitely needs content warnings. So Charlotte said that's another reason why Booktube friends are great, especially great, and people forget triggers change. Exactly, like in my situation, Nana, I struggle with Alzheimer's content sometimes, but not other times. Exactly, and that's why you need your friends. So yeah. Guy said, more of an observation, social media has changed books and publishing. As a wannabe writer who has approached agents, it's often quite a social media followers game and writing about trendy topics. Yeah, I can definitely see how that would influence it, which is also mentioned in the book that I'm reading. I promise I'm not like sponsored by Rebecca F. Kwong or anything like that. There's just so much in this that's so relevant. It's ridiculous. Yeah, that's true, Leanne. Art culture itself is ick. The dynamic relies on people being left out and wanting to be included, and what publishers want in return is disproportionate labour, especially when own voices aren't prioritised. I totally agree own voices should be prioritised for ARCs. I mean, I'm obviously talking as someone who benefits from the ARC system because I get sent ARCs regularly, which is fantastic, and I'm always very excited, especially if it's a book I'm really, really anticipating. Like I cannot believe there's a copy of Bookshops and Bone Dust like right there, which I'm going to be reading this week. So I definitely benefit from it, but there are definitely problems with it. So yes. Yeah, Amy, Yellowface. I mean, I'm not even halfway yet. I'm about 100 pages in, but I can see where it's headed. I think I can see where it's headed. I feel like Babe will be way too long to teach, but that is probably a teachable length. So yeah. Okay, Guy said, I get happy whenever mentions Heartstopper. If you aren't watching a book fiend named Mel Guy, you should definitely go and check her out because she talks about Heartstopper a lot, and Alice Osman, isn't it? In general, quite a lot. I will do that at some point. Amy said, would love a video on books you would like to see on the school curriculum. I'm pretty sure you haven't done a video on that yet. I thought I had, but maybe I've just answered it in a Q&A before. So I will put that on my list of things to film because it needs a bit more thought. Sorry, Savannah's trying to escape out of a closed window. Oh, Alison, thank you. This is so fun, but apparently I have to actually cook dinner for the kids. Surely, like Alison's kids are older. Surely they should just be cooking for you at this point. Although you do have no kitchen currently. I cannot believe how well you're coping with that. I would genuinely have had a complete freak out by now. But hopefully we'll see you later. Thank you for popping in. Oh, Aoife's just arriving. Hang on a second. Let's add Aoife to the stream. Hello.
Hello.
Good to see you.
How are you?
Yeah, tired.
How has it been so far? Are you not dead?
Not quite, but my voice is starting to go. I have just been chatting for like the last 45 minutes. Oh, Joe's heading off. Joe said, I'm off to do some cooking, have a soak in the bath. Thanks, a lovely afternoon, keep me company while I did my sewing project. You are welcome. Enjoy your bath. Yeah, I think a few people are going to drop out now to go and cook meals and stuff.
Dinner and stuff.
Yeah. Oh,
that's good.
Charlotte's saying hello to you.
Hi, Charlotte!
As is Michelle and Charlie.
Hi, Charlie.
Mm-hmm.
That's the fun part of sprints when you first join and you're like, hi.
Hello. Yeah.
Hi. My hand hurts. Hi.
It's also like the awkward bit at the end when it takes ages for the broadcast to actually stop.
Oh, I hate that part.
And I'm like, sorry, we're going to do the awkward wave now for the next 5 minutes. How's your day been?
It's been good. I was at work. I worked.
Yep.
I had a shower, as you can see, because my hair is very wet. I had some food, and now I'm ready to join you.
Lovely. Well, we've just been chatting for a bit. And I think we're probably ready to sprint for a bit.
Cool.
What are you reading?
I am reading a book called The Couple by Helly Acton. I'm reading it on my Kindle, so I can't show you the cover. But it is about a world where basically singledom is the norm, and people who are in a relationship are kind of seen as outside of the norm, I want to say is the nice way to put it.
Okay.
So the main character works for a dating app, which is very much like a hookup culture app, and is paired with somebody who has come in to work on the app as well.
Yeah.
And the question that I'm asking myself at the moment is, are they going to enter into a relationship?
Okay.
When that's all kind of like, we don't do this in this world.
Yeah. I think I saw what you were talking about on your TBR. This is the one that's like got vaguely like dystopian.
Yeah,
vibe.
vague dystopian vibes.
Okay.
How about you? What are you reading?
I am reading Yellowface because apparently I'm on the hype train.
Is it good?
Yes. It's really good. I also got the sprayed edges because apparently I'm bougie now. Apparently that's what happens. Yeah, I'm really, really liking it. I've started it today on sprints. I'm like, 130 pages in, so I'm nearly halfway through already.
Wow.
Really good. It's just, so I've explained it a couple of times already today, so apologies for people from repeating, but we've got a white main character called June, who is friends with Athena, who is a Chinese writer. They're both writers. And at the start of the book, there's a freak accident, basically, and Athena dies. And June steals her manuscript and publishes it as her own. And it's this whole thing of like who has the right to tell certain stories. And it's really clever. And there's like at the start, I was kind of like, the scene where Athena dies, it's got this slight tone to it where I was like, I don't think this is supposed to be funny, but I'm finding it vaguely amusing the way that she's describing what's happening. Like the whole thing's satire. But we're now kind of into like the book's been published and it's gone to like into the bestseller list. But she's starting to get like a little bit of backlash online because she's a white woman writing a Chinese story. So it's very much that kind of comment on the publishing industry and also like the process of having a book published, which I obviously found really interesting. I'm enjoying it. I feel like I will finish it today.
Have you read any other books by her?
Just Babel, which
it's very kind of like, this is her first contemporary, right? So is it a very different vibe to Babel?
It's got a similar writing style, but this is a lot quicker because this is contemporary, whereas Babel is basically historical fiction with a little bit of fantasy. So this is automatically like less, it's not as slow, and like Babel's a little bit meandering, although there is a direct quote from Babel in this book which I really enjoyed spotting. So yeah, I'm enjoying it. I feel like if you haven't read her before, this is probably a good place to start if you're not.
Yeah, I haven't read her stuff before, but I have got a NetGalley copy of it that I will try and get to very soon.
Yeah. Well, usually I'm not reading books just as they come out, but it's just what I wanted to read today. So I was like, yep.
Sometimes the mood just strikes.
It does. It does. Right, we've got a few people just chatting in the people getting takeaways. Yes, do that, guys. I fully approve of this message. Leanne's off to do graphics. See you later. Thank you for coming. Charlotte's ordering a takeaway.
What's
Now
ordered?
she's ordered Indian, a very basic
chicken.
That's good.
That's a good option.
Laura, get the takeaway. Do you have a freezer? Because I do this all the time. Put stuff in the freezer and order the takeaway.
Yeah.
It's fine. It's half term. Laura's also a teacher, so I'm like, no, just treat yourself. It's fine.
Today is like your first day of half term, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, take it easy today.
Exactly. You see that, this is the message we're putting forward. Right. If we start a sprint, oh, Chloe's making dinner. Are you cooking? I shouldn't sound that surprised. Chloe's making dinner. She does all the time. I'm gonna get told off when she comes.
Oh my god, are you cooking?
That sounds good though. Broccoli and sesame ramen.
Yeah, it does.
And then she's carrying on with the toll, so that's good. Okay. Let's start a sprint. I will disappear briefly because my dinner is in the crock pot. I've got macaroni cheese in the crock pot.
Oh, nice.
Which smells good, but it smells like it's done, so I need to go and turn it off or down or something.
Yeah.
Because I'm not quite ready to eat yet. Hang on, let me share my screen. Yeah, 45 minutes. Does that sound okay?
That sounds good to me.
That's not what I wanted to do. Why am I not getting better at this? Okay. Hang on. Right, there we go. Should be able to see the kitty. Okay, let's start it off. Cool. Right, 45 minutes. Let's go. Hello. Right. Let's just stop the queue. Hey. So, how did your reading go?
I read 6% because I also did some cleaning of my house.
Good for you.
How about you?
I only read about 10 pages because I went to turn off the slow cooker, which had my macaroni and cheese in it. And then I realized it was done and it smelled really good. So I therefore ate said macaroni and cheese and like put the rest of it, because I halved the recipe that my friend Steph gave me and it still made enough for like 5 portions. So I portioned all the rest of it out to go in the freezer.
Good idea.
So I've done that. So yeah, by the time I'd done those things, it was pretty much time to come back. So yeah, didn't read much, but
the boys aren't with you today then, no?
No, they've gone camping.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so they're
For how long?
Till Thursday. So I've got
nice.
Peace and quiet.
Nice.
Yeah, we do it every year because we always, Gary and I take a week each with Charlie by ourselves, so we have like one-on-one time with him. And Gary always takes the May half term. That's always his week. So yeah, it's kind of weird. I haven't like having this today. Good because I haven't really noticed yet that it's so quiet.
You have plans for the other days?
Yeah, tomorrow I'm going to get my hair cut, which will be really nice. And then I'm going to deep clean my house because it's been a good long while. Doing the cliche thing of like the cliche teacher thing of cleaning your house during half term. So I'm going to get that done tomorrow and also start my marking because I've got 3 sets of papers that need marking. So I'm going to make a start on that. Wednesday I'm going into Bristol and I'm going to do an Instagram controls my day.
Oh, nice.
So I'm going to put some polls up on Instagram tomorrow because people from Instagram can like decide what I wear and what I eat and what I do that day. So that'll be fun.
That is perfect.
And then Thursday I need to do content for June because I haven't filmed anything yet for June and get that as much of that edited as I can. And then I also need to finish marking and then the boys will be home in the evening. So it should be good. A few days of just fairly quiet but also like fairly busy as well. Yeah. It's what always happens in half terms because I don't have time to human in term time, so it all gets done in half term.
No, that's fair.
Yeah. So yeah, lots of people talking about their dinner as well in the chat, which is why I was like, I'm hungry now. I need to eat. Yeah. Charlotte's put food in the freezer. Exactly. Put the food in the freezer and order the takeaway. It's fine. Chloe was not upset where I was surprised at cooking. She said me cooking is a surprise. I'm not at all offended. She doesn't cook much. Like that's why I was a bit surprised. Oh, Marianne's here from Couple Books. Hello. Laura cooked steak salad.
Oh, nice.
I mean, good choice.
That sounds really good.
I know we were encouraging you, Laura, to get a takeaway, but like if that's your food option, I probably would have gone for that as well. So nice work. Katie's making a risotto. That is very labor intensive. Nice. I love a risotto, but I never make them. It's too much fun.
Yeah, it takes a lot of time.
It does. It's one of the things I order a lot in restaurants because I'm like, I do not have to cook that. I can just enjoy that. So she's nearly finished with the risotto, then have to do the dishes. Yeah, never fun.
Yeah.
She's listening to an audiobook though, so that's keeping her company. So that's good. Lisa and her books is here. I'm loving this, just catching up after work. Hello, welcome. Thanks for coming. Danny's here. Hi again. Home from work, cooking dinner now. Danny dropped in earlier before work and has now popped back. I can't believe she's done a whole day at work while I've been chatting on the internet. Melissa said, hi, finally home, time to start settling down, hopefully be reading soon. How's the 12-hour live going? Yeah, it's good. I'm enjoying it. Tired, but that's okay. This is why I have lovely friends like Aoife to chat to me and keep me going. But yeah, it's good. It's been a good day. We've had some random conversations.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we were talking about...
What were some of the questions that came in for your AMA? I missed a lot of them because of work.
I haven't looked at the anonymous ones yet. We can do that in a minute because I'm like slightly intrigued to see what I get from that, because sometimes I get really random ones. Like occasionally, the last couple of times I've done it, I've got a question of, do you think birds are real? And I'm like,
no, that is conspiracy.
Yeah. You know, the creatures that my cats bring in must be a figment of my imagination. That's always a bit strange. But yeah, we'll have a look at that in a minute because I haven't even looked yet. But I've had questions about which books I put on the curriculum. I've had questions about my favorite animal characters from books, which I totally blanked on, and thankfully everybody in the comments was like giving me really good answers.
Smudge from Get a Life, Chloe Brown, obviously.
Oh, I didn't even think of that. No one even mentioned Smudge. Oh my goodness. Yes.
Obviously.
Clearly. Yeah. So yeah, there's been some really good questions today. It's been fun. It's definitely been fun.
Yeah.
Katie said a cat meowed outside 30 seconds before the kitty, so I jumped twice. Oh. And like even when I'm looking at the countdown, I can see it's about to go. It still makes me jump, which is a bit ridiculous, really. Nadim's just finished dinner and started reading the book Hear the Wind Sing by
Haruki Murakami is
Murakami.
one that I have tried and I am one and done.
Yeah, I haven't read anything about that author, I don't think. It's not ringing a bell. Ellie had dinner and tidied the kitchen. Nice. Michelle read 20 pages and ate dinner. Katsu curry. Excellent choice.
Nice.
Rosie got her Costa, so that's good. Went everyone got a Costa and listened to 15% of the Summer of Broken Rules. That sounds interesting. Amy's on breakfast because she's in a different time zone. Yogurt and granola for breakfast. Emma, I might do this in a minute as well. Ordered Italian, read half a chapter, spoke to mum, and now sat on the couch with an alcoholic beverage. Lovely.
Oh, nice.
Very, very nice. Danny's made temper and fries. I'm not sure what the temper bit is, if I'm totally honest. Oh, there's a cat scratching. They're on a scratch pad. That's fine. Chloe said, I set up the anonymous question and got one of your friends is hiding something from you. Not creepy at all. Yeah. Actually, Rosie's right.
Like a secret or a treasure hunt?
Well, yeah, because it could go either way, surely.
Yeah.
Rosie said that's the start of a thriller book. Oh, guess what thriller I got today? I opened it today. It's the Liz Nugent, the one that you always quote the first line of. I got that one today. The one about.
Oh my God, no! What is the second name of it? No.
I don't even have. Oh, my phone's here.
Lying in Wait.
Yeah, I got it today, and I opened it.
I really enjoyed that. Let me know when you read it.
I will. And when I looked, I opened the package. It's really lovely. It's from Joe, who is just absolutely lovely. And when I pulled it out, I was like, "Oh, this is the one that Aoife always quotes the first line." I was like, "Is it?" And checked, and it is. It's that one about my husband.
My husband didn't mean to kill Annie Doyle, but the lying tramp had it coming.
Yeah, that one. I feel like I'm gonna read it in your voice now because I've heard you do that so many times.
Almost like a catchphrase now.
I like it though. It's all good. I've also got 2 massive Amazon boxes here.
Ooh.
And I was saying earlier, I've got this really awful habit of when I'm stressed, like being on Amazon and putting stuff in my basket, and then on payday, just casually checking out.
Yeah, I do the same. We all do the same.
It's definitely one of my toxic habits. I cannot remember what's in the boxes, like at all.
There's work you could do on payday.
Well,
there's a lot of work you could do.
Yeah, but I know that I've got a tub of the pink stuff, like the cleaning stuff in there, because I'm going to deep clean the house. Other than that, I really can't remember.
I think the pink stuff is supposed to be so good, though.
Yeah, and like our shower tray, because this is really boring. Sorry, guys, really boring chat. This is what happens 8 hours in. Our shower tray, we've been in our house 8 years, and it's just got, it's clean, but it's like discolored. And I was like, let's have a go at this because someone was recommending it. It's probably a TikTok I've seen. So yeah, I'm kind of intrigued to open these boxes in a minute because I don't know what's in them. I've paid for them, but it's, like a mystery box.
Yeah.
I've also got all 3 cats in the room now staring at me because it's 6:30. So I might have to feed them in a minute.
That's fair.
And you guys can hear the 3-part chorus that happens when I stand up and go into the kitchen. They're just rabid. But yeah. So yeah, it's been a good day.
That's good.
Yeah, just a whole day of chatting nonsense really on the internet. It's been fun. When Charlie was on earlier, she found this like bookish would you rather game on the internet. So we were playing that for a bit. And that prompted all kinds of conversations about, like, the first question was, would you rather drop your book down the toilet or into a wood chipper? And then that prompted a whole conversation in the chat about the cleanliness of the toilet water. Let's put it that way.
Yes, that is a good point. Have you used the toilet within the last 30 seconds?
Yeah.
If not, I can take the toilet because then I can just put it on the radiator and air it out. And it won't be fine, but it'll be passable.
exactly. It was just like, it was hilarious because I was on the first hour by myself and had been chatting and doing Q&A or whatever, and then Charlie came and I was like, literally, Charlie, in the first minute that you've been on it, the tone has just gone like that. But it's all good. It was fun. So that's good. So let's go in the kitchen. I'm going to feed these cats because they're like circling each other now, which is never any good.
I love this impromptu tour of your house.
I know, we've been all over the place today. I'm going to go upstairs later, but I don't want to get like, oh, that was good lighting. I don't want to go to bed too early because I will literally fall asleep. And,
yeah, no, that's fair. And also, I think you will have like de-energized yourself so much today that as soon as your head hits the pillow, you're just going to be gone.
Yeah, I kind of hope so. I never sleep all that well when Gary's away, so I'm like,
that's fair.
This will help knock me out. So,
hopefully.
Hello, we've got a Jack down here. Do you want to come and say hello? He's like, I would like you to give me my dinner. Hello.
No, I don't want to be social. I want to eat.
Yeah.
Hi, Jack.
I want to see dinner. He's like, yes. Put me down and feed me lunch. Right. So have you got any plans outside of work this week?
Outside of work this week. On Wednesday, I'm going into the office because we have like a kind of office roof terrace.
Okay.
And usually on Wednesdays after work, they have like free currywurst up in the bar on the office roof. Then on Thursday, myself and my boyfriend are going to meet up because he said I need to buy a hat. And I was like, okay, fine. Because we're going to Mallorca in the middle of September this year.
That's exciting.
And apparently it's going to be really, really, really warm.
Yeah.
And I don't do really, really, really warm. So he was like, the least I can do is offer you sun protection. And I was like, thank you, that's fine. Then on Friday, a friend of mine had her birthday early May, but we haven't been able to meet until Friday coming. So we're going to have dinner.
That sounds like a very nice week.
And then Saturday, a friend of mine is having her housewarming party when she moved in last year.
Good, okay. That's the kind of scheduling I would do.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I did as well. Like I moved into this apartment last July and I had my housewarming party in March.
Yeah.
Because I kind of wanted it to be somewhat lived in and I wanted it to be ready. And also by the time I had moved in, I had a couch by that time. So I was like, okay, I have more places for people to sit now.
Yeah.
The weather isn't so bad. So like people can go out and sit on my balcony for a little bit if they want. And it was nice. It was very chill.
That's good. It's also exciting that you have holiday plans with the boyfriend.
It is. Some of my friends are like, you're going on holidays already? Yeah.
Yeah.
Already? And I was like, yeah. We'll have been 8-9 months together by that stage. So I feel like that's an all right time.
Good length of time.
Also, it's not just an us holiday, it's an all his friends holiday too.
Nice. That takes the pressure off a
bit. Sorry?
I said that takes the pressure off a bit because it's not just like you and him in a hotel or whatever.
It'll be all in German for the 3 or 4 days, which is fine. I'm a fairly confident German speaker, so that's fine. But for Germans, Mallorca has a kind of a party reputation. So there will be a lot of that happening over the 3 or 4 days as well.
Nice. That sounds fun.
So,
I'm just going to give this out to the cats. I'm still in the room, but I don't think you can see me. I don't think I can set this up. So
that's okay. I'll just tell people about how much Germans love Mallorca so much. They've basically claimed it as the 17th state of Germany. I think there's like millions of clubs on Mallorca that are basically German themed, or like there's a October themed evening, a specific day of one of the weeks. And there's like a playlist that some of his friends have sent already to send to me to be like, these are the songs that Aoife needs to listen to be ready for when we go to Mallorca in September. And I don't want to speak bad of German music, but imagine the Venga Boys, but 20,000 times worse.
Okay.
Now, I love the Venga Boys, but that's the vibe that you're going for. It's very kind of that level of music.
Yeah. Well, it's nice that they're including you.
It is. I like that they're including me because he did mention it to me at the start of this year, like
Yeah.
February, March kind of time. He was like, "Oh, usually in September we go to Mallorca for like a couple of days. It'd be really nice if you came too." And I was like, "Oh, he's just saying this as like a flippant off comment." But the first time that I did meet his friends, then one of them turned to me and said, "Oh, so I hear you're coming to Mallorca with us in September." So I was like, "Oh, okay."
Yep.
That was
That's
a
good.
real thing that I actually will be happening.
He was actually asking you. Yeah.
That
no,
was
it's
genuine.
good. That's good. And I like that he's thinking ahead in terms of skincare, like sun care and hats and
Yeah.
stuff. That's good. The cats are fairly quiet just then. They're usually really flipping loud when I feed them.
Maybe
So
they knew that there was a camera.
yeah, none of them are a fan of my laptop, which like apart from me holding Jack up just now, you wouldn't know that I have 3 cats if you watched today. Like they have just disappeared, which is typical.
Because they've just been like, we see a camera, we ain't doing that.
Yeah, we're not interested. We're not buying into that. So, never mind.
That's
But you
fair.
see Jack a little bit, kind of. So Kitty, yeah, it was Jack. Oh, Laura's eating the food. I'm back. I've really enjoyed today. That's good. I'm enjoying it too, so that's nice. Oh, Katie, off to Norway next week and need holiday read recommendation.
Ooh.
Whoa.
Well, I am going to film tomorrow at some stage a video about recommendations to bring with you on your holiday this year. So I can give you a tiny, maybe 3 books off of that suggestion.
Yeah.
I don't want to give away too much. A lot of these will be romance based because of who I am as a person. I would do Malibu Rising, actually. That's not very heavily romance based. People We Meet on Vacation by Emily Henry.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The Summer Job by Lizzie Dent, which is also not very heavily romance based, but it's based in the Scottish Highlands and it's really nice.
Nice.
Very nice. So like descriptions of the Scottish Highlands.
Yeah. Whereas like for me, holiday reads just means like fast paced. So Liz Nugent. You can't go wrong with Liz Nugent book.
Oh, The Appeal.
Yeah, The Appeal with Jennifer Hallett. That's
if
a good
you
shout.
bring The Appeal and open it when you sit down in the morning, you will not get up until you have finished it. I swear to you.
Definitely. Or like for me it's like either like fast paced or just easy reads. So like the Thursday Murder Club. Or what else is on my shelves that's kind of easy? Not many. Most stuff is just dark and weird on my shelves. But yeah.
I need to reread the Thursday Murder Club actually, because my dad and my brother and I do a kind of like book club of the Thursday Murder Club where we each just read the books. And I think my brother has the 3rd one at the moment, and I need to reread the 2nd one so that I can get the 3rd one from him. But I don't really remember what happened in the 1st one, so I'm going to reread the 1st one, then the 2nd one, then the 3rd one.
Yeah, that makes sense. And we've got the 4th one coming out.
And the 4th one is coming out in September.
Yeah. Which is very
conveniently, a couple of days before I go to Mallorca.
That's very helpful. There you go. There's your holiday reading.
Very convenient.
Oh, Danny is saying, we have a walking challenge this week at work, so I have to get as many steps each day as possible. Today I got 15,000. That's amazing. I've done about 10 and 2 blisters. Ow. What do you get if you win? Like, that's what
it better be good. It better be good.
Yeah. Ellie's also on annual leave this week, attending a friend's wedding on Wednesday. Oh, that's so nice.
Oh, nice.
I'm looking forward to the week off. Good for you. That sounds good. My sister got engaged a couple of weeks ago. And it's very exciting. She's been with her boyfriend since we were all 13. They've been together like 20 something years, like 23 years. So yeah, that was a nice surprise. And my first thought was, God, I hope she has the wedding during our school holiday. It's really bad, isn't it? Oh, that was my first thought. It was my second thought after like, oh, this is so exciting. I was like, please have the wedding during school holiday, because otherwise it's going to be really difficult for me to get off work. So Katie said, I love romance, so I'm good with that. Read and loved Malibu Rising, so making notes of the other 2.
For romance, now they are clean romances, so if you're not very into steam, this is a good one. But Isabel Broom, who used to be the books editor of Heat magazine, I believe, has written maybe 9 or 10 books spread across the whole world. So you've got like Spain, Croatia, Italy, New Zealand. I think her new one is set in New York, and that's coming out in July, August kind of time. And they are really nice to read as well, especially when you're like sitting on a deck chair or sitting on a cruise ship or whatever.
Chilling.
Or just sitting on your armchair.
Yeah. Laura's asking, have you read Killjoy? No. It's about the group who stopped the scum. This is what the paper should be called. Having page 3 photos. That sounds interesting.
Is it a fiction or non-fiction? Is it a fictionalized retelling or is it actual fiction or non-fiction?
Non-fiction. I feel like either would be interesting, but yeah, that'd be good to know. And then Emma is suggesting This Man trilogy or the Driven series. Interesting.
I haven't heard of either of those.
Right. Oh, Viv by the Sea. I read an arc of this. The Cat Who Caught a Killer. Very quick and enjoyable read. I quite liked it. It wasn't quite what I was expecting from the way the publishers had described it, but I still enjoyed it. I think I gave it like 4 stars. So I quite like that one. It's got a talking cat in it, which is always fun. And Danny's saying the winning team will win dinner at a place where I can't eat anything.
Oh no!
Why have they put that as the prize then? But we won't win since some people are taking it to the ridiculous level. I mean, 15,000 words sounds like
15,000 is still a lot, though.
That sounds like a lot.
I have gotten 4.5 today.
Good for you. I've not moved all day. It's been great. Although it's annoying that you are taking part and they've not put somewhere as the prize. Like, that's a bit annoying. Oh, Laura said it's non-fiction. It's one of the women involved.
Oh,
interesting. Okay. Oh, Bree's here. Hello.
Hi, Bree.
Hello. I suck at time zones, as she knows.
Have you not read enough this weekend?
You are? Well, yeah.
She's not read enough this weekend. What is the vlog that she just put up like 7 books in 4 days or some crazy shit like that?
But, you know, she's a reading superhero.
She's an Achilles.
Yeah, she is.
There's times that she messages into our group chat and she's like, I have to read 14 books in this month. And I'm like, you'll be fine.
Yeah,
you'll be okay.
But yeah, I have no idea what time it is where she is because
I can tell you.
Have you got it in your phone?
It's 11:30 in the morning.
11:30 in the morning. See,
she's 8 hours behind me.
She messaged me at the weekend about her live show about that she was doing with her patrons about the August live show thing. And she was like, yeah, it's going to be at 7. And then I was like, or 11 or something. And I was like, yeah, that's fine. I'm marking. I'll be there. And then I thought about it and I was like, is that 11 my time or your time? And she obviously didn't answer because it was night time for her when I messaged her. And it turned out it was 7 o'clock at night for me, which didn't work. And I was like, I'm sorry, I'm an idiot when it comes to time zones. I can't really cope. So sorry about that. Oh, With the Fire on High. That's a good shout, Danny.
Oh, that's also a really good one.
Yeah, that's a good shout.
That's really nice, but don't read it when you're hungry.
No. Also, don't read. What's the other one that's got a plane crash in it by Acevedo?
Clap When You Land.
Yeah, Clap When You Land. Maybe don't do that one.
No.
Oh, you're right. It's 11:30 a.m. Nice. Amy's recommending Remnant Population by Elizabeth Moon. It's a sci-fi where a company owns a planet and their employees work there. They decide to relocate everyone. Old lady decides that she's not going anywhere. Nice. She soon discovers that the planet was already inhabited.
Oh.
Interesting. She's a very funny, grumpy old lady I fell in love with. I'm finding like the grumpy old lady character is one that I really like. And I don't know if that's just a sign that I'm getting older.
Maybe that's because you are a grumpy old lady, but we're all grumpy old ladies on the inside, so it's fine. It's just like recognizing life.
Yeah, exactly. So Bree's just finished making pasta salad for a family barbecue later today because it's a bank holiday in America as well.
Yeah, I think so.
And now editing my June TBR. How exciting! How many books are on it? Like 53, and you're
25, 107, 9.
We're just jealous.
If it's single figures, I'll be surprised.
Yeah, we're just jealous. Ignore us. Your reading powers. Cool. Okay, should we quickly open these Amazon boxes and then do another sprint?
Yeah, let's go.
Because I'm just intrigued as to what's in them. I don't know if it's Amazon like over packaging because they definitely do that. Whoa, that's heavy. Okay, maybe not. What have I ordered? I was not expecting 2 giant boxes. Have I just broken mine out? No. Okay, we're fine. I'm gonna have to open the box slightly off camera because addresses and the internet and stuff.
Yeah, that's fair.
So let's see what I've got in here. I genuinely, other than the pink stuff, I have not a clue.
Feels like a fun but weird guessing game because it could literally be anything.
It could be. Oh, okay. I can see a few bits that I don't remember putting in my car. It's fine. Hang on. So, I don't know what's in that little box. This is what it looks like. It's kind of, it's like a lucky dip. Okay. So that's what I actually remember ordering, which is the pink stuff, which apparently is going to clean everything in my house.
Can you not get that in like B&H or whatever it's called?
Possibly. I don't know. It's been, I do this thing where I just scroll randomly. But anyway, we've got some pink stuff. I've never tried it before, so we're going to give it a go tomorrow. I've got, what are these? Oh, they're cards. Yeah, they're cards. They're for my kids at work. Because what I do for my tutor group is I do them a little card at the end of each big term, so the end of the summer term. I'll do each of them a little card that says well done and talks about what they've achieved that term and stuff.
Hey.
I thought they were getting a bit old for it, and then I did it just at the end of Easter term. And they were really excited about it, so that was nice. So I was like, oh, okay.
Nice to get post though.
Huh?
It's always nice to get post.
Yeah, and it's just a little well done and reminder of what they've achieved. Genuinely don't know what's in here. Oh, bookmarks. Okay, because I'm an English teacher, I give them a bookmark at the end of each academic year. So I can't remember which ones I went for this time. I think they're magnetic ones. But what's nice is the ones I gave them last year, loads of them are still using, which is pleasing. So
that's for your tutor group, yeah?
Yes. So they are 13.
That's like year 8?
Yeah, year 8. Oh yeah, they're just little magnetic ones. That's
nice.
And they've got a variety of inspirational quotes on them. The best is yet to come. Oh, hi, Savage. Be happy. Oh, let's go that way. Right way. Be happy.
That was really nice.
And go for it and stuff. So yeah, it's.
How many students do you have in there?
28. Can you see yourself now?
Hello, Tim.
Cardboard box. So we got those, and then I forgot I ordered this. I forgot I ordered all of this giant thing.
Oh, nice.
Pick a mix. Definitely be opening that in a minute. So that's that box, and then what's in that box then? I got this one as well. So yeah, this is random stuff that I buy when I'm bored and stressed.
Okay, I've also done the same thing several times over.
Yeah. I do that thing where I say to Gary, I'm going to bed early, and then I get into bed at 8:30, and then I scroll my phone
around the phone
for a bit, and then I fall asleep. And this is what happens when the boxes turn up.
At least this time, your husband isn't here for you to open them, so you don't have to do any kind of, well, I wanted this, and well, this was on offer, and
I mean, I don't have to justify it. He would be like, it's your money, you can do what you like. But at least I won't get the kind of side eye of what have you bought now? Because this is what I've bought now. I bought cleaning cloths.
Yep.
I don't know why I did that. We have loads of cleaning cloths in this house.
You can't clean your house without cleaning cloths.
Yeah. But
it would be a very difficult job.
This is a pack of 10 and we have loads of these. So I don't know quite what that was
Just
about.
handy to have them.
Yep. And then the last thing is hair mask.
Oh, I've used that one. Is that the macadamia or the coconut? Cocoa butter.
Coconut, I think. Oh, it's both coconut and macadamia hair food.
I've used that one. I think I used it today even. It's really good.
So that's the random stuff I bought. So cleaning stuff, hair mask, cards for my tutor group, bookmarks for my tutor group, and a massive thing of pick a mix.
Nice.
Because I'm a grown up.
I feel like that was a good haul.
Yeah. That was random. Genuinely, if somebody had put a gun to my head and said what's in the boxes, I wouldn't have been able to tell you. So this is what I do.
One of them. I feel like that's good going.
Yeah, I knew the pink stuff was coming.
Yeah,
but I think it's because that's the only thing I actually had a reason to buy. Everything else is just I would like this. This is what I'm doing.
That's fair.
anyway. Bree's only got 11 books on her TBR. That's reasonable.
That's almost single figures.
Is it only 11 they rate, or is that just what you're showing us because you do secret TBRs quite a lot for reading projects?
Yeah.
So maybe there's more. Casey's still recommending Britt Marie Was Here is a good one if you want.
Yeah, that is a really good book.
Lady. We'll add that to the list. My TBR's been building steadily all day. Ellie's enjoying my random stuff I bought. Pick a Mix. This Pick a Mix is really good as well. This is the Bond bag. And it's the retro favorites mix, and it is my favorite one. I have extensively tried out Amazon Pick a Mix packs.
Where did you say it was from?
They're called Bond bags. That's the brand, and it's their retro favorite mix is what I like to eat. So yes, lovely mix. So should we do another sprint?
Yes, let's go.
I wasn't sure how long you wanted to stick around for.
I can probably stick around until, what is it, 20 to 8, quarter to 8, half 8, 9 o'clock my time, which is half 7, 8 o'clock your time.
Perfect. That'd be awesome. All right. So if we do 45 minutes?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Cool. Let's get that started then. It will disappear briefly just to get rid of all this packaging. And then I'm going to read a good chunk of Yellowface because I'm excited. Right. See you in a minute.
See you then.
Hey,
Hello.
I'm just going to turn the cat off. There we go. Oh, I feel like that went really quickly.
I do too.
Mm.
I don't do a lot of reading because I was scrolling on TikTok.
Fair enough.
That is probably why I feel like it went so quick.
I don't have TikTok. I just think, like, I feel like I just get sucked into the vortex and never be seen
Yeah,
again.
no, that is what happens.
I'm now over the halfway point of Yellowface. I'm obsessed. I need to know what's going to happen. It's a lot about like social media and like Twitter pile-ons and like the whole like cancel culture discussion.
Oh, so people know that she did it, basically.
Well, like she gets accused, and then you see like how it snowballs on Twitter really quickly.
Okay.
And it's just really interesting. It's really clever. So we'll see. Yes, I'm very much enjoying it. Yeah, like I said, it's rare for me to get right on the hype train from the outset, but I'm fully on the hype train with this book. So
that's good.
Yes. How did everybody else do? I could see some like messages popping up as we were reading. Amy saying we were talking about TBR size a while ago. It was while I had who was on? Charlotte was on and Amelia. We were talking about TBR size. So I think that's what Amy's referring to here. My TBR was getting into the readable 20s because mine's at about 25, I think, 25, 26, 27, somewhere there. But with Vegas this week, which is Amy going to Vegas, I fully expect to hit at least the 30s, if not the 40s.
Wow.
I suspect.
That's almost double.
Yeah. But, you know, I feel like it'll be a good thing. But yeah, this is what we were talking about earlier. And because like Charlotte was saying that her physical TBR is in like the 400s. So yeah.
Mine is at 78, I think. Somewhere high 70s.
Yeah. I think the highest mine's ever been, it went very briefly over 100 for a while. That was during 2020 when all we were doing was buying books. But yeah, I think 50 is like my comfort zone personally.
Yeah, I feel like 50 is a good number.
So you've got some choice, but like not, I can't really deal with too much choice, then my brain panics. Whereas like Charlotte's the opposite. She needs as much choice as possible.
That's fair.
And then Chloe was talking about wanting to reorganize her bookshelves. Now is not the time, but why do I genuinely want to?
Well, I've been there.
Yeah, I feel like if you really want to, now maybe is the time.
Yeah.
Just saying. And how do you want to reorganize? Like, take everything
by
off?
Color, by publisher, by author, by height.
Because I think I might be wrong, and Chloe will obviously correct me if I'm wrong. I think recently she turned around all of her red books so that they were pages out instead of spine out, and just left her TBR spine out so she could see it.
That's a good idea.
I mean, I have my TBRs totally separate. My unread stuff is upstairs, and then all of my read stuff is down here, so I can see.
Yeah, me too.
But yeah. Emma's had food and cocktail. Good work.
Nice.
Cocktail. And what food? We need more detail.
Yeah.
Amy said, I need to do my shelf this summer. We got a new bed and headboard for Christmas, and the headboard is a bookshelf. Is that not the best thing you've ever heard? I
want one.
Yeah. I really enjoy the process. I haven't reorganized mine for a long time, but we're having the inside of our entire house repainted over the summer. Yeah, which is exciting, but I feel like it's one of those things where I just want to come home and it's done. I don't really want to live through the process. But
are you still in the house when that's happening? Is it going to be like a one-day thing, or do you have to move out?
No, we're like, they're going to do like it's going to take a few weeks because they're going to do like one room, and they've got other jobs on that they're doing at the same time. So they'll come and do our lounge and then go away and come back another day and do the kitchen and stuff. But it means that all of my books have to go into boxes.
Changing color?
Most of our house is white, as you've probably seen from me wandering around, but we have like this wall behind me here is going red instead of blue. And our bedroom is white, but we're going to turn our back wall, which is like a grey blushy color, that's going purple.
Nice.
Everything else is pretty much white, so it should be straightforward. But like, I'm just looking at my shelves, I'm just like, I have to move. I take all of those off, put them into boxes, and then reverse it.
Godspeed.
Yeah.
Are they starting with here then?
I think we're going to start with the lounge because Gary was like, which room do you want to do first? I was like, let's get the lounge done because I'll be stressed.
Yeah.
Like the most stressed out by that bit.
That's fair.
I think we're going to do our lounge and then our bedroom. And I was like, after that, I won't care as much.
Yeah, that's fair.
So that'll be fun. So maybe that'll be me reorganizing my shelves. Nadine's going to bed. Good night. Thank you for being here. Oh, thank you for your lovely words. Thank you. Katie said an incredibly fast sprint. I journaled and listened to my audiobook, essentially putting off reading anymore for all the Hawkins.
That's fair. I've only read one of hers. I don't know if I want to return.
I read 2 of hers. I read Girl on the Train, which I remember really liking at the time, but I read it when it came out, so that's probably like a decade ago. And then I read Into the Water. I think it was called that.
Yeah, that is how it's called. Did you like it? I have it on my Kindle, I think.
I was bored senseless.
Oh, I think I have it on my Kindle. Let me check.
I read it on audio, and there were 2 narrators because I think it's dual perspective. I feel like it's sisters, or it's something to do with sisters. And I still couldn't tell who was who, even though there were different narrators for the characters.
I don't love that.
So I just, and it was nowhere near as pacey as Girl on the Train. And it was like a follow-up book. And I was like, how is this the same author? So, Katie, maybe we need to DNF the Paula Hawkins. You could do a soft DNF, but it sounds like you don't want to read it.
I don't have it.
You don't? To be honest, it's not one I would recommend, to be honest.
Okay.
Also, Katie, aim your headboard that has bookshelf sounds like the greatest thing ever, and I need one. I know, although, do you run the risk of like books falling on your head in the night?
I don't know, maybe it's like beside the bed.
Oh, actually, okay. I was having visions of like the actual behind your head bit, but that would make more sense. Okay. Chloe thought that went fast, up to page 334 of Night Road. Loving this book. That's good. I've got hiccups now. Ellie took a shower, back to reading in the next sprint. Laura, TikTok shop is dangerous. I have enough wax melts and whipped soap for the next 2 years. I feel like this is pointing out that I'm not on TikTok. What's whipped soap?
It's soap, but it's been whipped. So it's like the consistency of whipped cream. It's like body butter more than soap, I think. I don't know if it would work for soap. But it's like that consistency. Okay, and this is a TikTok. There's a lot of ASMR of them putting them into the jars.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Okay, fine, good. Well, at least you'll smell good, Laura, and your house will smell nice. I have a lot of wax melts. I have a problem with buying wax melts. I need to not.
I don't have any wax melts, and I actually really need to buy candles again soon. I'm running low.
Oh, candle shopping. That's, book shopping is my number one. Candle shopping is next.
Yeah.
My list of things to do. Chloe's at 401 TBR. This is at the start of 2023. My goal was to get it down to 250 this year. We're now at 445. Make it make sense.
That is the opposite of direction we wanted to go, Chloe.
Also, bearing in mind that Chloe routinely reads 15 books in a month or whatever.
Yeah.
It reads a lot.
Chloe, where are we going wrong?
I kind of love it though. I mean, not to, be negative about your dreams. I feel like 250 is not going to happen this year. So,
no, I feel like maybe pick another number.
Like 500.
Yeah.
Oh dear. She's got her books as genre and turned around all of the red books, but now I think it makes more sense as author surname because right now I can't find anything.
That's a good idea because of that.
Yeah, especially if you're reading authors that go across genres, which I know she does. Yeah,
that's a much better idea then.
Well, yeah, and also if you've got series but an author that's in different genre, I feel like that would maybe make more sense. Laura, I'm so intrigued because Laura made a comment earlier about being really quiet about the number of TBRs and number of books on a TBR, and she's now I refuse to reveal the number. So
okay.
Yeah, no, it's totally fine. I'm just intrigued. Ellie's in the same kind of space as Chloe, trying to reduce my TBR, but it's not happening. Last year I bought way too many books, but this year I think I've been buying less, which is good.
That is good.
I think there's a lot of discourse in there online about book buying. I feel like you should just do what you want to do as long as you're as long as you're able to pay your bills and it's not becoming a problem that way. I think
I use G's Copile spreadsheet, and this year she added in a section called New Books, on which you can keep track of how many, what book did you buy, who's the author, what format, and when, like in the year did you buy it. And I was like, oh, I noticed I bought a load of books in January. I didn't buy as many in April. I didn't buy as many in XYZ month. But I also know how much I've spent on books this year, and reading that number is quite scary, especially when you're like noticing amount of books bought versus how many of them have actually read.
Yeah. Although there's also the argument, isn't there, that book buying and book collecting and book reading are different hobbies.
Totally different hobbies.
Yeah. Because in the little notebook that I use to track my reading, it's not a reading journal. Somebody commented on a video recently and asked if I would do a flip through of my reading journal. I was like, that's really kind. It's not a reading journal. It's literally just a notebook with my scrawled notes in it. It's not fancy enough to be a reading journal. But in the back of that, I have my TBR, but I list it. So at the start of each month, I have, like, for each section of my incoming books, I put the month that they came in, so that I can keep track of, like, how long they've been on my TBR. Do I need to, like, read them or unhaul them? It just helps me keep track a little bit more. I think that's helpful. But I think, this whole, like, what's too many books? Like, if you enjoy buying books or collecting books or whatever, because I know, like, Charlotte loves finding books in charity shops and stuff, and that's something that she enjoys doing. As long as you're not putting yourself in financial difficulties,
then it's different.
Just, crack on.
And also, I keep telling people, like, it could be something different. It could be something much more nefarious that I'm spending all my money on.
Well, and also, we all work hard with whatever we're doing, so I feel like we're all entitled to our hobbies. And like you said, it could be a much worse hobby than books.
Exactly.
Emma had and a strawberry daiquiri. Excellent choices.
That is delicious.
Excellent choices. Nice. Katie, this is talking about the book she's reading. That's the problem I'm having. Much slower and can't tell the difference between the characters. I hate that. Like, don't do dual perspective if it's not a clear voice.
Yeah.
Oof. She's on a big DNF run, so I feel like I need to persevere.
Life is too short to continue reading a book you're not enjoying. Yeah,
that's always my thought. I've got other stuff I want to read. I would put it down and move on to something else. Although she just said the book clearly doesn't want to be read, as I now can't find it. I think, like, that's
your sign.
Yeah, that is your sign. What else have we got? Lots of comments suddenly flying in. I swear this thing is on a delay. 18% of the Summer of Broken Rules will finish it in the next sprint. Nice. Chloe's agreeing with me. As long as you're not hurting yourself or anyone else, buy the books. Fully agree. As long as you're not in a situation where, like, there's physically no space.
Exactly.
Like, it's up to the ceiling and you can't breathe, then
then that's different.
Yeah, then we have to maybe reassess your choices. I have only 40 pages left in Persuasion, besides not being invested in the main relationship, which is hardly present. I feel like I've read enough Austen that the other relationships are predictable. She's formulaic for sure.
She found something that worked and she kept with it. Good for her.
Yeah. And she made her monies. Okay, so Laura's saying all I say is in 4 figures. I have my own personal library. Maybe I can be the library on Charlotte's estate. I don't know if you were around earlier, but Charlotte was talking about, we're whinging basically about noisy neighbours, and Charlotte was saying that she's going to buy a housing estate for all of the bookish introverts to go to, so where we can just be quiet together.
Oh, I like that idea.
Yeah, and Laura's going to open the library. That sounds great.
That sounds great. I will be there.
Yeah, I mean, between all of us, we'd have, like, it would be like the biggest library you'd ever see. So yeah, love it. Amy said, I feel the need to reassure everyone that I saved up money just for this vacation, and in particular for books. I'm fully prepared to spend lots of money on books. Exactly. And you are a grown-up human. You can do what you like.
Yeah. For
sure. Laura's collection is impressive. Major envy. I know. I mean, talk about choice.
That's literally it. I'm in the mood for something, but I don't know what. Anything.
Yeah, literally anything.
The library.
Ellie's in the process of moving house. That's stressful.
That is stressful.
Packing off all the books. What makes me laugh is every time I've moved and there's been a box that says books on top of it, it's like somebody comes to help, lifts the box, and it's like, oh, this is really heavy. I'm like, yes,
books.
It's books.
What were you expecting it to weigh?
I don't know how to help you with that. But anyway, good luck with your moving. I hate moving. Ugh, stressful. Now to find a new book to read, something fast paced so I can actually finish a book. Well, Liz Nugent. What did you say?
The appeal. Sorry, I have something in my throat.
The appeal. Yeah, we've pretty much just got like two things I'm going to recommend for fast pace: The Appeal and anything by Liz Nugent. You literally can't go wrong with any of them.
Yep.
I've read 2 now, and both are awesome. So yeah, hope you find something. Amy's got a weird neighbor. He'll randomly appear in our backyard hunting for crickets for his pet ducks without asking. Oh my goodness. Oh, he's
That's
literally
weird.
in your garden. I would not be okay with that. At least my noisy neighbors stay on their side of the fence. And Charlotte's back. It just popped back in like you summoned me talking about me. I think I got the library covered with my TBR. I think like there would be an epic library between all
I
of
think
me.
we can all contribute to this library.
Yeah, definitely. Because I don't
Real
have a
feeling of
massive TBR.
everything.
Yeah, I don't have a big TBR, but I do have a fair collection of read books.
Yeah.
So I could definitely contribute.
I now have everything all together, like TBR and read, and it's a little bit confusing because sometimes I'll go to it and I'm like, oh, what am I in the mood for? Oh, I've already read that. Oh, I've already read that. Oh, I've read that too. It is a little confusing that way.
Separation. Personally, I like having separation, and I can see exactly what's like coming up next on my TBR and all that kind of stuff because I tend to read it roughly in order. But that's just me. Well, it's 10 to 8 my time. So I think I've held you captive for longer than I said.
If you do another sprint, I will read for some of it and I'll be here for some of it and then I'll have to pop off in the middle of it.
I'm going to quickly look at some questions I've been sent, I think, and do a little bit of chat before I get too tired because I'm getting tired.
I'll stick around for some of those.
Okay. Chloe's talking about TBR. Oh god, I don't need to know total physical books. I recently catalogued them because of how many duplicates I have, and the number is scary to me. Yeah, it's fine. It's choice. It's choice that you have. It's okay. Oh gosh. Okay, I've just gone on to the what's it called? Not Gonna Lie.
Yeah.
And there's like, can you see these? These are all the.
Oh wow.
There's a few. Let's see if I get any more ones. Worst advice you ever got? Worst advice I ever got. I used to get told all the time by like English teachers and stuff that you have to finish the book if you started it. That's a lie.
That is a lie.
Complete nonsense. Moving on. Most expensive thing you own? My book collection? Probably. I don't really own. I'm, not exactly wealthy. Do you have any piercings? Yes, I have one in each ear because that's how wild I am. And I didn't get those until 2 weeks before our wedding when I was 30.
Oh wow.
Yeah. What's in your Spotify Wrapped? I barely use Spotify. Let me see if I can work out how to find Spotify Wrapped. Is that from like last year?
Oh yeah, that might take you a while then. If you don't use it very often.
Not really. I mean, I don't know how to find that. But my like daily mixes is basically Taylor Swift, Maroon 5, Christina Aguilera, some musicals, Rita Ora, Adele.
Yeah.
Like 90s and noughties pop and musicals and film soundtracks. And that's pretty much all I listen to. I don't listen to loads of music. And yeah, it's just stuff that I can sing really loudly, but like need no skill. Right, where did we get up to? Someone said, can we hang out soon?
Sure.
Maybe. Depends who it's from. We might be hanging out right now for all I know. But yeah, why not? Favorite sport? Yeah.
To watch or to play?
Good question. I think to watch. I like watching rugby.
Yeah. Good choice.
Especially now, like women's rugby as well is on like the main channels. That's nice.
Yeah.
I like playing rounders, to be fair.
Oh.
Yeah. We got to do that at school at the end of last year, and it was I haven't done it since I was at school, and it was fun. Yeah. So yeah, probably that. What about you?
Also like watching rugby. Don't really play any. So don't really have an answer in that one.
Yeah, I don't play regularly, but I don't mind rounders. Oh, good. This is a nice one. Favorite pudding?
I don't have a favorite. I just have many.
Yeah, all pudding is good pudding.
Yeah.
I think the profiteroles would be up there
I really like apple crumble.
for me.
I make really nice white chocolate and raspberry blondies.
Oh yeah, nice.
I made them at the weekend, and between the two of us, they didn't last very long.
No, I can see why that would happen.
Red velvet.
Yeah.
It's probably a lot more.
Yeah, I like profiteroles. I like a trifle.
Oh, I'm not a big fan of trifle.
I like a trifle. Thankfully, Gary doesn't like trifle, so whenever I buy one, I don't have to share it.
No.
You know, I'm just filtering out. There's a few like borderline creepy ones about my eyes. Don't really no. This one's good. You're already doing this. If you had to live, I think that says meant to say live rather than love. If you had to live in another country, which would you choose? That's an interesting question.
I am exempt from answering this because I already do.
That's true. You've already been doing that for a long time. I don't know. I would probably have to go somewhere that's like predominantly English speaking.
That's fair.
Because I have no language skills whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it would probably have to be somewhere predominantly English speaking.
Would you do Canada or Australia or New Zealand?
Well, I was thinking Australia. That was my first thought because of the opposite weather to here. But then also, I don't know if I would survive in that kind of heat.
That's fair.
Because I struggle with our summer, let alone an Australian one. So maybe Canada.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty cool. Could also get book of the month there.
That is
nice.
You can tell that we're book lovers because they're like, where can I get a book subscription?
Exactly.
That's where I want to go.
Yeah, so maybe Canada is the answer to that. Okay, another question. Top 3 historical fiction novels. I'm gonna have to look at my shelves to answer that properly.
I don't read a lot of historical fiction, so I could probably do this in like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
I really like the Under the Hawthorn Tree series, which is an Irish series based around children who are living through the famine. Pull Up the Stars.
Excellent choice. That was going to be on my list. Okay.
And The Book Thief.
Yeah, I haven't read that for ages. Okay. I read a lot of historical fiction, so this is harder. I would say I really enjoyed the 6 Tudor Queens series. That is a niche interest, but I did really enjoy that series. I feel like if you're interested in Tudor history, it's a good series to read. What else? Oh, Tipping the Velvet by Sarah Waters. Loved that book. Loved that book. I've read a couple of others since, and they haven't lived up to the level of that, but I did really enjoy that one.
Okay.
And I'm going to say The Ophelia Girls as well by Jane Healey, which is historical fiction, kind of, because you have flashbacks to, I think it's the 70s. Is that what we're counting as historical now?
Yeah, I think so.
It's a bit of a stretch, but it's very much, it feels like it could be set 100 years ago. It's got that kind of timeless.
Can you also kind of count Evelyn as historical fiction?
Yeah, I would say.
Then yeah, Evelyn Hugo.
Yeah. Okay, filtering out weirder ones. Okay, this one is, what would you say is the most rewarding thing you've ever done for yourself?
Moving to another country.
Moving to another country for you. Yeah. I feel like starting my booktube channel. That's really cheesy, but it's true. You're like, yes, it's really cheesy.
No, I think it's a very rewarding thing. That's my yes.
Yeah, I think I think it is actually. I think that's probably the answer to that one, is my booktube channel and just the general like corner of the internet that I'm occupying. Okay, we've got 2 left that aren't weird. What's your biggest regret? That's a deep one for a Monday evening.
Oh, that's deep.
Yeah. Biggest regret. I don't think I have any huge ones, to be honest, which is probably a bit of a boring answer. But
not doing a language in university, or specifically not doing German. because I was
Yeah.
really good at it in school.
Yeah.
I got like an A2, which is like 85 to 90% in my final exam, and then didn't do it in university.
Yeah.
Didn't do it for 5 years, 6 years after college, and then ended up living in Germany
Yeah.
from 25. So
Yeah. It would have been helpful for you in
it would
hindsight.
have been a bit helpful. I probably would have gotten more fluent quicker if I had done it at university, but also I probably might not have ended up in the Germany that I ended up in.
Yeah. Yeah. I think for me, thinking about it, like I did my master's degree straight after my undergrad degree. So I was only 20, turning 21. And I wish I'd waited a little bit because
Mm.
I did mine in creative writing.
Mhm.
And I think probably would have got more out of it if I'd waited a couple of years and like gone to work and then gone back
Yeah.
to. So I kind of regret going straight into it, but
Mhm.
can't do anything about it now. And it was fun at the time. I did enjoy it at the time. And then this one's made me laugh because they clearly don't follow me at all on social media because they're asking, am I single?
Yeah, very.
Yeah, completely. Very, very single me. I'd never mentioned the husband at all. at
What
any
is a
point.
husband? What is a stepson? No idea. Never
No
heard of
idea.
these concepts.
Yeah. So that's just clearly some random that dropped in. Oh dear. Okay, so that was the uncensored Q&A. Ask me anything you like. We didn't get got a few like weird. Your eyes are so nice. How are you so pretty? Oh, go away.
My answer to that one is always that quote from Friends of like, my grandmother was from Sweden and my grandfather was a tiny bunny.
Yeah. Oh, Amy's just talking about this. I like when she does this because it's the American English thing. Can we talk about what you think of as pudding? To me, a pudding is a gelatinous mess of vanilla or chocolate.
Same.
So,
I say dessert.
yeah,
Because
dessert.
linguistics is fun.
Yeah. So what we're talking about is dessert. So yeah, I guess you're right. Like the American pudding is like they have like pudding cups or something, don't
Yeah.
they?
Think so.
So yes, Amy, we were talking about desserts. Rather than pudding. And then Ellie's mentioned Evelyn Hugo. Historical fiction for me, probably Lessons in Chemistry. Yes, why did I not think of that? It's literally up there. And Evelyn Hugo, they are more contemporary though too. Well, no, I would put them as historical.
Feasible.
I think
I would
historical.
say
these
Evelyn
days-
is very much a historical fiction. It's not very contemporary.
No,
Let's see what
and
the read says.
yeah, because I feel like historical these days is anything like pre-70s, which is mildly horrifying.
Blah.
Yeah, it's getting a bit close to when I was born, really, but that's how it goes. Emma would go to Australia, New Zealand, or Canada. Yeah, it would have to be somewhere that's
Yeah.
primarily English speaking, unfortunately, because I do not have skill for languages.
Yes, it's a historical fiction before a contemporary fiction, so I would take that.
Yeah.
And read into it what you wish.
Yeah, I think so. Right. I think we'll do another sprint. Well, obviously, if you want to skedaddle, you can. Thank you for
Cool.
being
I
here.
might pop out halfway through it, but that's my channel name. If you
Yes.
have never seen me before and if you would like to see more Unhinged now, I live there.
Yeah, go and see her if you don't already. Oh, Chloe said, I don't think I need to share where I would go. Because, yeah, I think Cole would be a bit cross if you didn't.
I think if you didn't, there is probably a discussion that would need to be had.
Yes. No, Rosie. She said I read a book set in 2001 that was marketed as historical fiction. Shut up.
That's
No.
not historical fiction. There is no way that's historical fiction.
Better not be. That's horrifying. No. We're going with like 70s backwards. Like,
Yes. I prefer that situation.
Ooh. Megan's ordered Malteser cookie dough.
Oh.
Great idea. That sounds like a great idea. Her cat, by the way, who is in that picture, is called Lucifer. We learned that today.
Lucifer.
Very sweet looking cat with a great name.
Very.
Right. Let's do a sprint. I need to just do a quick tidy up of the downstairs of my house, and then I think I'm going to put my pajamas on. And I'm not getting into bed because I've got 2 hours to go yet, but I'm going to be like sat on my bed.
Good idea.
But I feel like I need to put pajamas on and just sort my life out a little bit. So I will disappear briefly whilst I do that because there's kind of stuff everywhere from today. But yeah, I'll do 45 minutes. Eva, thank you for being here. You can obviously
Victoria, thank you for having me.
if you like, go and look at Eva's channel and subscribe and all that stuff. And right, let's put the cat back on. Share. Okay, 45 minutes. See you guys in a bit.
Bye, guys.
Okay, we've got Chloe here. Hello. Let's turn the cat off. Hang on a second. Right.
I jump at the cat every single time.
I know.
Like, every time without fail.
I don't know why, because I'm like watching it count down. It still makes me jump.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello. Sorry. With this wide lens, you can see all of my mess. It's not as bad as it looks. I promise.
No one is judging you. It's absolutely fine.
This is the tidiest it's been in a while, and I'm like, oh, on a camera, this looks bad.
It's fine.
How are you doing? Tired?
I'm really tired. I can't lie. I feel like this last hour is going to be like the hardest.
This is why I'm here.
It is. It literally is. Like when for those of you that are watching, like when we were setting this up, I was asking everybody like which hour slot they wanted, and I would like Chloe was like, should I do like the late shift? I was like, yes, please. Please come help me because I will need it. So thank you for being here.
No problem.
How did everybody do in the sprints?
I've been reading loads of different stuff. Well, I say loads. It's 2 things, which is loads for me.
Oh.
But I was listening to my audiobook and then my phone died. So I had to reassess.
Yeah.
So I've gone back to the Toll because I'm doing the dystopian readathon.
Yeah.
So I think I joined about 25 minutes ago and I read 20 pages. So
okay.
It's big.
It is big. How are you finding it?
I mean, I'm only on page 48, so
yeah,
it's a book at this point. I'm like, I need thoughts, but yeah, it's gonna. For some reason, I thought I could get this done in 2 days. So
okay, well, maybe you can actually. The speed that you read at, you probably can.
Sometimes, not right now.
How was the rest of your day? Because you went to your parents for a barbecue.
Yeah, we did picky bits in the garden.
Nice.
So we had like ham sandwiches, sausage rolls.
Yeah,
it was. I actually have caught the sun a bit too much. Like my forehead hurts, and I've got one red knee. So I was sat directly in the sun, just like, oh, this is fine. And then my mom said, "You look a bit pink." I was like, "Yeah, I feel it. I'm gonna go home." But yeah, I'm slightly pink.
Oh dear. Lots of moisturizer will help that.
Yeah. But I actually went outside, which is a success because I didn't for the last 2 days. So
no, that's good. That's good. I'm glad the weather was all right for you because it's been really cold here. Like the weather, the wind, it's really windy and the wind is really cold.
Yeah, because I think we had like 18, 19 degrees, but when the wind hits, you're there like, never mind.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, so I've been inside all day, but I'm kind of all right with that because it's been nice like hanging out and reading and stuff today. Mm-hmm. It's been a good time. Good. Okay. Well, I am 3/4 of the way through Yellowface. I started this morning. I'm definitely going to finish it today. Whether or not it's like on sprints, I don't know yet. But it's just a really fast read. It's really fast paced. Yeah, I'm enjoying it. I don't really have any other thoughts at the moment.
I still haven't read any of her books, so I'm just like,
I feel like this would be a good one for you to start with.
Okay.
I would say if you haven't read Babel, this is probably a better one to start with. It's like less dense because Babel I loved, and I for like a 500 and something page book, like 600 page book, I flew through it in like 2 or 3 days. But I feel like this one is much more commercial, which is the point. And it's just really like the satire in it is strong. It's yeah, and I think especially I can see why it's been popular with people that are on the bookish internet because it's very much about that culture and particularly like Twitter and like all of that stuff.
I'm intrigued.
Yeah, I'm enjoying it. I'm intrigued to see where it goes. I've got a thought of where it's going, but I don't know. We'll find out. I will find out shortly. Yeah. So I've enjoyed that. I also did a quick tidy around of my house. I love to come upstairs, so I've like shut all the windows downstairs and like locked doors and stuff. And I rang Gary and had a quick chat. They're all fine at the campsite.
Nice.
So that's all good. They were just going to shower in the shower block, and I was like, no thanks.
Yeah, we went away the other weekend and my mom was like, would you like to borrow my shower shoes? I was like, no. No, I'll just go freshen up. I'm not showering.
Yeah. Well, they're there for 4 days, so
you're gonna have to.
But yeah, and it's a really nice campsite where they go because we've been there before, but it's still like
it's still great.
I'm like, no.
No.
So yeah, but they're all fine. So that was good. Katie's been reading. Didn't read anything with my eyeballs. It was another audiobook heavy sprint. That's absolutely fine. And she's reading The Roommate Situation. Is a cute romance, but not very heavy on plot. I really not having a good reading year. Oh no, that's a shame. So what?
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
No, she's read some good books. I'm sure they've been in this year.
Mm.
I'm sure. Well, actually, no. I say good books. We all know the Colleen Hoover slander. I'm sure she's read some books she enjoyed at the start of this year.
I think the Colleen Hoover thing we were talking more about,
like kids.
Content warnings. Yeah, and also like teenagers that read Colleen Hoover but don't have a frame of reference, which is what I find a bit worrying.
Yeah.
Because I think like grown adults can read whatever they like.
Yeah.
I'm very much of that mind. Read what you like and enjoy it. I think that's good. I just think for teenagers they need a bit more.
Hey, this isn't good.
Yeah, they need a bit more context really for like good relationships. So what kind of things do you like? Like what kind of books are you looking for? Because it might be able to help. People saying hello to you. So Crazy Mel, who rocked up like half an hour before I even started today.
Did you?
Which was really nice because when I logged in, I was like, oh, there's already comments. So that was nice. Also, Katie was saying hi to you. And Marlene, to both of us. And to Laura, from Laura even. So that's nice. And Stuart said, why are you doing so well? Nearly done. I know. I've had a really good day. I did text Chloe during this last sprint.
Oh.
I was like, I'm dragging.
Am I frozen or are you frozen? Okay? I think we're back.
Are we okay?
I'm good.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think so. I've gone like nearly 11 hours without glitches. Like we just need StreamYard. We just need you to hold on for another hour and 10 minutes.
It's all my fault. Chaos has started.
Yeah, I've had a really good time today. I am tired now, as you guys can probably tell.
I'm tired now. I've not been streaming 12 hours. No.
Oh no. Okay, I'm gonna keep reading comments and we'll see what's going on with the internet in a minute. Ellie's read 36 pages and fed the cat. Very important job, I'm sure. Emily Kathleen Reed is back. Hello again. Been listening to the audio of The Stranded, but also looking through my rugby match day program from the weekend. That's good. Marlene's been sleeping. Don't give me ideas, Marlene. That's
a great idea.
Crazy Mel's reading Gleanings. Is that the short stories, isn't it? That goes.
It's the one after this.
Okay.
Which I have been completely warned against. Like people have said, don't buy it, don't even touch it. So yeah, we'll see.
Because I read the trilogy and then I saw reviews for Gleanings and I was like, yeah, I don't think so. It's been quite a while since I read the trilogy as well, so I'm like, I don't think I need that. Amy, 30 pages left in Persuasion. I might have to DNF the horror book I'm reading. I just started it and I don't need any more books on my trip since I'm bringing so many back. I'll pick it up on return. Yeah, so just be like a soft DNF. But you're getting towards the end of Persuasion, so that's good. Mel said I was going to go outside, but I didn't. Yeah, fair enough. I was kind of in the theme today. Oh, Ellie was also saying hello to you. Oh, Rosie, this sounds good. I finished The Summer of Broken Rules, 4.5 stars, and made myself the most ginormous plate of nachos.
Both of these things sound good.
Yeah, I'm liking everything that's happening in that message.
I've been eating constantly since like 2 p.m. and it's a problem. Like I've literally opened a box of chocolates and every time I walk past I'm like, just one more.
Right, what else have we done? Okay, so Michelle has watered the plants. That's good. I did mine this morning. And a few chapters of The Fair Botanists. That sounds nice. Emma said those are like the comfiest PJs ever. Thank you. These are next do the best pajamas. I got 2 sizes because pajamas need to be baggy and these are really thin, but like cozy but thin.
I know what you mean. It's all good.
You know what I mean? So yeah, they are very comfortable. Okay, so Katie said, according to my Goodreads, my favorite book this year was A Good Girl's Guide to Murder, which is weird because I don't usually like YA thrillers. That's interesting.
That is interesting.
Okay, so the only one that I've read, because that's Holly Jackson, isn't it?
Yeah.
The only one I've read of hers was Five Survive, which I didn't love.
Oh no. I've heard really good reviews of that. I'm just looking through because I must not be thinking of Katie. There must be somebody. There's got to be someone else that asked me for a book recommendation. I recommended to Colleen Hoover and they loved it. It must not have been this Katie. I'm getting really like I'm sure I did, but I guess I didn't. Which never mind.
Yeah, I think I'm in the minority. I think most people really liked it. I think I'm just not the audience. And it's the first Holly Jackson that I've read, and I was like, I think I'm one and done. And loads of people have been like, read Good Girls Guide to Murder before you give up. And I was like, okay, so I might pick that up at some point. It's on Scribed.
Yeah. I've read that whole series, and I
survived really cool. Yeah.
It went funny again. No, I've read that whole series, and I don't know whether I would recommend it to you.
Yeah,
like you could love it, or you could be like, why are you making me do this?
Yeah, I feel like maybe I'll just read it on Scribd because I have Scribd anyway, so it's not like it feels like it costs me any extra because I already have it, so I might do that at some point. Stuart's also having a slow reading year, only 13 books this year. Normally I do that in a month. That's interesting. What else is going on?
I'm just sitting and smiling when it freezes.
Oh, Laura, this is good because I was like, don't work today. I've actually done 0 work. I'm happy with how today has gone. That's good.
I'm proud.
Yeah, and it's the first day of half term. Like, work can wait. Like, it can wait. It will still be there. So Katie's best books of 2022: The Gender Games, The Bigamist, The Hating Game, The Kiss Quotient, and Convenience Store Woman, and then do with that what you will. And lots of people are saying in the comments now that they love Five Survive. I'm definitely in the minority, so I'm just putting that out there.
Did you read The Bigamist as well?
No.
Who have I spoken to that's read that? Because I really like that. I think you'd like that.
Okay.
It's like a memoir of a woman who, well, clearly gets married, and the husband is already married.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's very good.
Okay, that sounds interesting.
And I think that's on Scribd too. I'm pretty sure that's how I read it.
Okay.
So would recommend. Because I don't normally like nonfiction, like memoirs particularly aren't my thing. But
yeah, you gave it 4 stars. I'm just looking it up now.
Oh. Like, yeah, I've done my research. This is what you said.
Oh my gosh. Wow, okay. Bringing up the children who claims you can never have. Yeah, I'm definitely going to read that. Okay. Other stuff. Well, we're going to read the rest of the Kiss Quotient series trilogy coming up, starting up next week or this week.
What about, have I recommended One True Loves by Taylor Jenkins Reid?
Yeah.
That's good. And that reminds me of like a few of these books. I don't really know apart from that off the top of my head.
Yeah, I know. It's all getting a bit tired. Also, have you read the Brown Sister trilogy? That's always my go-to, like, romance trilogy kind of to jump to. But yeah, there's definitely people in the comments that liked Five Survive. So if you liked Good Girls Guide to Murder, maybe you'll like that one. I don't know, because I've only read one of those. Okay, so Amy said, hello again. Been tuning in and out all day. Loved having this in the background. That's good. I journaled a bit this afternoon, and I haven't been outside either this weekend. Lots of us feeling.
What is outside? We don't need outside.
Emma saying, I'm hoping to see Five Surviving Leanne's Tops and Bottoms because she read it on the road trip she went to recently. Yeah, I feel like I saw her rate that on Goodreads, but I can't remember if it was good or bad. So yeah, maybe we'll get her opinion on that. Oh, that's a good shout. Katie, try Jessie Cintanto's books. The what is it? The Aunties.
Dialogue
Aunties. Yeah.
The one I need to read that Mal got me is sorry, there's a car right outside the window. Is Vera Wong's Unsolicited Advice for Murderers. It's a long title, I can't remember it. But I need to read that one because apparently that's very good.
Yeah, because I think that there was a sequel to Dial A for Aunties, but it didn't get great reviews, I don't think.
4 Aunties and a Wedding?
Yeah, yes. So you're much better at this than I am.
I'm just throwing things out from somewhere.
Oh, another recommendation for Katie: The Woman in the Purple Skirt. That was clever. That was a weird literary fiction, which I think I gave it 4 stars, but I think it was a bit mismarketed. It was kind of marketed like a thriller, and it's not a thriller, but it's more about I think it's Chinese culture and like loneliness and stuff. It was good, but it wasn't like what I thought it was going to be, if that makes sense. Yeah, so there's quite a few recommendations now coming. Four Aunties and a Wedding was hilarious. It was. I highly recommend the audiobook. It made me laugh out loud several times. Yeah, good. Okay, so we've got some recommendations going. Yeah, and like I said, I'm definitely in the minority for disliking 5 Survive.
I need to read it. I have a signed copy and everything, so I should probably read it.
I think I'm just getting really picky about my YA.
Yeah.
Like, I think the voice in 5 Survive I just didn't click with, and you're in her point of view the whole time, so I just didn't really enjoy it. So yeah.
Which I'm kind of like now, my YA shelves, I have all my original stuff I already had, and then I'm only buying from authors I've already enjoyed. I'm not really getting into new YA because I don't like a lot of it. I try and, because I do a lot of the arcs for Harper 360, and I'm picking them all up, and I'm like 3-starring at max. And I know that, oh dear, hang on, my laptop's now making noises at me. Sorry if you can hear that. But yeah, so it's just, I'm reading them, not giving them the highest ratings. I'm like, it can't be all the books they're publishing I don't like.
Yeah.
It's got to be a me thing.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Sure.
I'm just looking at my TBR shelf, and I think I've got 2 YAs on there total, and like everything else is adult or middle grade. I've got a fair bit of middle grade, but yeah, barely any YA. I'm very picky with YA these days.
I would hang on. How many shelves have I actually got? That's the problem. I can't count.
Oh yeah, Katie read with us, didn't she? She said, I read the Brown Sisters trilogy with you this year. Of course she did. Sorry.
So if we're including stacks, which would make up a shelf, I have about 21 shelves, and I would say 4 of them are YA. So there's still got quite a lot of YA, but not nearly as, because that's basically what I started my channel doing, and that was not that long ago. So I've definitely flipped.
Yeah, I think I think I've been deliberately not taking on YA for a while. So, you know. So PKK said, I've been in and out of this live for most of today and I've loved it. That's good. Kept me company and loved hearing all the book recommendations. Victoria, have you read any of the 7 Sisters? I'm on book 3. I haven't. That's the Hannah Kent, is it? The 7 Sisters. People keep recommending them to me because they're historical fiction, and I really think I need to get on with it because people keep recommending them to me.
Yeah, this is why I have no idea what I'm like.
Yeah, I think
I don't dive into is historical.
They're really like thick books as well, which I think has put me off. But I need to have when I go into Bristol on Wednesday, I'm gonna have a proper look at them because people like keep mentioning them, so I'm like, maybe I should give this a try. Yes. Oh, Laura, I feel like I just saw this mentioned. Literally, I was watching a bit of Harriet's channel as I was getting ready for bed. Diary of a Void is an interesting read. It's about a woman who pretends she's pregnant to get out of jobs in work. I feel like Harriet was just talking about that. And like about a woman who gets stuck with all of the like menial jobs in the office, like washing up and making tea. So she tells them that she's pregnant. And they're like, oh, you sit down, we'll do all of that. But she's not pregnant. And it's about how she's going to deal with that.
But I think, oh yeah, this is it. Huh.
So that sounds interesting.
That does sound interesting. I want to read that.
Yeah, that sounds interesting. Oh, it's Lucinda Riley. I knew it was like one of those authors. But I haven't, but I know that lots of people enjoy them and I should look at them properly. And then Stuart Foundations, Rosie's suggesting Anna James, LD Lapinski, and Katie and Kevin Sang. Hopefully I said that roughly right.
Yeah, I've kind of not given up, but I really don't read middle grade anymore. I don't think I think I found 2 that I liked when I was into reading it. So now I'm like,
Yeah.
I'll read what I've got, but I probably won't take on any new ones.
Yeah. Whereas I think I'm doing that with YA. Like I'm a lot more likely to pick up middle grade than YA.
Yeah.
I think also because I recommend it. My computer wants to restart. No,
not right now.
no, not right now. Oh my gosh, really not right now.
I'll hold
think
the
it's
fort. Okay.
you can definitely do a better job. I'm not breaking the 12 out. We've got to get to 12 hours before I can give up. Yeah, I think I'm more likely to pick up middle grade than YA, partly because I'm more likely to recommend it at school, because like the lower year groups are more likely to take a recommendation from me. And also just I think they're a bit more escapist. Like I read them, I'm less critical, I think, when I'm reading than when I'm reading YA, when I'm like, the tone is wrong and this is really obvious and blah, blah, blah. And I'm just a bit like, nobody needs my 3-star opinion on books they're enjoying, so I'll just stay out of it.
Well, I was really scared because I was reading a YA for a book club that I'm doing the live show for. I'm trying not to like talk down on it before I've done the live show. And I was really cautious going in because it was one that I requested on NetGalley like 3 years ago and hadn't read it. So I thought, I might not like this, but it's got really good reviews. The person leading it loves it. Like, I'm going to do it. I read it, and the whole time I was like, no, this is wrong, though. I don't like it.
Oh, no.
Everything I was going, no.
Yeah, I hate that.
That's going to be an interesting one when I need to have intelligent conversations, but it's just me going, I didn't like it.
I think Megan's asking what the acronyms mean. So YA is young adult, so it's teen. Like when I was growing up, we would have called it teen fiction. And then middle grade is the bit between children and young adult. So you have children's, which is like, let's think of some examples of kids' books. My brain's gone completely blank. Like
the only one in my brain is Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. That is it.
That kind of level, like Matilda and stuff. And then middle grade is the jump between children's and YA. So like Nevermore is middle grade. Somebody was recommending Jamie by LD Lipinski, which I've heard great things about for middle grade. It's that like
shelf from here.
Yeah, it's that little bit more grown up, but not quite as grown up as a teen book.
One I would recommend actually is A Place Called Perfect. I love that series.
Yes, I have got Like a Charm, which I was talking about today by Elle McNichol. It's the same author, isn't it?
No.
Oh, is it not?
But you very similar vibes.
Yeah, so like I've got Like a Charm, which would be middle grade. It's not a child, it's like more advanced than a kid's book, but it's not YA, which is like this, which is Charlotte says, which is horror. This is YA horror. And it says warning, not for younger readers on the back. So that's hilarious. I'm going to read both.
Yeah, I'm terrified.
Yeah, the first one scared me.
It was scary.
It was really scary. So that's the difference. So that's what it means. What else? We've got a few more. We'll do another sprint in a minute. Said, this is nice. Love your channel. Find you really inspiring, Victoria. That's so nice.
That's so sweet.
I'm pretty new here, but been catching up on all your old content and loving it. Don't laugh too hard if you go back too far, but thank you. But thank you for all you do and keep up the great work. That's so nice. Thank you. That's really lovely to have stuff like that. So thank you very much.
That's so sweet.
If you go too far back in the archives, I try not to laugh at like baby booktuber. Yeah, Megan, I can totally see that. I don't pay attention to what genre it is. I usually just look at the back of the book, and if I like it, then I usually buy the book. I think that's true. I just find myself less, because when I go into bookshops, I still look in the YA section. I'm just not finding myself drawn to many YA books at the moment, so that's why there are fewer of them, except for like weird horror ghost stories that Chloe sends me to frighten me.
I was like, let's scare her. There we go.
It's just my boss loved it as well. She's waiting for me to read that so she can read it, because she really liked the first one, even though this is a prequel, but the first published one. Anyway, I'm officially waffling now.
It's all good. You've got 50 minutes to go. You can do this.
I'm usually in bed and asleep by now. Oh, Amy, this is nice as well. I agree with PKK. Blah, blah, blah. I followed you for a while, and your videos are like a warm hug. Oh, that's nice. That's what we're aiming for.
Yeah.
Slightly
You are
chaotic.
just you genuinely is like a warm hug. And I can say that's someone who does actually know you.
Oh, yeah.
So I have had one of the warm hugs. It's lovely.
Thank you very much. This is very nice. I'm going to start blushing now. Okay.
That was such a giggle. I'm sorry. How tired that was adorable.
I'm so tired. It's not even funny. Right. Let's focus. I also need to plug my laptop in because we don't need the battery dying right now. That would not be a good idea. So shall we do a sprint to finish off? So if we do 45 minutes, that'll take us up to basically 12 hours.
Yeah. Are you going to be able to read for 45 minutes?
I don't know.
Okay.
Quite
I'm
honestly.
trying to be realistic. Am I going to look over and be like, psst, wake up?
I think, to be fair, this is so pacey. It's you know, because I was thinking about starting bookshops and Bone Dust, which I have downstairs, which I'm like super hyped to read. But I feel like I want to read that slower, whereas this is like faster paced. So I picked this up. I feel like if any book is going to keep me interested for the next 45 minutes, it's going to be this. So we can try. Yeah, Katie, you're not wrong. Oh dear. It's been a busy day. It's been a nice day, but yeah. Right, let's stop waffling. I'm gonna go away for a few minutes. As in stop talking.
Take a breather.
Yeah, just try and collect myself. Right. Let's start the cat. Right, okay. Yes, 45 minutes, we're going. Okay. See you guys in a minute.